I saw the female CEO drugged, and she asked me to be her daughter's father. Chapter 1, Delivering Takeout, Can It Really Be Like This? Phoenix Hotel, Room 702. This is the right place. The delivery guy, Chin Hao, checked the order details on his phone one more time and confirmed the room. He then knocked on the door. He was a bit confused about this order. The Phoenix Hotel was a 5-star hotel in Yun City, a place where there should be no shortage of food. Yet, someone had still ordered takeout here. But, he thought, the world of the rich was beyond his understanding. His job was just to deliver the food. From inside, a faint response from a woman could be heard. Chin Hao pushed the door, which was slightly ajar, and walked in politely saying, "Your delivery is here." What he saw next almost made his eyes pop out. A woman was lying on the sofa, her eyes half closed, her face flushed, her clothes clearly disheveled. What the hell was going on? Chin Hao froze in place, dumbfounded. The woman noticed someone had entered, opened her eyes, saw Chin Hao, and staggered toward him. She then hugged him and slurred, "I want." Pouting, she leaned in to kiss him. Looking at her stunning face, her curvy figure, and smelling her enticing scent, Chin Hao couldn't believe his luck. Delivering takeout had turned into this kind of benefit. But as he looked at the tempting sight, he felt a reaction, and his hand instinctively reached out. However, before his hand could touch her, he pulled it back. The woman's state was clearly off. If he took advantage of her in this condition, once she woke up, she would probably have him destroyed. Anyone who could afford to stay at a 5-star hotel like this was no ordinary person. Chin Hao didn't doubt that she had the power to make him disappear. So, he held back his desire, carried her to the bathroom, and gently placed her in the tub. He turned on the cold shower. The cold water made her body tremble slightly, but soon, she began to calm down. Chin Hao swallowed hard, then quickly turned and walked out. Before leaving, he shouted, "I put the delivery on the table, don't forget to give me 5 stars." He then closed the door behind him. As soon as he left, the woman in the bathtub slowly opened her eyes, her gaze turning cold. She had been cautious, even ordering takeout to avoid being targeted, but she still fell into the trap. She got out of the bathtub, dried off, and wrapped herself in a towel. Walking to the bedroom, she picked up the phone and made a call. 3 things. First, buy me a set of clothes and deliver them to room 702 at the Phoenix Hotel. Second, pull their hotel's surveillance footage. Third. She paused, her voice suddenly turning icy. Find out who that delivery guy is, and make sure he disappears from Yun City. After leaving the Phoenix Hotel, Chin Hao continued delivering takeout on his electric bike. But his mind kept drifting back to the woman's tempting figure. She was beautiful and had the kind of body that fit his aesthetic. But soon, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. What was he thinking? Someone like her was in a completely different world. It was unlikely they would ever cross paths again. The only thing he should focus on was his job delivering food. However, things were about to take an unexpected turn. His connection with the woman was just beginning. After completing his next order, Chin Hao received a call from the station manager at the delivery service center. "Chin Hao, you've seriously damaged customer interests and received a complaint. We've terminated your relationship with the platform. You don't need to deliver this order. Your wages will be sent to your account. Goodbye." Chin Hao was stunned. What was going on? After a moment, he reacted, shouting, "Manager Liu, I've always worked diligently. I've never received a bad review. How did I damage customer interests? Please check and see if there has been a mistake." "Don't make yourself sound so noble," the manager responded coldly. "What did you do when you delivered to the Phoenix Hotel? Don't you know?" The call ended abruptly. Chin Hao stood there, phone in hand, trying to recall the details. The woman had hugged him tightly and even kissed him, but he didn't do anything wrong. In fact, he had helped her. She wasn't grateful, though she complained and got him fired. Was this how rich people behaved? He thought about confronting the woman, but after a moment, he gave up the idea. What would he do? Shout at her for a few minutes? That wouldn't help at all, and he might end up making her angry. If she decided to target him, someone from his background would never survive in Yun City. Forget it, I'll just find another job. A blind sparrow won't starve to death. Chin Hao sighed bitterly. But just as he said this, his phone buzzed with a new message. He looked at it, and the contents hit him like a ton of bricks. It was from his girlfriend. My mom said, "If you don't have enough for the down payment in a month, we're over." Chin Hao collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. He had been working hard every month, borrowing a bit here and there, and was almost ready to make the down payment. But now, with his job gone, how could he come up with the money? The thought of his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for 3 years, breaking up with him because of this woman pushed him over the edge. This was the last straw. "I'm going after that bitch. I'll get justice today." Chin Hao swore. He quickly returned to the Phoenix Hotel and headed straight to room 702 to find the woman. However, he was told by the staff that she had already checked out. Now, he was stuck. Where could he possibly find that wicked woman in this huge city? He thought for a moment, then had an idea. He found her number and dialed it. After a while, the call was answered, and a cold voice came from the other end. "I'm Su Jenning." Chin Hao gritted his teeth. He had been looking for this bitch. He suppressed his anger and tried to sound polite. "Ms. Su, I'm the delivery guy. I have some packages for you. Should I deliver them to your home?" People like her often preferred privacy and would usually have packages sent to nearby pickup locations, so he just needed to find out where to deliver it. "Sure enough," she replied indifferently, "I'm not home. Just leave them at the gate of Xinyuan Villa District." Then she hung up. Chin Hao clenched his teeth. "Bitch, you'd better wait for me." He hung up, got on his electric bike, and headed toward Xinyuan Villa District. Chapter 2, I'll Make You Cry. Chin Hao quickly arrived at the Xinyuan Villa District. As he looked at the row upon row of high-end villas, he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. He'd been delivering food in the area for a while, and he knew that anyone who could afford to live here wasn't just rich, they were probably either incredibly powerful or influential. So, if a woman lived here, she certainly wasn't simple. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a hint of hesitation crept in, but he gritted his teeth, determined to go through with it. Today, he wasn't leaving without some explanation. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he'd be suffocated by anger. He took off his delivery uniform and changed into his suit. After a quick spit and a flick of his hair, he grabbed a food delivery box and swaggered toward the entrance. After delivering food for a while, he had learned that the more upscale the neighborhood, the more arrogant the security guards became. Wearing his delivery uniform, he knew he wouldn't be allowed in. But with his suit on, it was a different story. He had done this many times before and it always worked. When he reached the entrance, he ignored the guard and walked straight in. It worked. He made his way to a corner behind one of the villas, where he planned to wait for Su Jenning to return and settle the score. Just then, a middle-aged woman came in, holding a chubby little girl. The girl, about 3 or 4 years old, was dressed in a princess dress, holding a balloon. She was jumping and playing as she skipped along. Seeing the girl's lively and adorable demeanor melted Chin Hao's heart. How nice it would be to have a little daughter like that. But quickly, a bitter smile spread across his face. His girlfriend was about to leave him because of this mess. How could he even think of something like a little daughter now? Just as he thought this, he suddenly heard a scream from upstairs. He looked up and saw a flowerpot falling straight down. The little girl, still playing with her balloon, was running right under it. The flowerpot was about to hit her head. "Nuanuan, run!" the middle-aged woman screamed. But the little girl didn't react and stood frozen. The woman screamed in panic and ran toward her, but she was too far away, and the flowerpot was about to fall on the girl's head. "Nuanuan!" the middle-aged woman screamed in despair, collapsing on the ground. But just as the tragedy seemed inevitable, Chin Hao sprang into action. He dashed forward and grabbed the little girl, pulling her out of the way just in time. However, he didn't manage to avoid the flowerpot completely. It grazed his shoulder, landing with a painful thud. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his body, but when he looked down at the little girl, who was unharmed, a smile broke out on his face. At least the child was safe. The little girl clung to him, crying, scared, woo-woo. Seeing the child cry, Chin Hao's protective instincts kicked in. He gently hugged her and whispered, "Don't be afraid, Daddy's here." "Daddy!" the little girl softly called, a smile finally breaking through her tears. Chin Hao set the little girl down, stood up, and yelled at the building, "What kind of person lets a flowerpot fall from a high floor? If you hurt someone today, you better get ready to face the consequences." But there was no response from upstairs. Finally, the middle-aged woman gathered herself and hurried over. When she saw the child was fine, she let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to Chin Hao with a grateful expression. "Thank you so much, young man. If something had happened to my child, how could I explain it to the family?" But then she noticed Chin Hao's shoulder was bleeding and immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, you're hurt. Let me take you to get that treated." "It's fine," Chin Hao waved it off. "I'll go to the clinic myself. Just make sure the child is safe and doesn't he get into any more trouble." Afterward, he left the Villard district and went to a small clinic to bandage the wound. Looking at the 50 yuan bill and the tear in his expensive suit, he almost cried. His best suit worth 300 yuan was now ruined. He had lost his job and ruined his clothes all in one go. It felt like the roof had leaked, and the storm hadn't even stopped. Thinking about how all of this was caused by Su Jining, his anger flared. After leaving the clinic, he immediately changed back into his delivery uniform and marched back toward the Villard district entrance. At that moment, his mind was focused on one thing: getting an explanation. Before he could even reach the gate, a Maserati Quattroporte rolled out of the neighborhood and stopped next to him. The window slowly rolled down. Chin Hao glanced at the driver's seat and immediately recognized the woman, Su Jining, the one who had caused him to lose his job. The sight of her made his blood boil. His eyes turned red with rage as he rushed in front of the car, blocking her way. He glared at her and yelled, "I finally found you, Su Jining. You'd better give me an explanation today, or you're not going anywhere." To his surprise, Su Jining, looking completely calm, said, "Let us talk inside the car." "Talk inside the car? Why would I be afraid of you?" Chin Hao shot back, immediately opening the passenger door and getting in. Su Jining rolled up the window. It was a scorching hot summer day, and Chin Hao was sweating like crazy outside. But once he stepped into the car, the air conditioning cooled him off instantly, and he let out a contented sigh. It felt so good. "Go ahead and speak," Su Jining said, glancing at Chin Hao. Chin Hao remembered why he was there. He turned toward her and was about to start yelling, but when he looked at her, he froze for a moment. Her natural wavy, light brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her smooth, flawless face like porcelain. She wore a white blouse and a form-fitting skirt, with black stockings that accentuated her stunning figure perfectly. Seeing the beautiful Su Jining in front of him brought back memories of what he had seen at the hotel. The fragrance of her perfume filled the car, and Chin Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. Noticing the way Chin Hao was looking at her, Su Jining's expression darkened, and she shot him a cold glare. "Speak." A powerful air of authority filled the car. Chin Hao shivered, embarrassed, but quickly recovered. He remembered that he was the victim here, not her. He wasn't afraid anymore. With renewed determination, he turned to her and shouted, "Su Jining. I was just doing my job delivering food, what's the big deal? You were in that state in your room, and I didn't take advantage of you. In fact, I even helped you sober up, didn't I? You should be thanking me. But no, instead, you complain about me for seriously damaging your interests. What interests did I damage? Tell me." As he ranted, his eyes lingered on her alluring figure, and a cold smile crossed his face. He was about to drop a bombshell that would make Su Jining lose her cool. Chapter 3, Another Rich One. Chin Hao looked at Su Jining with a cold smile and said, "Oh, I get it now. You didn't just order takeout. You were obviously looking for a man. You used the excuse of ordering food to get me to provide services, and when I didn't satisfy you, you complained about me, didn't you?" "Shut up." Su Jining couldn't tolerate Chin Hao's words any longer. She glared at him and shouted, "I won't shut up." Chin Hao, now fully enraged, shot back without any courtesy. "Su Jining, stop pretending. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll. Chin Hao was about to say, "I'll sleep with you," but his upbringing stopped him from saying such crude words. Su Jining had regained her calm and, looking at Chin Hao, spoke, "I can compensate you. How about this, you provide services for me, and I'll pay you a salary. How does 20,000 a month sound? You really want?" Chin Hao stared at Su Jining's prominent chest, unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of saliva. "Wow, this benefit is being handed to me on a silver platter. Any man would be crazy not to accept this." But then he quickly shook his head, realizing, no, absolutely not. I can't betray my girlfriend. You? Su Jining looked at him coldly. Can you speak like a normal person? This is a legitimate job. Either you agree or you leave. A legitimate job. It's not illegal, right? Qin Hao asked cautiously. He couldn't help being cautious, the salary was too high. Su Jining didn't want to waste time with Qin Hao and said directly, give me your phone number. You need to be available whenever I call. Wait, why do I feel like you're trying to seduce me? Qin Hao gave Su Jining his phone number, then nervously asked, are you sure about this? Leave, Su Jining said, clearly fed up. Okay, Qin Hao replied. Now that the work issue was settled, Su Jining was no longer an enemy but an employer. He dared not act tough, so he agreed obediently, got out of the car, and then turned to Su Jining, smiling and saying, Miss Su, could you call Station Chief Liu and ask him to withdraw the complaint? I can't afford to lose face. Millimeter. Su Jining replied impatiently. All right, goodbye. Qin Hao nodded and hurriedly closed the car door. Su Jining stepped on the gas, quickly leaving. Before long, Station Chief Liu called Qin Hao, Su Jining called again. She said she made a mistake and has withdrawn the complaint. You can continue working. Get ready for your next delivery. The call ended abruptly. Qin Hao held the phone, almost moved to tears. Su Jining, what a good person. He immediately texted his girlfriend, Dear, don't worry, within a month, I'll make sure to hand over the down payment to you. Then he stared anxiously at his phone screen, waiting for a response. But after a long time, there was no reply. He tried to come up with reasons, maybe she's busy? Just then, his phone pinged, you have a new takeout order. Qin Hao glanced at the message and muttered, happiness is earned, not just waited for. Time to make money. He got up and walked out. He went to the first noodles restaurant across from the Xinyuan community, picked up the food, and then headed back to Xinyuan. As he walked, he kept shaking his head. Xinyuan community and the first noodles restaurant were separated by just one street. It was so close that he could get there in the time it takes to fart. Yet, these rich people still ordered takeout. Were they all this lazy? But whatever, it wasn't his concern. He focused on delivering the food properly. When he reached the entrance, he realized he was still in his delivery uniform. He thought about changing into something more presentable, but then he remembered that his suit was already ruined and looked even worse. What if the security guard wouldn't let him in? Just then, the security guard waved at him with a smile, hey, come on in. From now on, you can come in freely when delivering. What? Qin Hao was stunned. When did the security guard become so friendly? The security guard smiled and said, you're the hero who saved that girl. We trust your character. Only then did Qin Hao realize what was going on. He felt a little embarrassed and said, it was nothing. Thanks. He quickly carried the food into the community. When he checked the address, it was in the same building where the girl had had her accident earlier. Without thinking much, he went straight to the elevator, took it to the 19th floor, confirmed the apartment number, and knocked on the door. Hello, your takeout. A crisp voice came from inside, the door's not locked. Come in. Qin Hao was about to push the door open but suddenly remembered the awkward situation from earlier in the afternoon. He stopped, then asked, are you sure I can come in? Have you prepared everything? There was a brief pause in the woman's voice before she smiled and said, I'm ready. You can come in now. Qin Hao suddenly realized how flirtatious that sounded. He pushed the door open and saw a girl sitting in a wheelchair in the living room. The girl looked about 20 years old, with a ponytail. Her face was delicate and smooth like porcelain, though slightly pale. She was dressed in loose loungewear, sitting in the wheelchair like a quietly blooming snow lotus, exuding an ethereal aura. Qin Hao now understood why the girl had ordered takeout so close to her building. It was because she couldn't move around easily. He quickly opened the takeout, placed it in front of the girl, and said thoughtfully, it's still hot, eat it while it's warm. Millimeter, thank you. The girl smiled and nodded. Her face lit up with two charming dimples, and her voice was sweet and crisp, like pearls falling into a jade plate. The girl took the food and began eating elegantly. Qin Hao was about to leave and pick up his next order, but, seeing that the girl had difficulty moving, he stayed, waiting for her to finish eating. Afterward, he helped clean up the utensils and smiled as he said goodbye. Remember to leave a 5-star review. He turned to leave. Don't go. The girl suddenly called out urgently, can you stay and keep me company? I'm all alone, it's so lonely. This. Seeing the girl's pleading expression, Jin Hao's heart softened. He was about to agree, but then he hesitated. His girlfriend was still waiting for him to earn the down payment. The girl clearly saw his hesitation and quickly added, don't worry, I won't make you stay for nothing. I can give you a tip. With that, she took out a stack of bills from a bag. Is 10,000 enough? Then she took out another stack, or maybe 20,000. Jin Hao was speechless. He worked tirelessly, up before dawn and back after dusk, and after a month of hard work, he might earn 8,000 at most. But to her, money seemed like nothing, just like toilet paper, easily thrown away. 2,000, just like that. It made him realize the gap between people. Looking into the girl's almost pleading eyes, Jin Hao completely surrendered. Chapter 4, Let me massage you. Jin Hao smiled and said, all right, I won't take your money. I'll stay and keep you company. Thank you, bro. The girl's face lit up with a happy smile, and she spoke sweetly. No need to thank me, I'm just like Lei Feng. Jin Hao said playfully before walking over, looking confused, and asking, your leg? The girl pointed to her left leg and smiled, I fell while hiking and broke my leg, but it's almost healed now. Jin Hao nodded, pushing the wheelchair over to the floor-to-ceiling window. When you're feeling better, you should sit by the window and get some sun. It'll help your recovery. Looking at the several flower pots inside the room, Jin Hao thought of the incident with falling objects and commented, by the way, these flower pots should be kept inside, not on the balcony. Just recently, someone's flower pot fell and almost hit a little girl. Upon hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed in the girl's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Where are your family members? You're immobile, and there's no one here to take care of you. Jin Hao asked. My mom and dad are divorced, and my dad is busy. The only person here is the housekeeper, but she went out to buy something. I'm so lonely, so I wanted you to stay with me, the girl murmured, a trace of sadness in her eyes. I see, Jin Hao said, his heart filled with sympathy. He quickly reassured her, it's okay, you'll recover soon, and then you'll be able to go outside and enjoy the beauty of flowers and scenery. A moment later, he added with a smile, by the way, I learned a bit of massage back in school. I can help you with some blood circulation to aid your recovery. Really? Then please, brother, I'm counting on you. The girl said cheerfully. Jin Hao squatted in front of her, gently lifting her left leg and placing his hands on her ankle, starting to massage. My name is Jin Hao. You can call me by my name, he said as he massaged. Millimeter, okay. I'm Lu Shui. Lu Shui nodded and introduced herself. Jin Hao nodded and continued massaging gently. Lu Shui's skin was flawless, smooth and delicate to the touch, full of elasticity. At first, Jin Hao was just focused on the massage and didn't think much of it. However, when he reached Lu Shui's delicate feet, she let out a soft gasp. Jin Hao immediately stopped, concerned. Lu Shui, did I hurt you? No. Lu Shui shook her head, her face flushed. There was an unmistakable hint of shyness on her delicate face. Jin Hao realized what had happened, his face also turning red as he quickly pulled his hands back. As the saying goes, a man's head, a woman's feet, something to look at, but not to touch. Jin Hao continued massaging Lu Shui's legs, and half an hour later, he looked at her and said, Lu Shui, I think we should stop here for today. I still have to deliver more takeout. He quickly got up, preparing to leave. However, before he could take 2 steps, Lu Shui called out to him. Jin Hao, take this 10,000 yuan. I'm very satisfied with your company today. Jin Hao hurriedly shook his head. Lu Shui, I didn't do anything. I can't take this money. Take it. Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed to ask you for help again in the future. Lu Shui insisted. In the end, Jin Hao couldn't refuse her enthusiasm and reluctantly accepted the 20,000 yuan. Smiling, he said, this is your commission from me. I'll be at your service anytime in the future. All right. Lu Shui smiled and nodded, and Jin Hao left. Once outside, Jin Hao immediately transferred the 20,000 yuan to his girlfriend's account. Then, he called her with excitement, saying, "Dear, I've transferred the last 25,000 for the down payment. We can go and book the house tomorrow when you're free." He eagerly waited for his girlfriend's joyful response. But to his surprise, a cold, indifferent voice came from the phone. "I'm busy at work right now. We'll talk about it in a few days." With that, the call ended abruptly. Chin Hao was stunned. A wave of disappointment washed over him, but he quickly shook it off and started coming up with excuses for her. She had mentioned that this period was crucial for her promotion, so it was normal that she was busy with work. Once she got promoted, they could buy the house, get married, and start their happy life together. With that thought, Chin Hao smiled and whistled as he continued delivering food. He didn't return home until 10 p.m., exhausted. After a quick wash, he collapsed onto his bed. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he heard squeaking noises coming from the next room. He remembered the couple living next door, and what was happening there was pretty obvious. Chin Hao grimaced. The soundproofing in these rooms was terrible, and he was always kept awake until after midnight because of the noise. He put on his Bluetooth headphones to avoid further disturbance. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Su Jianing's large villa. A look of envy appeared on his face. A house like hers must be quiet at night. There probably wouldn't be anyone disturbing him. If only he could sleep there just once, it would be so nice. The next moment, he chuckled and shook his head. What am I doing, daydreaming? But soon, he realized he wasn't dreaming, it was actually about to become reality. Chapter 5. Are we going to sleep together? At this time, his phone rang urgently. Chin Hao thought it was his girlfriend calling him, so he quickly pressed the Bluetooth headset to answer the call and shouted excitedly, "Honey, do you miss me?" But there was no sound on the phone. What's going on? Is it a harassing call? Chin Hao picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID in confusion. The next moment, he couldn't help but swear. Fuck. The caller was not his girlfriend, nor was it a harassing call, but Su Jianing. Now she is the sponsor who holds the power of life and death over him, so how dare he offend her? So Chin Hao quickly said with a smile. "Oh, Miss Su, I really didn't know it was you, otherwise I wouldn't dare to speak without restraint anyway. Call me President Su." Su Jianing's cold voice rang on the phone. Chin Hao secretly despised him in his heart. "You are prostitute, and you are President Su. You are nothing. She is now the sponsor. Let alone calling her President Su, she has to agree to calling him Auntie." So he quickly changed his words. "Boss Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Come to my house now, immediately, right now." Su Jianing's tone was not a negotiation at all, but an unquestionable order. "I'm not saying this, sister, it's almost 12 o'clock now, is it appropriate for you to let me go to your house?" "Hello, hello." Chin Hao shouted hurriedly, but before he finished speaking, the phone rang with a beep of hanging up. Chin Hao's forehead was immediately black. Isn't this too overbearing? Forget it, she is the sponsor, the breadwinner, just go. He got up, dressed and got out of bed, ready to go outside. But he soon realized that this woman asked him to go in the middle of the night, and a man and a woman were alone in the same room. What would happen at that time? He could imagine it with his toes. Chin Hao finally understood that after talking for a long time, this woman was still greedy for his meat. He didn't want to go, but when he thought that this woman could take away his job with just one word, he was still afraid. With a helpless sigh, he left the room and went downstairs, then rode his Fergana horse towards Su Jianing's house. Chin Hao rode his bike while thinking wildly, if he went there, this woman would ask him for sex directly. What should he do? Thinking of this, the beautiful scene of Su Jianing's fair skin and big breasts appeared in his mind again, and his whole body was numb as if he had been electrocuted. But soon, he thought of his girlfriend, and he immediately became firm. He couldn't let his girlfriend down, so he made up his mind that no matter how Su Jianing seduced him tonight, he would never give in. He must persuade her with reason and emotion, and move her morally. Yes, that's it. Chin Hao rode his electric bike and quickly arrived at the gate of Xinyuan Villa. He was worrying about how to get in, but the security guard came to greet him with a smile. "Hero, hurry in. As I said, you can come and go as you please here in the future." Chin Hao thanked the security guard and rode into the villa area. He soon arrived at villa number 7 and saw Su Jianing standing at the door, looking into the distance. Seeing Chin Hao coming, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Hurry up and follow me in, quick." After saying that, she turned around and left. Chin Hao was stunned. Damn, so anxious. Although he couldn't resist Su Jianing's beauty, his determination for his girlfriend still made him stop. Looking at Su Jianing's back, he swallowed and said, "Mr. Su, I don't sell my body, really." "You?" Su Jianing turned around suddenly, stared at Chin Hao and said with gritted teeth, "Is your mind filled with pig manure all day long?" Looking at Su Jianing's expression, Chin Hao also felt that he was overthinking, but why did he call him over in the middle of the night? He looked at Su Jianing and was about to ask, but at this time a little girl ran out of the villa, saw him and shouted excitedly, "Dad." Then she ran over happily, hugged his legs, and refused to let go. Nuan. Seeing this soft little girl, Chin Hao's heart was melted. He bent down and hugged the little girl, smiling and said, "Little darling, why don't you sleep so late?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jianing beside him gritted his teeth and said, "Because you lied to her that you are her father, she has to wait for her father to come before she goes to sleep, understand?" "I was just joking, but I didn't expect the child to take it seriously." Chin Hao smiled bitterly, but soon reacted and stared at Su Jianing and shouted, "This is a matter between me and the child. What does it have to do with you? Why are you so anxious?" Su Jianing looked at Chin Hao and said word by word, "Nuan is my child, and I am her mother." Fuck. Chin Hao couldn't help but swear when he heard it. What a coincidence. "Explain to the child now and let her go back to sleep, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Su Jianing looked at Chin Hao and said coldly. Chin Hao realized that Su Jianing summoned him in the middle of the night not for sex, but for her child. Thinking that he had indeed done something unkind, Chin Hao did not argue with Su Jianing. He hugged Nuan and said with a smile, "Child, uncle is just joking with you. Actually, I am not your father. Go back to bed quickly. You have to go to school tomorrow." "No, you are the father." Nuan hugged Chin Hao tightly and shouted childishly. Su Jianing came over, frowned at Nuan and said, "Uncle has already said that he is not your father. Stop making trouble, be obedient, and go back to bed quickly." "No, he is my father, that's it." Nuan hugged Chin Hao and burst into tears. "You?" Su Jianing was so angry, but she was helpless in front of her own child. At this time, the middle-aged woman, the child's nanny, came over and looked at Su Jianing and said, "Boss Su, this gentleman saved the child today, so the child will be attached to him. This is normal. Or don't worry about it, just find a godfather for the child. Don't let the child cry, it's heartbreaking." Su Jianing sighed and said, "Okay, he is your father, okay, go back to sleep." But Nuan's next sentence made her explode instantly. Nuan held the hands of the two and shouted happily, "Mom, Xiaopang and the others sleep with their parents in their arms at night. I have never let you hug me since I was a child. Tonight I want to let my parents hug me and sleep together." "Sleep together?" Su Jianing was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, staring at Nuan and yelled, "No, if you make trouble here again, I will beat you, believe it or not." After saying that, he raised his hand. "Dad!" Nuan screamed and threw herself into Chin Hao's arms, crying out of breath. "Don't cry, Dad is here." Chin Hao quickly hugged Nuan and comforted her softly, then turned his head and glared at Su Jianing and shouted, "What's the big deal? Is it necessary to yell at the child like this?" Su Jianing was so angry that her nose was crooked. To be honest, how big of a deal is this? At this time, the words of the middle-aged woman next to her completely broke down all of Su Jianing's defenses. The middle-aged woman sighed and said, "Mr. Su, the child has just recovered from pneumonia. If he cries again, I'm really worried that the disease will relapse, which will be troublesome." After hearing this, Su Jianing completely lost his temper and was led by Nuan's finger back to the bedroom. Looking at the beautiful lady in front of him, Chin Hao's heart suddenly jumped. They are going to sleep together. Chapter 6. Who can bear this? Mom and Dad are going to sleep. Nuan held the two people's fingers and shouted happily, "Okay, let's go to bed now." Chin Hao agreed with a smile, picked up Nuan and sat directly on the bed. As soon as Chin Hao entered the room, Su Jianing smelled a strong smell of sweat, which made Su Jianing, who loved cleanliness to the point of being a germaphobe, unbearable. She was about to get angry, but she had to suppress her anger because she was concerned about Nuan. But when she saw Chin Hao sitting directly on the white bed sheet, leaving a black butt mark. She could no longer bear it and glared at Chin Hao and yelled, "Go take a shower first." After saying that, she turned around and never looked at Chin Hao again. She was really afraid that she would vomit directly. But Chin Hao clearly misunderstood Su Jianing's meaning. He looked up at Su Jianing's enchanting back and his eyes suddenly lit up. According to the conventional plot, after taking a shower, it's time to go to bed. It seems that Su Jianing is going to be serious tonight. Thinking of this, Chin Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt uncomfortable for a short time. It would be hard for any man to refuse to have a chance with such a beautiful woman, not to mention Chin Hao. But he soon thought of his girlfriend, and the impulse receded like a tide. He blushed and said awkwardly, "Mr. Su, this is not good, right?" Su Jianing could no longer bear it, and suddenly turned around and glared at Chin Hao and roared angrily, "You know it's not good, then why are you teasing the child? Why did you say you are her father?" I was not joking," Chin Hao said a little embarrassedly. "How can you make such a joke? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Su Jianing could no longer bear it, and angrily rebuked him. Chin Hao was about to refute, but at this time, Nuan cried, "Mom and Dad, don't quarrel, I'm afraid, woo-woo." A simple sentence, like the most effective fire extinguisher, instantly extinguished the anger of the two, and both of them were silent. Chin Hao turned around obediently and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Not long after, he came out. Su Jianing looked up and was immediately furious. "I saw Chin Hao, and she took out her pajamas. You bastard, how could you do this? How could you wear my clothes? No, my clothes are dirty. If I put them on after taking a shower, what's the difference between that and not taking a shower? Also, there are no other clothes in the bathroom. If I don't wear yours, whose else can I wear?" Seeing Chin Hao's confident look, Su Jianing suddenly wanted to stab him directly. But looking at Nuan lying on the bed, she still suppressed her anger and roared, "Aren't there other bathrobes in there? Will I die if I wear them? You asked me to wear it this time." Chin Hao repeated, turned back to the bathroom, and came out quickly. Su Jianing's lungs almost exploded when she saw it. He was wearing the pink bathrobe that she had changed out of yesterday. "Forget it, just treat it as a dog." Su Jianing tried to comfort herself. At this time, Chin Hao went over and lay outside Nuan. Su Jianing felt sick to death when she saw this guy lying on her bed, but for the sake of the child, she tried to bear it. Forget it, when the child fell asleep, she would let him go directly, otherwise she would be sick to death. But Nuan was in a very good mood today. She played until 1 o'clock in the morning and fell asleep. Chin Hao saw the child fall asleep, and his heart was pounding. Is Su Jianing going to attack him next? What should he do if she forces herself on him? But while he was thinking about it, he heard Su Jianing's cold voice ringing in his ears, "You can leave. Let me go." Chin Hao was stunned. Is this different from what he thought? What does Su Jianing mean? Hasn't she always wanted to eat him? Is she pretending to be reserved now? He was in a daze when Su Jianing's cold voice sounded again, "I asked you to leave, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Looking at Su Jianing's cold eyes, Chin Hao realized that this woman was obviously in a bad mood tonight, and it seemed that nothing could happen tonight. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of loss in his heart, and then gently pulled out his fingers from Nuan's hand, and prepared to get up and get out of bed. But as soon as he pulled out his fingers, Nuan woke up instantly, looking at him and burst into tears. "Dad is gone, Nuan is a child without a father again, woo-woo. Child, don't cry, Dad won't leave. Chin Hao took advantage of the situation and lay down next to Nuan again, then looked at Su Jianing with an angry face, holding a chicken feather as a command. "It's not that I don't want to leave, it's the child who won't let me leave, I can't do anything about it." Su Jianing was immediately angry. "You don't want to leave, right? Then I'll leave." After saying that, he got up directly and prepared to leave. But Nuan held her finger and cried out of breath, "No, I just want Mom and Dad to sleep together, Mom is not allowed to leave, no, woo-woo." "Su Jianing, the child has just recovered from pneumonia, do you want to let the child's condition relapse? I tell you I will never agree to this." Chin Hao stared at Su Jianing and shouted angrily, then hugged Nuan tightly and comforted softly. "Don't worry, child, Dad won't leave, Mom won't leave." Su Jianing's lungs almost exploded. How could she look at herself as a stepmother, and he became the biological father? But she was also worried about the child's health, and she didn't dare to leave abruptly, so she had to lie down again with a suffocated face. Not long after, Nuan fell asleep. Su Jining tried to pull out the finger she was holding tightly, but just when she pulled it out halfway, Nuan suddenly woke up and cried again. Qin Hao glared at Su Jining and yelled, "Su Jining, don't you see what time it is? You are still making trouble. You are not going to let the child sleep, right? Damn it." Su Jining had already cursed Qin Hao's ancestors in his heart. "Do you think I want to make trouble? But with a scum like you next to me, how can I sleep?" But seeing Nuanuan's tearful look, Su Jining was completely defeated. She turned off the lights directly and lay there helplessly, not daring to make trouble again. She was also afraid that the child's illness would relapse. Although it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Jining lay there, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. How could she sleep with Qin Hao, the stinky hooligan, lying next to her? She couldn't sleep, and Qin Hao couldn't sleep even more. There was a big beauty lying next to her, who could sleep. He turned his head and looked at Su Jining. "The moonlight tonight is very good." The bright moonlight shines through the window onto Su Jining's body, covering her with a faint glow. A head of curly hair piled up on the velvet pillow like clouds, showing laziness. A pretty face, covered by the moonlight, is even smoother and smoother. She lies on her back, and her beautiful figure looks even more abrupt and well-proportioned. In his mind, the scenery he saw in the hotel during the day instantly emerged. Smelling the refreshing fragrance in the room, Qin Hao's whole body suddenly ignited a blazing fire. Chapter 7: The difficulties posed by his girlfriend. Qin Hao almost couldn't control himself, but in the end he suppressed the impulse in his heart. He couldn't let his girlfriend down. Not long after, he fell asleep directly because he was so sleepy. He fell asleep, but Su Jining couldn't fall asleep no matter what. A nearly stranger man suddenly appeared next to him. Who else could fall asleep? She stayed up until 5 o'clock in the morning, and she couldn't bear it anymore, so she fell asleep in a daze. But before she fell asleep, a woman's coquettish voice sounded next to her. "Honey, get up, honey, get up." What the hell? Su Jining woke up suddenly, looked around in panic, but saw that Qin Hao had already gotten up, and said apologetically, "Sorry, the alarm clock rang, disturbing your sleep." That was the sound of his girlfriend calling him to get up, and he used it as an alarm clock. "Turn down the ringtone in the future," Su Jining said coldly, but soon realized that there could be no future, otherwise she would be driven crazy. Seeing Qin Hao get up and prepare to leave, Nuan woke up and pulled his arm and shouted, "Dad, I want you to take me to school today. Dad has to go to work," Qin Hao said with some embarrassment. He also likes this little girl and wants to accompany her, but he still has to make money to live. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Jining next to him said coldly, "What work? Have you forgotten the employment relationship between us? From today on, you are responsible for picking up Nuan from school and can't be delayed at any time. Do you understand?" Yesterday Nuan made a fuss and said that other children have fathers to pick them up, but she doesn't. The child said that she doesn't have a father, so she made a fuss and insisted on having her father pick her up. Su Jining was worrying about this matter, but she met Qin Hao. After what happened yesterday, she felt that Qin Hao had good character, so she wanted to hire him to pretend to be the child's father and pick her up from school. Although things were the same as she expected, she never expected that this guy would take the opportunity to lie on her bed. Thinking of his greedy eyes last night, Su Jining felt disgusted. She even wanted to end their employment relationship and let Qin Hao go directly, but seeing Nuanuan's attachment to Qin Hao, she shook her head helplessly. "Forget it, let's do this first, and find a way to persuade Nuanuan in the evening." After hearing Su Jining's words, Qin Hao's eyes widened. "You hired me just for this?" Looking at Qin Hao's obscene eyes, Su Jining wanted to hit him again. After breakfast, Su Jining directly pulled Qin Hao to buy him a set of clothes. Looking at the shopping receipts of hundreds of thousands, Qin Hao was so moved that he almost cried. He looked at Su Jining and said in a hoarse voice, "Boss Qin, you are so good to me, thank you." But Su Jining's words made him feel nothing instantly. "You think too much. I just don't want you to wear a takeaway uniform to send the child and let him be ridiculed. So that's it." Qin Hao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "So embarrassed." Back home, Nuanuan looked at Qin Hao who had changed his clothes, clapped her hands and said happily, "Wow, Dad is so handsome." "That's right, Dad has a good foundation." Qin Hao shamelessly boasted about himself, showing off a bodybuilding action, looking at Su Jining from the corner of his eyes, like a peacock spreading its tail to court. But Su Jining's reaction embarrassed him instantly. Because Su Jining didn't even look at him, and said coldly, "Can you drive?" "I have a driver's license," Chin Hao said quickly. Su Jining threw a bunch of keys over. "Drive the Audi outside to pick up the kids in the future, don't ride your broken electric bike anymore. Okay, you?" Upgrading from a two-wheeler to a four-wheeler was what Chin Hao had always dreamed of, so he happily took the keys and agreed. He didn't see that Su Jining's eyes were full of contempt. Su Jining drove his Maserati President in front of Chin Hao and rushed to the school. First, to let Chin Hao get familiar with the route, and second, to supervise him in sending the kids. When they arrived at the school gate, Nuan took Chin Hao's hand and walked towards the school happily. When she saw the kids at the gate, she proudly introduced them. "Look, I have a dad. Today, my dad sent me to school." Looking at the child's cheerful look, Su Jining smiled, but the next moment his eyes turned red. He owed the child too much. At this moment, her phone rang urgently. She picked up the phone and listened for a while, her face suddenly full of anger. "Sure enough, that bastard drugged me. Okay, I know, I will deal with it myself." After that, he started the car and left. After sending Nuan to school, Chin Hao had nothing to do. At this moment, his mobile phone notification sounded. "You have a new takeaway order." Chin Hao pondered. The child went to school, so he was fine. He took the opportunity to deliver a few more orders and make more money. He could buy a house and marry his girlfriend earlier and live a shameless life. Thinking of this, he turned around and got in the car to pick up the takeaway. He went directly to a high-end community and walked in with a swagger. Seeing him driving an Audi sedan, wearing a brand name, and looking like a successful person, the gate guard didn't dare to stop him. Chin Hao instantly felt so happy. But he soon realized that the clothes and the car were assigned to him by Su Jining to pick up the children, but he used them for private work. This was clearly using the public car for private purposes. Su Jining would definitely be unhappy if she knew about it. So he parked the car, changed into his own takeaway clothes, rode the electric car, and rushed through the streets and alleys. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chin Hao, who was finally free, picked up the phone and called his girlfriend while eating instant noodles. "Dear, are you free? Let's meet." Although they were in the same city, his girlfriend was always busy. They hadn't seen each other for half a month. He really missed his girlfriend. But the woman's impatient voice rang on the phone. "I'm going to work soon, how can I be free?" "Oh, so, then contact me when you are free, and we will meet. I really miss you." Chin Hao's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he still said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the impatient voice of a woman came from the phone again. "My mother said that my brother needs a gift of 288,000 yuan to meet his girlfriend. You need to prepare 300,000 yuan for me within 3 days. When Chin Hao heard this, he immediately shouted, Yarn, I gave you all the money for the down payment yesterday. How can I have money now? You are making things difficult for me." A cold snort sounded on the phone. "I am making things difficult for you. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you in the future." "No, Yarn, listen to me." Chin Hao wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the other party in a cold voice. "I don't want to hear your explanation. Just one sentence, bring 300,000 yuan and I agree to get married. Without money, you and I will go our separate ways." After the voice fell, there was a bang on the phone, followed by a beeping sound of hanging up. Chin Hao froze in place with his eyes wide open while holding the phone. Where can he get 300,000 yuan in 3 days? Chapter 8. She is so rich. Thinking about the past few years, his girlfriend always asked him for money for various reasons, endlessly, and he even felt that the only relationship between him and his girlfriend was money. At that moment, he felt exhausted and even wanted to give up, but when he thought about his future life without his girlfriend, his heart suddenly became empty. After 3 years of passionate love, he really couldn't bear to let go. Thinking about his favorite woman, who would be like other men in the future, his heart suddenly felt as if a knife was stabbed. He would never allow this to happen. "If you don't have money, then lend it." He first thought of Su Jining, but when he thought of the other party's cold look, he immediately lost his temper. This person looked cold-blooded and ruthless. How could he lend him 300,000 yuan? While worrying, he suddenly thought of Lu Shui. This girl looked rich and kind, and if he borrowed money from her, she might agree. But the next moment he felt it was inappropriate. He just ordered a takeaway once, and he went to borrow money. He couldn't open his mouth anyway. Just when he was in a dilemma, the phone prompted again. You have a new takeaway order. Chin Hao picked up the phone and his eyes lit up instantly. That address, that last name, it was clearly Lu Shui. Chin Hao was ecstatic. This was really a pillow for someone to send him when he was dozing off. He hurried to Xinyuan Community, got the noodles from the noodle restaurant opposite, rushed into Xinyuan Community, and then came to Lu Shui's door, pushed open the half-open door and went in. Looking at Lu Shui sitting in a wheelchair, Chin Hao hurried over to open the takeaway box, put it in front of her and said, Lu Shui, it's past 2 o'clock, why are you ordering takeaway now? Aren't you hungry? I'm afraid of delaying your farewell orders and affecting your earnings. Lu Shui said considerately. A simple sentence directly touched the softest part of Chin Hao's heart, and he was stunned for a moment. I have been in love with my girlfriend for 3 years, and it seems that she has never been so considerate to me. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Chin Hao in a daze, Lu Shui asked hurriedly. No, no. Chin Hao reacted and shook his head quickly. By the way, Lu Shui, when it's time to eat, just call to order takeout, don't starve yourself. Oh no, it's not good to eat takeout often. When it's time to eat, I'll cook for you. Okay. Lu Shui smiled sweetly. After Lu Shui finished her meal, Chin Hao put away the dishes and chopsticks. Lu Shui looked at him and said quickly. Chin Hao, don't leave, give me another massage, okay? After you massaged me yesterday, I felt warm and comfortable. After that, a blush appeared on her pretty face. It works, okay, then I'll continue to massage you. Chin Hao went over, squatted in front of Lu Shui, and put her left foot on his leg. Rubbing the delicate and elastic skin, Chin Hao's heart suddenly swayed, her legs, so beautiful. But he turned his head quickly. The scenery was beautiful, but it had nothing to do with him. His girlfriend's business was the real business, and borrowing money was the real business. He was hesitating about how to start, when Lu Shui blushed and hummed. Chin Hao quickly stopped his hand, looked at her and asked with concern, Lu Shui, are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Shui blushed and said, I want to go to the bathroom. Oh, so, I'll help you. Chin Hao said with a smile, and pushed the wheelchair to the door of the bathroom. Lu Shui stepped on the ground with one foot, supported the wheelchair with both hands, and got up with difficulty, but her body swayed and she almost fell. Chin Hao hurried over, hugged Lu Shui's slender waist, put one of her arms on his shoulders, and said considerately, Lu Shui, let me help you. Chin Hao helped Lu Shui into the bathroom, went over to open the toilet lid, then picked up Lu Shui and put her on the toilet, and then turned around to leave. Looking at Chin Hao's considerate care, Lu Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. What a considerate boy. After she finished, she put on her clothes, let Chin Hao in, and carried her to the wheelchair. He really wanted to ask Lu Shui how she solved these problems when she was alone at home. But this was her private matter after all, and it was not good to ask too much. Finally, he gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. Lu Shui, I'm in trouble now and need 300,000 yuan. Can you lend it to me? After saying this, he realized that he was abrupt. She just ordered 2 takeout meals, which had almost nothing to do with him. How could she give him 300,000 yuan? So he blushed and said, Oh, I was just talking casually. If I don't have it, forget it. But Lu Shui shook her head and said, I have it. After that, she took out her mobile phone from her pocket and looked at Chin Hao. Chin Hao, send me your account number, I will transfer it to you right away. A few minutes later, looking at the extra 300,000 yuan in the account, Chin Hao still couldn't believe his eyes. Lu Shui actually transferred 300,000 yuan to him. It took him a long time to react. He looked at Lu Shui and shouted excitedly. Lu Shui, you helped me a lot. Thank you. I will come to cook dinner for you in the evening after I finish the work. After saying that, he turned around and ran outside in a hurry. When he got outside, he was just about to call his girlfriend to tell her that he had received 300,000 yuan and they could talk about getting married. But think about it, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she is at work, and she can't come out even if he calls her. Forget it, just go directly and wait for her to get off work, and then give her a surprise. At this moment, the reminder sound of the takeaway order sounded again. He looked at the address and laughed immediately. It was the Chaoyang community where his girlfriend rented, and it was separated from his girlfriend's residence by 2 buildings. This job is really convenient. Chin Hao, who was in a good mood, whistled, went to pick up the meal, and then rushed to Chaoyang Community. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the heat was unbearable. The trees on the roadside were drooping and listless. Chin Hao was almost sunburned, but when he thought of his girlfriend's words that they could get married as long as he got 300,000 yuan, his heart suddenly felt like eating a popsicle, and a cool feeling came. The 4-year love marathon can finally have a result. Chapter 9. I Must Kill You Today. Chin Hao felt ashamed when he thought about the fact that he had been in love for 4 years but had never even touched his girlfriend's hand. He was too honest. But he soon comforted himself that he would be his own in the morning and evening, and he was enjoying his dinner. Half an hour later, Chin Hao arrived at Chaoyang Community. Chaoyang Community is a relatively luxurious residential area nearby, and the monthly rent is 5,000 yuan. In order to save money, Chin Hao lived in a place that was worse than a doghouse, but he paid the 5,000 yuan rent for his girlfriend without hesitation. No matter how poor you are, you can't let your girlfriend suffer, and no matter how hard you are, you can't let your wife suffer. Chin Hao entered Chaoyang Community and came to building number 6. He glanced at the direction of building number 4 where his girlfriend lived, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. After delivering this takeaway, he went to wait for his girlfriend. When she came back, he would give her a big surprise, and she would definitely give him a romantic night. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt hot all over. Chin Hao suppressed his excitement and came to the 5th floor, knocking on the door of room 501. "Hello, your takeaway has arrived." "Wait." An impatient voice came from the room, followed by a blushing voice. Chin Hao blushed. It was like this in broad daylight, so shameless. But it was none of his business. But he soon realized that he had thought too much. It was really none of his business. At this time, a woman's shouting came from the room, and soon it became quiet. The woman's voice sounded very familiar to Chin Hao. Why did it sound a bit like his girlfriend's voice? But he soon shook his head. His girlfriend was at work. What was he thinking about? At this time, a man's laughter was faintly heard in the room. "Are you hungry? I'll go get the takeaway. Oh, by the way, do you think it was your delivery boy boyfriend who delivered the meal? If he saw us in this situation, what do you think would happen?" Then a woman's disdainful voice came. "Break up if you bump into us. What's the big deal? You think I care about a stinky delivery boy? I like elites like you. As for him, if he can't be an ATM, I would have kicked him out long ago." "Har har, I'm kidding. How could it be such a coincidence? I'll go get the takeaway." Then came the man's laughter and the sound of footsteps. But when Chin Hao heard the woman's voice, he was like being struck by lightning, and his head was buzzing. This time he heard it clearly. It was the voice of his girlfriend Wu Qianyang. At this time, the door of the room opened, and a man wearing only shorts and a pair of glasses appeared at the door. He looked at him lazily and said, "Where's the takeaway?" With the last glimmer of hope, Chin Hao pushed the man away and rushed into the suite inside. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chin Hao was completely frozen. Seeing a woman leaning on the bed, almost naked. Looking at the situation in front of him, Chin Hao knew what happened with his toes. He looked up at the woman's face. The moment he saw the woman's face clearly, he felt as if he was hit on the head by a club, and the world was spinning, and he almost fainted on the ground. This woman was the girlfriend he thought about day and night, cared for like a baby, and even fantasized about marrying her home to accompany him for the rest of his life, Wu Qianyang. Wu Qianyang also saw Chin Hao, screamed, and quickly pulled the bed sheet to cover her body. At this time, the man with glasses rushed over, stared at Chin Hao and roared angrily. "You stinky takeout, you actually broke into my room, and dared to look around. Believe it or not, I will dig out your eyes. I'll fucking kill you." Chin Hao, who was almost exploding, roared, turned around suddenly, punched the man with glasses in the face, knocked him to the ground, and then rode on him and bombarded him. The man was not as strong as Chin Hao, and he couldn't break free at all. He was beaten black and blue, and screamed. Wu Qianyang, who was on the bed, so that the man with glasses was at a disadvantage, and didn't bother to put on clothes. He jumped off the bed directly, grabbed Chin Hao's hair and pulled it back hard, knocking Chin Hao to the ground, and the man with glasses was able to get away. Wu Qianyang looked at the man with glasses and screamed, "He's the stinky delivery guy. He's crazy. Run." The man with glasses, who was originally dissatisfied, felt guilty after hearing Wu Qianyang's words. Looking at Chin Hao's bloodshot eyes, he also became afraid. He grabbed his clothes and ran outside, shouting in a weak voice, "Wait for me, kid. I won't beat you in vain." He disappeared soon. "Fuck, I'm going to kill you." Chin Hao got up from the ground, grabbed a stool, and was about to rush out, but Wu Qianyang had already rushed over, closed the door, and then leaned against the door, staring at Chin Hao and shouting angrily, "Enough, have you had enough?" Chin Hao stood there, looking at Wu Qianyang, his eyes bloodshot, panting, "Bitch, I look for you all day long, and you are always busy. I hope you are busy with others and go to bed with them." "I am busy with others, so what? Do you still want me to be your wife in the future? Wake up!" Wu Qianyang shouted with her neck stiff, "You are just a stinky delivery man. You can't give me the life I want, and I will never be with you for a lifetime. Understand?" Looking at this woman, Chin Hao couldn't react at all. In his mind, she was as pure as a goddess, but how could she be such a slut in reality? He suppressed his anger and said in a trembling voice, "Since you don't like me and don't want to be with me, you can tell me earlier, why are you still hanging on me and sleeping with other men behind my back?" Halfway through, he remembered Wu Qianyang's shameless words just now, and suddenly understood, and laughed bitterly. "By the way, you just said that you still want to treat me as a cheap ATM." Hearing Chin Hao mention money, Wu Qianyang hurriedly said, "Chin Hao, I tell you, the money is all your voluntary gift, don't expect me to return you a penny." At this time, hearing that this woman is still calculating, Chin Hao is so angry that his lungs are almost. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want the money anymore. Just treat it as feeding the dog." Hearing Chin Hao's words, Wu Qianyang's eyes lit up, and then he said vigilantly, "Chin Hao, I tell you clearly, don't think that I will still like you like this, it's impossible, you will never hit on me again in the future." "I hit on you." Chin Hao stared at Wu Qianyang, gritted his teeth and said, "Why? Because you are shameless. I tell you, even if you beg me in the future, I won't look at you even once. It's really shameless, bar." After saying that, he slammed the stool to the ground, and the stool was broken into pieces. "You?" Hearing Chin Hao speak so rudely, Wu Qianyang was so angry that he couldn't speak. But Chin Hao was unceremoniously retorted, "What do you mean by you? Listen to me, you don't need to break up, I will kick you out today. Also, listen to me, I will definitely avenge you two for being cuckolds today, I will make you pay back tenfold or 100-fold. After saying that, he pushed Wu Qianyang away, opened the door and left angrily. Chapter 10 Chin Hao's revenge arrived outside Chaoyang community. Chin Hao's head was on the battery car, trembling all over. For years of love marathon, the love and happiness he had been pursuing, he didn't expect this to be the result. Thinking of the scene in the room just now, he felt like someone was twisting his heart with a knife, it hurt so much. The weather in June is like a child's face, changing at any time. It was still sunny just now, but soon it was cloudy, lightning and thunder, and bin-sized raindrops fell crackling, and soon it turned into a heavy rain. Chin Hao lay motionless on the electric bike, letting the heavy rain wash over him. After an unknown amount of time, his phone vibrated a few times. Chin Hao picked up the phone woodenly and saw that it was a text message from Su Jining. "Where are you?" Chin Hao suddenly realized that it was time to pick up Nuan. He endured the discomfort and rode the electric bike in the rain towards the Angel Kindergarten. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could not break his promise to Su Jining since he had promised to pick up the child. But when he arrived at the Angel Kindergarten, he did not see Nuan. He was getting anxious, but Nuan's happy voice rang out not far away. "Dad." Chin Hao turned around and saw Nuan sitting in the Maserati President car, waving and shouting happily at him. Chin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, hurried over, looked at Nuan, and said embarrassedly, Nuan, Dad was a little late today, sorry, I won't do it again in the future." But before he finished speaking, Su Jining's icy voice rang out beside him. "You don't even have a sense of time, and you still want to have a future. Do you think you are worthy of working for me?" Chin Hao pointed to the watch and explained, "Boss Su, I did waste time, but it was only 3 minutes, and you want to fire me, it's too cruel." But before he finished speaking, Su Jining interrupted him coldly, "Not even 1 minute, the child may have an accident in 1 minute, understand? Also, I hired you to work for me, why are you delivering food again? Is this how you fool me?" Then he said contemptuously, "I shouldn't have hired you in the first place, what kind of quality can a deliverman have? Qin Hao knew that he was late and didn't pick up the child, and Su Jianing was understandably angry. He was ready to accept Su Jianing's criticism with an open mind, but he never expected that Su Jianing would insult his personality. He was already full of anger because he was cuckolded, and now he couldn't suppress it anymore after hearing Su Jianing's words. He completely exploded and stared at Su Jianing and shouted impulsively. "You are just a prostitute, what qualifications do you have to talk about quality in front of me? You. Su Jianing stared at Qin Hao blankly, stunned for a moment. He never expected that Qin Hao would dare to say such insulting words. It took him a long time to react. His face turned gloomy in an instant. He pointed at Qin Hao and roared angrily. "You rubbish, get out of here immediately. Also, you will pay a heavy price for your shameless remarks. Get out." Qin Hao also realized that what he said was too harsh, but when he heard Su Jianing calling him rubbish and felt unhappy, he did not explain. He threw the Audi car key to Su Jianing and walked away. After walking out for a few steps, Nuan's crying voice came from behind. "Dad, don't leave. I want my dad, woo woo." Then Su Jianing angrily scolded, "Your dad is dead, you don't have a dad." "No, dad is not dead, I want dad, woo woo." Hearing Nuan's heartbreaking cry, Qin Hao's heart suddenly trembled. He really liked this soft and cute baby. He really wanted to go back to comfort the child, but he soon realized that it was Su Jianing's child. He was kicked by Su Jianing now and had no right to care about the child. He sighed, rode on the electric bike and left dejectedly. He knew that Su Jianing's high-paying job here was completely untenable, so he decided to deliver food. Even if life was a mess, he had to go on. But before he had walked far, the station master of the operations center called again. "Qin Hao, officially notify you that you have been complained by customers again and fired again. Today's salary will be deposited into your salary card. Goodbye." Qin Hao was holding the phone, completely frozen there. No need to guess, you can tell who did this with your toes. His girlfriend was slept with by someone else, and he lost his love. Now this vicious woman actually took action and took away his job. The successive blows made Qin Hao almost crazy. He threw the electric bike to the side of the road, and staggered forward in the rain like a zombie. "I don't know how long I walked or where I went." At this time, a girl's weak voice sounded next to me. "Brother, do you need any help?" Qin Hao was startled and turned to look to the side. I saw a girl standing under the eaves of a hair salon, greeting him. The girl had a ponytail and a melon-seed face, looking pretty and charming. She wore a long white suspender dress and a knitted cardigan. Their whole person looked like a gentle poem. When Qin Hao saw her, he felt that she was an 18 or 19-year-old high school student. Qin Hao could not associate her with this kind of profession anyway. But thinking about what she said just now, Qin Hao understood that this was true. He often delivered food and encountered such women, but every time he ignored them and left directly. Every penny of his money was hard-earned money. How could he bear to throw it there? In addition, he loved Wu Qianyang deeply and could not do anything to let her down. But today he stood there motionless, staring at the woman blankly. Because this dress was exactly what Wu Qianyang wore when he first met her in his freshman year. When she saw this girl, she instantly remembered Wu Qianyang and her betrayal, and a surge of anger rushed straight to her head. "I kept my virginity for him, but that shameless thing cheated on me every day. Today, I will also take revenge on her." So he looked at the woman and said directly, "Need it. What the hell is upbringing, what the hell is quality, I just want to indulge myself today, and do whatever I want." The woman nodded, took Qin Hao into their hair salon, came to the innermost small suite, and closed the door. The girl turned her back to Qin Hao, took off her clothes, lowered her head and said, "Brother, let's start." Chapter 11. Su Qingcheng invites him again. He looked at the girl's naked appearance, and suddenly thought of Wu Qianyang lying on the bed. He instantly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The impulse also receded like a tide. Qin Hao sat on the bed powerlessly, feeling very uncomfortable. He lost his love, his job, and he had nothing left. Qin Hao's eyes were red with frustration. The girl obviously felt that he was in a bad mood. She put on her clothes, sat next to Qin Hao, and asked with concern, "Brother, if you have something on your mind, you can tell it out. You will feel much better." Qin Hao could no longer bear it and told him about Wu Qianyang's betrayal. "After graduating from college, I passed the teacher recruitment exam. I could have a stable job, but that bitch complained that I made too little money all day long, so I quit and started looking for other jobs. This year, I moved bricks on the construction site, and later delivered food. In order to make money, I even carried dead people. I didn't care about anything. I just wanted to make more money to satisfy her insatiable desire, and then end this love marathon with a perfect result. But I never thought that she would find another man behind my back. To her, I was not a boyfriend at all, but just an ATM. I have lived like a dog all these years. Chin Hao's eyes were red when he spoke of grief and anger. The girl put her arms around Chin Hao and patted his back, comforting him softly. Brother, Schopenhauer once said that people need a certain amount of worry and pain in their hearts at any time, just like a ship needs ballast to move forward steadily and straight. The pain she gave you is the ballast for you to move forward steadily. Don't think too much, everything will pass. Chin Hao suddenly looked up at the girl. He never thought that this girl would have such depth. The girl looked at Chin Hao and said, Brother, I understand the purpose of your coming today. You just want to indulge yourself and release the depression in your heart. Then come on, I'm ready. She was going to take off her clothes again. Chin Hao just got interested, but the next moment, Su Jianing's contemptuous words suddenly rang in his mind. What kind of quality can a takeaway man have? If he knew that he would come out like this, she should despise herself even more. Thinking of this, he actually lost his passion again. He knew that he couldn't take that step today anyway, so he sighed and went to put on his clothes. The woman also took the clothes and put them on, looking at Chin Hao and said quickly, Brother, I will return the money to you. Chin Hao waved his hand and said, I don't want this money. How can this be? How can I take your money for nothing? The girl said hurriedly. But seeing Chin Hao's unhappy face, she didn't dare to entangle, but her red lips, came over to take Chin Hao's mobile phone, entered the mobile phone number, and dialed it. The mobile phone on the table rang. She quickly hung up and returned the phone to Chin Hao. Brother, I will add you a contact number. Whenever you need it in the future, please contact me at any time. I will serve you for free. By the way, my name is Lin Yu. Chin Hao took the phone, turned around and left the hair salon. The rain had stopped, but the black clouds were very low, like heavy lead, pressing on people's hearts, making people feel depressed. Chin Hao walked on the street, very depressed. This Su Jianing was really his disaster star, causing him to lose his job and his life support. Chin Hao gritted his teeth in his heart. Su Jianing, you wait for me, one day I will make you pay the price. I want to see how you can still be arrogant in front of me. But soon he shook his head bitterly. How could he have any intersection with that woman again? But at this moment, his phone rang urgently. Chin Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Jianing. Seeing that it was Su Jianing's call, thinking about his current predicament, he was immediately furious, directly connected the phone and said, Su Jianing, why are you still calling me? Are you going to mock me? I tell you to save your worries, I am living a good life. But before he finished speaking, a hurried voice rang on the phone. Mr. Chin, this is Zhangmar. That voice was the nanny who took care of Nuan. Hearing that it was Zhangmar, Chin Hao was immediately silent. He had no grudges against her, so it was unreasonable to say no to her. He quickly reacted and asked in confusion, Auntie Zhang, why did you take her phone? Auntie Zhang quickly explained, after school, Nuan kept crying for her daddy. No matter how I coaxed her, she wouldn't stop. Later, she had a high fever and was sent to the hospital for examination. Pneumonia recurred. The doctor wanted to hang a bottle for her, but she kept crying and refused to give her an injection unless she saw her daddy. After finally giving her an injection, he pulled it out himself when he saw that she couldn't see him. Mr. Su was almost crying. I asked her to call you, but she couldn't save face, so I had to take her phone to call you. Mr. Chin, from the way you look at Nuan, I know you like this child, and you saved her life. You can't bear for her to have any more accidents, so please come to the hospital to see the child, please. At the end, her voice was clearly filled with tears. Chin Hao was holding the phone, stunned for a moment. He never thought that Nuan would be so dependent on him. Thinking of the soft little cute baby, his heart softened. He had grievances with Su Jianing, but not with the child. Thinking of this, he quickly said, Zhangmar, tell me the location, I'll rush over now. After hearing his mother say the location, Chin Hao hung up the phone and turned to run out of the alley. He quickly found an electric car and rushed to the People's Hospital in the city center. The rain was not held back after all, and it began to crackle again. After a few minutes, it became a downpour, and only rain columns were left between the sky and the earth. Chin Hao was hit by the rain and couldn't open his eyes. But he did not stop and continued to run towards the people's hospital. The child had a high fever. If he did not receive treatment, serious consequences might occur. Half an hour later, Chin Hao finally arrived at the municipal people's hospital. He threw the electric bike to the ground and hurriedly ran towards the emergency room. Where he ran, there was a water stain on the ground. At this time, in the emergency room, Nuanuan was still crying loudly, "I want my dad, I don't want an injection, woo woo." You? Su Jianing was so angry that he trembled all over, raised his hand to hit, but in the end he was powerless to put it down. He couldn't bear to let the child go when he was so sick. Just when she was at a loss, Aunt Zhang next to her said quickly, "Mr. Su, I have called Mr. Qin, he will be here soon." Su Jianing shook her head and sighed, "I caused him to lose his job. He hates me so much. How could he come to help Nuanuan?" Before she finished her words, the door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open and a man rushed in, soaked like a drowned chicken. Su Jianing looked at the person and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 12, Sleeping Together Again. The person who came was Chin Hao, who rushed over in a hurry. Su Jianing thought that she had offended Chin Hao so much that he would never come, but she didn't expect that he would come in the rain for the child. Su Jianing's heart suddenly moved. When Zhang's mother saw Chin Hao, her eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly, "I said Mr. Qin would come, and he is here." Seeing Chin Hao's blue lips and wet body, Zhang's mother hurried over and said with concern, "Mr. Qin, I'll take you to change clothes, be careful of catching a cold." But Chin Hao shook his head, "I'm fine, the child is important." After saying that, he went straight to the bed. "Dad." Seeing Chin Hao, Nuan stood up and hugged him and burst into tears. "Dad, Nuan will be good in the future and never eat sweets again. I will never fight with other children to make my mother angry again. I will be obedient and be a good child in the future. Please don't abandon me, okay? Woo woo." Listening to the child's heartbreaking cry, Su Jianing's eyes suddenly turned red, and Zhang's mother also covered her mouth. Chin Hao was stunned there for a while. He never thought that he was so important in Nuan's heart. Thinking that it was because of him that the child became like this, a sense of guilt quickly rose. He hugged Nuan fiercely and shouted hurriedly, "Child, you are my baby. How can I bear to give you up? Don't worry, Dad will never leave you again in the future." A happy smile suddenly appeared on Nuan's face, and then she stretched out her little finger and looked at Chin Hao. "Dad, pinky. Pin it." Chin Hao quickly stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Nuanuan's chubby finger. Under Chin Hao's comfort, Nuanuan finally lay there obediently and let the doctor give her an injection. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep exhausted. Seeing that Nuanuan's condition was finally stable, Chin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The air conditioner in the room was turned on very high. Chin Hao, who was soaked like a drowned chicken, felt a piercing cold and couldn't help sneezing. Su Jianing looked at Chin Hao, "Come out with me for a while." After saying that, without waiting for Chin Hao's answer, she turned around and walked out. Looking at the arrogant look of this woman, Chin Hao felt unhappy. He really wanted to say directly, "Why are you so arrogant in front of me?" But after looking at Nuan, who was sleeping soundly, he still suppressed his anger. He couldn't make the child sad again. He got up and followed Su Jianing to the parking shed and came to the Audi sedan. Su Jianing opened the trunk and took out the clothes she bought for Chin Hao. "Change the wet clothes first, be careful of catching a cold." Hearing Su Jianing's words, Chin Hao was stunned there for a moment. In his heart, Su Jianing was the kind of cold-blooded and ruthless nun-me who, but he never thought that she would care about people. Seeing Su Jianing turn around and get in the car, Chin Hao, who felt cold all over, went over and changed his clothes silently. At this time, Su Jianing's voice rang in the car. "Get in the car." Chin Hao packed his wet clothes and carried them into the car. Soon he felt a warm breeze blowing, and his whole body was warm. Su Jianing actually turned on the heater. Just when Chin Hao was surprised, Su Jianing looked ahead and said, "Chin Hao, my attitude today was wrong, and I shouldn't have complained about you and made you lose your job. I apologize to you." Hearing Su Jianing's words, Chin Hao was completely frozen there, staring at her blankly, his eyes full of disbelief. This woman who is extremely arrogant actually apologizes to others? But she quickly reacted and said hurriedly, "What President Su actually wants to say is that I shouldn't be late today, and I shouldn't have said such excessive words to you. If there is any fault, it is actually my fault first." Chin Hao has this kind of temper. If anyone confronts him, he will be as hard as a nail, but as long as others can give in, he can retreat 1,000 miles away. So when he saw Su Jining humble herself to apologize to him, he could no longer be hard and apologized quickly. Su Jining glanced at Chin Hao and said calmly, "The matter has passed, let's not talk about it anymore, let's talk about business. You can see that the child is very attached to you. You can continue to pick up and drop off the child tomorrow. If you think the salary is too little, I can add more." "No, that money is already a lot, Mr. Su, I am willing to come and take care of the child." Chin Hao said quickly, "I take care of the child not for money, I really like this girl Nuanuan." After hearing what Chin Hao said, Su Jining's eyes softened a bit, nodded and said, "I will call your leader to withdraw their complaint later. If you want to deliver food, you can continue, as long as you don't delay taking care of Nuanuan. In addition," she pondered for a moment and said, "delivering food all the time is just repeating ineffective labor, which can't improve yourself, and there is no better development prospect. My suggestion is to take as much time as possible to study and improve yourself." After hearing Su Jining's words that were really good for him, Chin Hao was stunned. Apart from his parents, Su Jining seemed to be the first one who could say such caring words to him. Chin Hao stared at Su Jining blankly, his heart suddenly warmed, and his nose suddenly felt a little sour. The next moment, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling, but shook his head again. It would be great if she wasn't a seller. But he soon realized that even if she was a seller, she was not someone that a poor person like him could care about. Su Jining got off the car and went to the emergency room. Half an hour later, Chin Hao felt warm all over, and the chill disappeared. Concerned about Nuan, he turned off the air conditioner and rushed to the emergency room. Nuan's condition had completely stabilized, and at 12 o'clock, the drip was finally finished. Nuan was clamoring to go home and sleep. After the doctor checked, he saw that the child was fine, so he prescribed some medicine and agreed to be discharged from the hospital. Nuan pestered Chin Hao and never let go. Su Jining behind him looked helpless, and she even doubted whether she was Nuan's biological mother. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Zhang Mar and gave a few instructions, then turned around and followed Chin Hao. The three of them drove back to their Su family. Chin Hao put Nuan on the bed, and just as he was about to sit on the bed, Su Jining behind him frowned and said, "Go take a shower before going to bed. Do you agree that I can sleep here tonight?" Chin Hao asked in surprise after hearing Su Jining's words. "Otherwise, the child is so attached to you that she won't sleep even if you leave. She's not well yet, and I don't want to bother her anymore," Su Jining said with her back to Chin Hao. Chin Hao's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this, and he shouted excitedly, "Okay, I'll go take a shower now." After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom happily. Su Jining's words, Chin Hao took it for granted that it was her excuse to keep him. He was so excited to think that sleeping in the same bed with such a beautiful woman, and falling in love with her over time, something would happen sooner or later. Anyway, she was a prostitute, so even if he slept with her, he wouldn't have to bear much psychological burden. As for the love he had held onto before, it had long been ruined by Wu Qianyan, so fuck the love. While taking a shower, he was still wondering if he was fantasizing, and Su Jining might not have that intention towards him at all. But what Su Jining did next completely confirmed his guess. Chapter 13 Missing 1 billion. When he finished his shower, the bathroom door opened a crack, and Su Jining handed in a pile of clothes. "This is the pajamas that Aunt Zhang just bought for you, and the clothes underneath. Put them on after you take a shower. Don't wear mine anymore." When Chin Hao saw it, he reacted excitedly immediately. "Oh my god, my grandma, it's obvious that she is ready for him to stay there for a long time and to sleep in the same bed with her. It seems that my career as a department-level cadre will end tonight." Chin Hao thought excitedly, quickly changed his clothes and lay down next to Nuanuan. Su Jining got up and went to take a shower. 2 hours later, when she came out of the bathroom, Chin Hao took a look at her and couldn't help swallowing. A head of smooth hair, softly draped over her shoulders, an oval face, misted with moisture, looks even whiter and rosier. A white cotton pajamas perfectly outlined her delicate body. She stood there gracefully, looking more beautiful and attractive than ever before. Looking at this alluring scenery and breathing the faint fragrance in the air, Qin Hao suddenly remembered the scenery he saw in the hotel that day, and he immediately reacted. At this time, Su Jining went over to turn off the lights, and then lay down on the other side of Nuanuan. It was still cloudy outside, with only the faint light from the street lamps shining in, so the room was not very clear and Qin Hao could only see Su Jining's vague outline. But that kind of hazy beauty made Qin Hao even more attracted to it. It was really too tempting. But in the end he resisted the urge because Nuanuan wasn't asleep yet. No matter how cruel he is, he can't do that with Su Jining in front of Nuanuan. So he endured the discomfort, hoping that Nuanuan would fall asleep quickly, and then he could be with Su Jining naturally. But today, Nuanuan was in surprisingly good spirits. She held two people's fingers and chattered all the time. Qin Hao didn't get enough rest these days, and he didn't last long enough for Nuan. He fell into a deep sleep without knowing when. When he woke up, he saw that it was already bright. When I looked at Su Jining again, she was no longer in bed. Qin Hao got slapped on the head, and he felt regretful as if he had missed out on 1 billion. How could he fall asleep in a daze when there was a beautiful woman beside him? What a waste of nature's gift. Fortunately, there is still a chance tonight. He gritted his teeth secretly and decided that no matter what, he could not sleep like a pig tonight. He must do what he was supposed to do. Qin Hao got up, and Nuanuan also woke up, clamoring for him to put on his clothes. He was busy when he saw Su Jining come in. She put the dried takeout clothes next to Qin Hao. "I've washed it for you, please change it." Seeing this heartwarming scene, Qin Hao suddenly froze. Apart from her mother, no one had ever washed her clothes for her. Even Wu Qianyan, with whom she had been together for nearly 4 years, had never done it once. But Su Jining, whom he had only known for 2 days, actually washed his clothes. He looked at Su Jining in a daze. Seeing Qin Hao staring at her, Su Jining realized something. She lowered her head and said while helping Nuanuan put on her clothes, "I don't mean anything else, I just hope you can take good care of Nuanuan." Qin Hao agreed verbally. He looked at Su Jining's back and felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He used to only look at Su Jining's front view, but now he realizes that Su Jining's back is even more attractive. The fitted shirt perfectly outlines her slender waist, and the black hip skirt underneath is so tight around her butt that she looks very alluring. Really beautiful. After breakfast, Qin Hao drove Nuan to the Angel Kindergarten. When the child entered the school, Qin Hao waved to the Maserati President car not far away, which clearly meant, "Leave the child to me, don't worry." Sure enough, Su Jining rolled down the window and drove away. The school gate was finally quiet, and Qin Hao drove the car back to the community. At this time, Station Master Liu called him again. "Qin Hao, the customer has withdrawn the complaint and directly asked for your job to be reinstated, so you can continue delivering food from now on." After he finished speaking, he felt a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, "Brother, don't blame me, I am also a soldier, I have no choice." Qin Hao was too lazy to talk to this kind of person who was greedy for profit and simply hung up the phone. The next moment, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. As for Su Jining, apart from having a bad temper and being a bit arrogant, he actually has a good character. He changed into his delivery gear, rode his electric scooter, and rushed outside. He used to be busy, but suddenly he had nothing to do. He really couldn't get used to it, so he decided to deliver food for a living. He hadn't walked far when the phone rang urgently. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He answered it suspiciously and a girl's voice came from the phone. "Qin Hao, are you busy now?" "Lu Shui." Qin Hao quickly recognized the girl's voice and couldn't help cursing. "Fuck, I forgot everything. I promised myself yesterday that I would cook for Lu Shui, but I forgot everything when I got busy." He said apologetically, "Lu Shui, I'm not busy. Wait, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, he looked at the time and saw that it was already late and too late to cook, so he went straight to a roadside breakfast shop and bought several dishes. Then he quickly rushed to Lu Shui's house, pushed open the half-open door and went in, and saw Lu Shui sitting in a wheelchair. Lu Shui looked at Qin Hao and quickly said with a smile, "Qin Hao, I didn't order takeout today." Hearing this, Qin Hao almost felt ashamed. If others kept waiting for him to eat, he would starve to death. Thinking about the fact that someone gave him 300,000 yuan without hesitation, Qin Hao felt almost ashamed. He looked at Lu Shui and said guiltily, "Lu Shui, I'm sorry, I was too busy last night and didn't come to cook for you, but don't worry, I will come to cook for you every meal in the future and I will never forget again. Okay. A happy smile appeared on Lu Shue's face. Qin Hao took out the breakfast he bought and placed it in front of Lu Shue, but Lu Shue only ate a little and put down her chopsticks. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Why did you only eat a little? Qin Hao looked at Lu Shue and asked puzzledly. No, it's delicious. Lu Shue quickly shook her head, and then said embarrassedly. When Qin Hao heard it, his brows immediately frowned. Chapter 14 I saw something I shouldn't have seen again. Lu Shue said with an embarrassed look on her face, I have difficulty moving. If I eat or drink too much, I have to keep running to the bathroom. It's very troublesome. Qin Hao frowned and scolded, just because of this, you won't eat or drink. How can that be possible? Your leg needs nutrition to recover. Don't do this again in the future, just eat and drink without worry, I'll take care of everything. Being scolded by Qin Hao, Lu Shue was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll remember that. Then continue eating. Qin Hao pushed the food in front of Lu Shue again. Lu Shue nodded obediently, picked up the chopsticks and continued eating. Lu Shue ate almost all the food that Qin Hao brought. Finally, she patted her belly and said with satisfaction. Qin Hao, you know what? This is the most satisfying meal I've had in a while. Seeing this scene, Qin Hao felt a pang of sadness in his heart. With his limited mobility, having a good meal became a luxury. As he packed his things, he said, Lu Shue, don't put yourself in a difficult position in the future. I'm here for you. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Lu Shue was suddenly stunned. She stared at Qin Hao blankly, with a gleam of light clearly flashing in her eyes. Hearing Lu Shue not speaking, Qin Hao looked up at her and said, Lu Shue, did you hear what I said? Lu Shue reacted and nodded obediently like a kitten. Qin Hao suddenly felt that he was being too arrogant. He smiled awkwardly and quickly thought of something. He looked at Lu Shue with a frown and asked, Lu Shue, you have difficulty moving around, so why is there always no one around you? Where's the nanny? If she's not competent, I'll just introduce you to another one. No, she is very competent. She had something to do at home these days, so I asked her to go back. Lu Shue quickly shook her head to explain, then looked at Qin Hao. Besides, I have you taking care of me now, which is good. Qin Hao then breathed a sigh of relief and cleaned up the dishes. Lu Shue looked at him and said, Qin Hao, please give me another massage. I feel my legs are warm and comfortable after your massage. Soon she added, by the way, if you are busy, don't worry about me, just do your thing. Qin Hao smiled and shook his head, it's just 9 o'clock now, it's not too busy, come, I'll give you a massage. Watching Qin Hao giving her a considerate massage, there was something different in Lu Shue's eyes when she looked at him. But she reacted quickly and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Qin Hao did not notice Lu Shue's abnormality. After the massage, he took out his cell phone, looked at Lu Shue and said, Lu Shue, I don't need the 300,000 yuan anymore. I will transfer it to you now. But Lu Shue's words made him stunned. Chapter 15 I can't be beaten for nothing, do you understand? No, you should keep it for emergency. Lu Shue quickly shook her head, besides, in my current situation, it's useless to keep the money here. She tilted her head, thought for a while and said, how about this? I'll leave the money with you. It will be my investment. I believe in your ability and I believe that I will get a generous return. Come on. Hearing Lu Shue's words, Qin Hao's heart trembled suddenly. After what happened to Wu Qianyang, he always felt that the whole world was dark and his life suddenly lost motivation. But Lu Shue's simple words of encouragement made his heart tremble suddenly. Yes, as a grown man, there is no reason for me to abandon myself for a bitch who doesn't know how to love herself. He looked at Lu Shue and said sincerely, Lu Shue, thank you. Lu Shue was about to speak when Qin Hao's phone alert rang, you have a new takeaway order. Lu Shue quickly said, Qin Hao, just go and do your work. Don't worry about me. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, okay then, I'll come and cook for you when I'm done. Don't worry about me, it's more important for you to focus on your work. Lu Shue quickly shook her head. Qin Hao nodded, turned around and left, went to the restaurant to pick up the takeaway, and then delivered it to the customer's door, knocked on the door, and said politely, Sir, your takeaway has arrived. But there was no movement inside. He kept knocking on the door for 5 minutes before the door opened and a man with long hair walked out. After waiting for such a long time, Chin Hao was furious, but since they were his breadwinners, he couldn't afford to offend them, so he suppressed his anger and spoke politely. "Sir, your takeaway has arrived. I hope you can give it a good review." Before he finished speaking, the long-haired man held out his watch to Chin Hao and said in a cold voice, "It's timed out. Do you understand?" Chin Hao glanced at the time, then looked at the long-haired man and explained with a smile, "Sir, it's for minutes overtime now, but I arrived 5 minutes ago. It's you who didn't open the door." But before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by the long-haired man. "Overtime means overtime, there's no need for so many fucking excuses. I don't want this takeaway anymore, you can keep it for yourself, and I will file a complaint against you to your company." After saying that, he turned around and slammed the door shut. Chin Hao stood there, so angry that his lungs almost exploded. This was too much of a bully. He really wanted to kick the door open and throw the takeaway on the long-haired man's head, but he held back his anger. If he did that, he would never be able to deliver takeaway again. Chin Hao turned and left. Thinking about the $500 he had to pay for a complaint, he felt his heart bleeding. All his work for several days would be in vain. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. It was clearly the other party's fault, but in the end he had to bear all the consequences. But he kept persuading himself in his heart, forget it, he was doing a humiliating job, if he delivered a few more orders, he would slowly earn back the money, the difficulties were only temporary, he would get through it if he persevered. There were a lot of orders in the morning, and Chin Hao really didn't have time to cook for Lu Shui, so he had to order a takeout for Lu Shui. He also called him to apologize, but Lu Shui told him not to worry about her. Chin Hao felt grateful, what a sensible girl. He continued to deliver food until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He received another order. Chin Hao picked up the food and hurried over. He looked at a bald man and said politely, "Sir, your food has arrived. Please give it a good review." After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. "Wait." The bald man stopped Chin Hao directly, pointed at the soup spilled out of the bag, and shouted coldly, "Why did the soup spill out?" Chin Hao took a look and saw that only a little bit had spilled, so he quickly explained with a smile, "Sir, you ordered soup, and even if I am careful, a little bit will still spill. This is normal." Before he finished speaking, the bald man flew into a rage, "The soup has spilled, and you're still normal. You did something wrong, and you're still trying to explain yourself to me. I don't want this takeaway anymore, just wait for my complaint." After saying that, he threw the takeaway at Chin Hao, turned around and went back to their house, slamming the door shut. Damn it! Chin Hao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Is he still going to be reasonable? Chin Hao really wanted to kick the door open and argue with him, but in the end he suppressed his anger. This guy was obviously a jerk, so why argue with him? Chin Hao walked outside carrying the takeaway, shaking his head bitterly as he walked. 2 complaints cost 1,000 yuan, that's how many takeout orders he would have to deliver. But the story was not over yet, he received 2 more complaints. 2,000 yuan, half a month's work was for nothing. Chin Hao was so angry that he wanted to explode. Why was he so miserable? Was he not suitable for delivering food? At that moment, he even thought about not delivering takeout anymore and just serving Su Jianing honestly. 20,000 yuan a month would be enough. But he soon realized that he was overthinking. At this moment, the alarm clock he set rang, and Chin Hao quickly realized that it was time to pick up the child. He quickly rode his electric scooter to the kindergarten and saw the children coming out of the school one after another. Chin Hao also looked towards the door eagerly. But at this time, a joking voice sounded next to him, "Hey, ex-husband, you get 4 complaints a day, and you still have the mood to come here to make money. How can you be strong under pressure?" Chin Hao turned his head and saw a man in a yellow suit standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. When he saw the man, Chin Hao's eyes narrowed immediately. It was the bastard who had cuckolded him. Thinking about what he just said, and looking at the long-haired man and the bald man standing behind him, Chin Hao instantly understood. He looked at the man in the suit and said through gritted teeth, "You were the one who instigated all those complaints I made." "That's right, it was me." The man in the suit looked at Chin Hao and said with a smile, "Do you think that punch was taken for nothing? You're overthinking. I, Chen Qiang, will never suffer that kind of loss." After that, he came in front of Qin Hao and said triumphantly, "Remember, my energy is not something you can resist. Today is just a warning. If you dare to make trouble for me again in the future, I will make sure you can't stay in Yuncheng. You." Seeing the arrogant look of the man in the suit, Chen Qiang, Qin Hao really wanted to fight with this bastard, but he quickly suppressed his anger. It was not worth losing his life for such trash. What's more, there are 4 men standing behind him. Even if he wants to risk his life, he probably won't be able to beat them. Be patient and settle the score with him later. Looking at Qin Hao with red eyes, Chen Qiang smiled contemptuously and said, "Why are you still not convinced? If you are not convinced, just hold it in. I will sleep with your girlfriend." Hearing this guy speak in such a bullying manner, Qin Hao's eyes turned red and he was about to explode, but at this time, Nuanuan ran out of the school. Qin Hao hurried over and grabbed the child's hand. Then he held his breath and did not have the attack. "The child is still next to us." Chen Qiang, who was standing behind him, took one look and said with a grin, "Oh, so you found a job picking up other people's children. If I scratched the child's face, what would happen to you? Har har." After saying that, he moved towards Nuanuan. Chapter 16. Did I dig up your ancestral grave or something? Qin Hao wanted to hold back his anger for the sake of his child, but when he heard Chen Qiang using the child to threaten him, he could no longer hold back his anger and roared, "Asshole!" After saying that, he swung the helmet in his hand and smashed it hard on Chen Qiang's head. With a muffled bang, Chen Qiang's head was split open, and blood flowed out. Chen Qiang screamed, and the next moment he roared like a madman. "You bastard, you actually dared to hit me. If he wants to die, come on, beat him up." Several people behind him rushed over and attacked Qin Hao with their weapons, but he soon fell into a disadvantage and was beaten up by them. Qin Hao protected Nuanuan tightly and used his back to withstand the fists of those people. Fortunately, the school security guard came and rescued Qin Hao. Chen Qiang spat at Qin Hao and said viciously, "You son of a bitch, I've already slept with your wife. Also, get out of Yuncheng right now, or I'll beat you up every time I see you in the future." After saying this, he led his people away. Soon, a Maserati president came speeding over and stopped suddenly. Su Jianing got out of the car and staggered over. Seeing that Nuanuan was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Hao wiped the blood off his face, looked at Su Jianing and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the child." "Shut up." Qin Hao was interrupted by Su Jianing coldly before he finished speaking. "Qin Hao, I just thought you were of low quality, but I didn't expect you to like fighting with others. A thug like you is not worthy of being Nuan. I am warning you now that the employment relationship between us is completely terminated." After saying that, he took the crying Nuanuan and left. "Mr. Su, I had a fight with someone, but it wasn't actually." Qin Hao wanted to explain, but Su Jianing had already pulled Nuanuan into the car and drove away. Qin Hao leaned against the wall with a bitter look on his face. He lost his job again. "Forget it, let me go and take care of my injuries first." Half an hour later, Qin Hao came out of the clinic. At this time, station manager Liu from the operations center called him again. "Qin Hao, someone complained about you again, and you were fired again." Qin Hao's strength was instantly drained and he leaned weakly against the tree. "I have nothing again." At this time, a faint singing voice came from afar. "It's bitter first, sweet later. I endured year after year. Once a passionate young man. Now he has become silent. I have endured year after year, but where is the sweetness?" Qin Hao murmured, and suddenly he felt his eyes sore. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He complained about himself and asked the food delivery company to fire him. It must be Su Jianing's doing. It's this bitch again. Whenever something happens, she uses a combination of punches. It's really too much. At this moment, Su Jianing called, "Qin Hao, come to my house immediately, quickly." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Stinky woman, I was just looking for you." After saying that, he rode his electric bike and quickly arrived at Su Jianing's house. As soon as he arrived in the living room, he saw Nuanuan sitting at the dining table, crying out of breath, "I don't want to eat, I want my dad, I want my dad." Qin Hao was stunned for a moment. He never expected that this little girl would be so attached to him. At this moment, Nuan heard footsteps at the door. She turned around and saw Qin Hao. She excitedly shouted, "Dad." After saying that, she jumped off the chair, ran to Chin Hao, hugged his legs, and cried, "Dad, please don't abandon Nuanuan, okay? I can't bear to leave you, woo woo." Seeing the child crying, Chin Hao's heart trembled violently. He quickly squatted down and hugged Nuan in his arms, and said in a hoarse voice, "Be good, Daddy won't abandon you, never." A happy smile finally appeared on Nuanuan's little face. Su Jining beside him sighed, looked at Chin Hao and said, "Come and eat." After hearing what Su Jining said, Chin Hao became furious. "To be honest, you have cut off my retreat, so why are you pretending to be so kind to me now?" He was about to confront her, but when he looked at Nuanuan in his arms, his heart softened. He couldn't let the child be sad anymore. "Forget it, let's settle the score after the child falls asleep." He didn't say anything, but directly pulled Nuanuan to sit next to the dining table. With Chin Hao beside her, Nuanuan ate her meal obediently, washed up, and then pestered Su Jining and Chin Hao to go to sleep. Su Jining looked at Chin Hao, frowned, and finally said, "You are injured, don't take a shower today, change into pajamas and go to bed." Chin Hao gritted his teeth in his heart, thinking, "This sinister woman says one thing in front of me and another behind my back. I won't fall for your sugar-coated bullets, just wait for me." Nuanuan played until 9 o'clock, and finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. Su Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, and then said, "What I said today was a bit too much." Chin Hao could no longer suppress his anger, stared at her and sneered, "Su Jining, don't give me that, I have worked for you for a few days, but you don't pay me a penny and keep asking to fire me. I can see that you are just relying on your mouth to fool me, right?" Su Jining glanced at him, reached out from her bag, took out a bank card, and threw it in front of Chin Hao, 20,000 yuan, as my advance payment for your salary. Chin Hao was obviously stunned. This rich man was just arrogant. But when he thought about being fired, he was furious again. "Su Jining, you want to get away with it with 20,000 yuan. That's impossible. Let me ask you, why did you let the food delivery company fire me? How can you be so cruel? Did I dig up your family's ancestral graves or something? I didn't." Su Jining explained, but she paused halfway through her words, looked at Chin Hao and said coldly, "Chin Hao, please be more respectful when you speak to me. I just don't respect you, what can you do to me?" Seeing this woman who caused him to lose his job and is still being arrogant, Chin Hao could no longer suppress his anger and went crazy. "Su Jining, I'm a delivery man, so my quality may not be high, but you're a prostitute, and you're not much better than me. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You?" Hearing Chin Hao spitting shit again, Su Jining could no longer bear it, staring at Chin Hao and yelling angrily, "Get out of here. Just go if you want to. Do you really think I care about you?" Chin Hao was full of anger and didn't tolerate Su Jining. He just stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he still couldn't suppress his anger, turned around and glared at Su Jining and said, "Boss Chin, your youth will eventually come to an end. I advise you to find an honest man to marry as soon as possible, otherwise you will get sick in the future and no one will take care of you. Get out of here." Su Jining shouted angrily. Seeing Su Jining's angry look, Chin Hao laughed in his heart, "If you make me unhappy, you can't expect to be comfortable either." He turned and left the room, just as he was about to leave, but at this moment, Aunt Zhang came over to stop him, shook her head and sighed, saying, "Mr. Chin, you are leaving now. What if Nuan makes trouble again?" Hearing this, Chin Hao was stunned for a moment. Yes, what if the child wakes up and starts crying again? Chapter 17 Chin Hao's counterattack. But he quickly reacted, looking at Zhang Mar and gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Zhang Mar, I am thinking about his child, but do you know how she treats me? He always gets fired by the food delivery company, and he did it again today. He has even cut off my livelihood. Has she ever considered me?" Aunt Zhang quickly shook her head and said, "You must have misunderstood. Since I came back from school, Miss Su and I have been together. She has never contacted the food delivery company, let alone asked the food delivery company to fire you." Chin Hao was stunned. Also, Mr. Su is the general manager of Angel Beauty Company. He is not selling anything as you said. What you said is really too much. Aunt Zhang looked at Chin Hao and shook her head, then continued. "The general manager of Angel Beauty Company." Chin Hao's eyes suddenly widened. Angel Beauty Company is the #1 cosmetics production and distribution company in Yuncheng, a giant. He never thought that Su Jianing would be the general manager of this company. Yes, it's the general manager of Angel Beauty Company. Aunt Zhang nodded and continued, President Su is also a respected figure. It can be said that no one dares to act presumptuous in front of him. If it weren't for Nuan, he would never tolerate you being so presumptuous. Qin Hao shrank his neck. Oh my god, he was actually jumping in front of this great god. It was a miracle that he was still alive. But he was confused. What happened when he saw that scene in her room on the first day when he delivered the takeaway? Mother Zhang continued, Mr. Qin, you are willing to save Nuan regardless of your own safety. I can see that you are a good person. The child lacks fatherly love, which is too pitiful. I also want you to take good care of the child. Apologize to President Su and stay. Thinking about how he had always said that Su Jianing was a prostitute, Qin Hao felt that he had gone too far, especially when Zhang's mother mentioned Nuan. He also felt that it was a bit cruel to just abandon the child like that. But after what he had just said, if he went to apologize to Su Jianing now, would she still give him this chance? At this moment, Nuan's heart-wrenching cry came from the room, Daddy, I want Daddy, woo-woo. Then came Su Jianing's angry shout, shut up right now, or get out. Wow. Nuan burst into tears and gasped for breath. Aunt Zhang pushed Qin Hao and pointed towards the room. Qin Hao also felt sorry for the child, so without hesitation, he turned around and pushed open the half-closed door, ran in quickly, lay down beside the bed, hugged Nuan, and said quickly, Don't cry, baby, Daddy is here. Dad, don't go. Don't leave Nuan. I beg you, woo-woo. Nuan hugged Qin Hao and cried loudly. Daddy will never abandon Nuan, never. Seeing the child crying loudly, Qin Hao felt so distressed that he hugged Nuan and said quickly. The little guy nodded desperately, and then he slowly stopped crying. Su Jianing, who was standing next to him, glared at Qin Hao and wanted to say something, but after looking at the child, she snorted coldly and closed her mouth. After a long time, Nuan slowly fell asleep. Qin Hao looked at Su Jianing lying there, hesitated for a moment, and finally said embarrassedly, Boss Su, what I said just now was too much. I apologize to you. Su Jianing said nothing. Qin Hao smiled bitterly, it seemed that he still hadn't forgiven himself. Well, it's not easy for anyone to calm down when a company's CEO is slandered as a sellout by himself. Qin Hao didn't say anything else. He knew there was no point in saying more. The initiative of how to deal with the relationship between them was completely in Su Jianing's hands. Forget it. The worst that can happen is that I get kicked out and I can just go back to delivering food. But soon a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. He had been fired by the food delivery company, and he was still delivering chicken feathers. He was puzzled. If it wasn't Su Jianing who did it, then who had such a big grudge against him that he had to kill him? He remembered what Chen Qiang said, and then thought about the fact that he had arranged for someone to give him a bad review, and he gritted his teeth. It must be that this bastard has not escaped. Not only did he sleep with his girlfriend, he also wanted to cut off his life and even threatened to get him out of Yuncheng. He showed that he was not going to give him any chance to live. Thinking of what these two bitches had done, Qin Hao suddenly became furious. Chen Qiang, Wu Qianyang, you two bitches, I will let you know that I, Qin Hao, am not a soft persimmon either, just wait for me. But soon he was in trouble. He knew nothing about Chen Qiang, so how could he deal with him? The next moment he had an idea. He would first deal with the bitch Wu Qianyang. He would definitely be able to dig out Chen Qiang's background from her. Then he could follow the clues and deal with this bastard as well. How to deal with Wu Qianyang? He thought about it for a long time and suddenly remembered something. Doesn't Wu Qianyang work in the Angel Beauty office? If I became her boss, wouldn't I be able to deal with her with justification? Whether he could get promoted depended on one person. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Jianing, his eyes lighting up instantly. Lying in bed with the stunning beauty Su Jianing that night, he was surprisingly honest. What a joke! I'm still asking her for something tomorrow. If I piss her off tonight, everything will be ruined. Although he felt that taking advantage of Su Jianing was a bit despicable, his conscience was lost in the predicament. If he did not fight back, he would be bullied to death by Chen Qiang and Wu Qianyang. The next morning, Qin Hao got up early, went to the kitchen to make breakfast, and then went to the bedroom. Looking at Su Jianing who was dressing Nuan, he said with a smile. Boss Su, the meal is ready, let's eat. Su Jining didn't say anything. He took Nuan to wash up and sat down at the dining table. Nuan picked up her chopsticks and ate, shouting happily, "The food Dad made is so delicious." Su Jianing's icy face finally softened a bit, and she sighed softly and said without raising her head, "Don't deliver food anymore. Focus on sending Nuan to and from school. If the money is not enough, I can give you more. When you have free time, study hard and improve your quality." Qin Hao quickly said, "Boss Su, I majored in management in college. Can you arrange for me to work in your company so that I can learn from you and improve my quality? Do you think it's feasible?" Su Jining looked up at Qin Hao and was obviously stunned for a moment, but when he thought about his intention to improve his quality, Su Jining's expression softened a bit, and he said after a moment of hesitation, "So what kind of job are you going to do?" "I studied management, especially human resources. Why don't you let me be the office director?" Qin Hao directly stated the position he had in mind. Seeing Su Jining frowning, he quickly continued, "Boss Su, as long as you agree to this condition, I can stop delivering food, and I can even reduce my salary for picking up the kids by half. I just want to be closer to you, to be influenced by you, so that I can improve my quality as soon as possible and become a 5 good youth in the new era." Song Jining looked straight at Qin Hao, her eyes as sharp as knives. Just when Qin Hao thought Su Jining would say that he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, Su Jining's words made Qin Hao's eyes suddenly light up. Chapter 18. This woman is so tough. Su Jining nodded directly, "Okay, I promise you." "Really?" Qin Hao's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "Thank you so much, Mr. Qin." But Su Jining didn't buy his tricks at all, and said in a cold voice, "First, take good care of Nuan. I don't want her to have any accidents again. Second, given the situation between us, we are not allowed to gossip about it. Third, you are not allowed to expose our relationship even when you come to the company. You must do your job conscientiously. If it works out, stay. If not, get out. Can you agree to these 3 points?" "Okay, I agree to all of it." Qin Hao agreed without hesitation, then looked at Su Jining with gratitude and said, "Boss Su, thank you for your magnanimity. Not only did you not bother with me, but you gave me this opportunity." After saying that, he did a bodybuilding movement without leaving any trace. In his mind, Su Jining agreed so readily because he was handsome and she was interested in him. But Su Jining said without even raising her head, "If you hadn't tried so hard to protect Nuan yesterday, do you think I would be like this?" It turned out that it was all because of the child. Qin Hao was stunned and suddenly felt very embarrassed. After Su Jining finished her meal, she looked at Qin Hao and instructed, "After dinner, send the children to school first, and then report to Angel Beauty Company. I will ask the HR department to make arrangements." After saying that, without waiting for Qin Hao's agreement, she picked up her bag and left. When she reached the door, she stopped and reminded him, "Don't always think about swinging your fists when you encounter something in the future. That is just cowardly courage. You must know how to take advantage of the situation and use your brain." Then he walked away. Qin Hao sent Nuan to school, and then drove to Angel Beauty Company. He gritted his teeth in his heart, "Wu Qianyan, you bitch, wait for me." Angel Beauty Company walked together towards the general manager's office. The curly-haired woman in the front is Wu Qianyan. A woman wearing glasses next to her looked at her and said, "Deputy Director Wu, I heard from a sister in the Human Resources Department that the company is preparing to appoint a new office director." Wu Qianyan nodded. "Since the old director took sick leave, this position has been vacant for a long time. It should be filled. I just don't know who the name is." An apple-faced woman quickly complimented, "It must be you, Sister Wu. You are the most capable person in our office, and you are also the deputy director. It is only natural that you should be promoted to a full-time position." A few people reacted and quickly agreed. When Wu Qianyan heard this, he was overjoyed, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and said, "This is the company's decision. We have no say. But don't worry, if I really get promoted to office director, I'll treat you to lunch at the Hilton Hotel today." Everyone laughed and said, "Sister Su, we've decided to eat your meal." As they talked, they walked into the office, but at this moment, a calm voice rang out from the door, "I guess you won't be able to have this meal." As their voice was spoken, a person walked into the office. It was Qin Hao who had arrived. The women at the scene didn't know Qin Hao. When they saw him barging in and saying such disappointing words, they were all a little confused. Wu Qianyang also turned and looked towards the door. When she saw that it was Qin Hao, her face suddenly darkened. Qin Hao, do you think it's fun to come to the company to harass me? I said we are over, don't you understand what I'm saying? The girl with glasses looked at Wu Qianyang and asked in confusion, Sister Wu, who is he? Wu Qianyang curled his lips and said disdainfully, just a toad who wants to eat swan meat. The girl with glasses understood immediately, and looked at Qin Hao, who was wearing a takeaway uniform, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Alas, you are just a stinky takeout seller, and you want to pursue Sister Wu. You are not worthy. Do you know how big the gap between you two is? Let me tell you, there is a world of difference between you two. The apple-faced girl pouted and continued, that's right, a piece of trash like you wants to pursue Sister Wu, why don't you take a piss and look at your own shadow? Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, Wu Qianyang showed a smug look on his face. He went over and patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, smiled coldly and said, don't bother here. No matter how much you lick my ass, I won't give you a chance. Do you understand? Qin Hao looked at Wu Qianyang and laughed, I'm pestering you? You're overthinking it. I came here today to serve as the office director here. Hee hee. Har har. As soon as Qin Hao finished speaking, everyone at the scene burst into laughter. The girl with glasses, did you hear that? This stinky delivery guy wants to be our office director. Apple-faced girl, I heard it. I think he is either crazy or got kicked in the head by a donkey. Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? It makes me laugh to death, har har. Wu Qianyang looked at Qin Hao and said impatiently, Qin Hao, don't embarrass yourself here. I feel disgusted. Get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for calling security. But just as she finished her words, the head of the Human Resources Department came over, patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, looked at everyone and said, let me announce to everyone, this is our company's new office director, Qin Hao. Everyone, please meet him. I hope you will cooperate with him in his work in the future. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, and everyone at the scene was frozen in place, unable to move. Is this stinky delivery guy really their new office director? Wu Qianyang reacted first. She looked at the HR director and shouted hurriedly, Director Liu, are you mistaken? He is just a stinky delivery boy. How could he? Before she finished her words, the HR director frowned and interrupted her, are you questioning the company's decision? Also, be careful about how you speak and cooperate with Director Qin's work. After saying goodbye to Qin Hao, he turned around and left. Wu Qianyang completely froze there, like a wooden sculpture or clay figure. At this time, the girl with glasses reacted first. She looked at Qin Hao and quickly said with a smile, Director Qin, welcome, welcome. You have your own office. I'll take you there. Please come in. After saying that, he bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Hao followed the girl with glasses to an office inside. She closed the door casually, then came to Qin Hao and said with an embarrassed look, Director Qin, the verbal offense just now is all my fault. I hope you won't hold it against me. After saying that, he came over and hugged Qin Hao's arm, shaking it continuously, and said pitifully, Brother, please spare me. Seeing the girl surrender, Qin Hao felt so happy in his heart. It feels so good to have power. But he soon realized that the person he was dealing with was not her. So he said generously, it's okay, I will still need your strong support in the future. I will definitely support you. The girl with glasses' eyes lit up, and she threw him a wink before turning and leaving. Qin Hao looked at the background of the girl with glasses and secretly complained in his heart, this woman is so tough. He had no doubt that as long as he nodded, this woman would definitely come up to him without hesitation. This benefit is pretty good. But soon, he discovered that better benefits were still to come. Chapter 19 I want to see how strong your backer is. The girl with glasses had just left, and soon the door was pushed open again. The girl with the apple face knocked on the door and came in, closing the door. Then she came to Qin Hao and said with a guilty look on her face, Director Qin, I was blind and offended you just now. I bow to you and apologize. After saying that, he actually bowed to Qin Hao. The apple-faced girl was wearing a tight shirt today. When she bent down, Qin Hao could see what was inside her collar. Seeing this scene, an idiom suddenly emerged in Qin Hao's mind, seemingly casual, but actually meticulous. He took a look and looked away. Compared with Su Jining, she is really far behind. Now Qin Hao's taste has been completely improved by Su Jining. He said calmly, "It's okay, I hope you can cooperate with my work in the future." "I will cooperate, I will." The apple-faced girl nodded and said, "By the way, Director Qin, my name is Hao Qian. My contact information is on your desk. I'll be on call for you 24 hours a day." After saying that, she threw a wink and then turned and left. Soon the door was pushed open again, and this time it was Wu Qianyang who came in. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Har har, the good show is finally on." Wu Qianyang closed the door, came to Qin Hao, frowned and said, "Qin Hao, I know you still can't bear to leave me, but it's really impossible for us. Don't try so hard to get close to me, it's useless." Seeing this self-satisfied bitch still being so arrogant, he immediately laughed in anger. "I tried so hard to get close to you? Har har, why do you say that? Is it because of your stinky body? I'm telling you, I don't want you. You." Hearing Qin Hao speak so impolitely, Wu Qianyang's face turned green with anger. But Qin Hao added bluntly, "What do you mean by you? Wu Qianyang, do you really think that you are still the treasure that I want to hold in my hands? From the moment I saw you sleeping with that rubbish, you have completely turned into a pile of stinky meat in my eyes. I was completely blind when I pursued you." After saying that, he slapped the table. You Wu Qianyang never expected that this guy who had been such a licker in front of her would dare to be so arrogant now. She was so angry that her face turned green. She looked at Qin Hao and shouted angrily, "Just wait for me." After saying that, he turned and left. "Wait." Qin Hao called him before he took 2 steps. Hearing Qin Hao's call, Wu Qianyang immediately showed a hint of pride on his face. He still couldn't resist his own charm. She turned her head and looked at Qin Hao and said, "You still can't bear to leave me, and you regret what you just said? Then I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me now, and I will forgive your offense just now." Qin Hao was so angry that he laughed. "I can't bear to leave you? Let me ask you, who gave you the confidence, Sun Wukong? Now tell me which area of work you were in charge of before." Looking at Qin Hao's arrogant look, Wu Qianyang really wanted to go over and give him a big slap in the face, but there was no way, because he was his boss and his father now. So she suppressed her frustration and said, "I used to work as a deputy director, coordinating the relationship between the office and other departments, and managing all office affairs." Before he could finish his words, Qin Hao interrupted him directly. "Okay, I'm warning you now. From today on, you are no longer the deputy director of the office, but demoted to an ordinary clerk." "You, what did you say?" Wu Qianyang looked at Qin Hao, his eyes full of disbelief. Qin Hao leaned back in the boss chair, looked at Wu Qianyang and said arrogantly, "I say from now on, you will be demoted to an ordinary clerk, and you will no longer be responsible for coordinating the relationship between the various departments. You will be responsible for cleaning, serving tea and water, and at the same time, your salary and various benefits will also be reduced. Do you understand this time? You are clearly retaliating." Wu Qianyang glared at Qin Hao and shouted angrily. Qin Hao straightened up, looked at her and laughed. "Yes, so what? You Wu Qianyang was so angry that she was shaking all over. The next moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm telling you, this Angel Beauty Company is not a place where you can be as arrogant as you want. Just wait and see." After saying that, he turned around and left angrily. Looking at Wu Qianyang's back, Qin Hao sneered secretly, "General Manager Su Jining is mine. Do you think I can be so arrogant in this place?" Looking at Wu Qianyang's livid face and frustrated look, Qin Hao suddenly felt a surge of joy in his heart. This shameless bitch finally got her retribution. Comfortable. But he was completely clueless about the work here, and someone had to do the specific work, so he went out and called the apple-faced girl in. "Hao Qian, I have something important to talk to you about. I think Wu Qianyang is not qualified to be the deputy director. I want you to take over her position. Are you willing?" Promoting an ordinary clerk to deputy director is a huge improvement in both salary and status. He believes that Hao Qian will definitely not refuse. But what surprised him was that Hao Qian's face changed when she heard it, and she quickly shook her head. No, Director Qin, you flatter me, I really don't have the ability to do that job. You don't want to take the position of deputy director?" Qin Hao looked at her puzzledly and asked. Hao Qian nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, "Director Qin, you just arrived, you don't know the situation here yet, let me tell you a little information. Wu Qianyang has a baka, you can't move her at all, so don't bother, otherwise your position will probably be in jeopardy. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside, and soon Wu Qianyang rushed in, pointing at Qin Hao and shouting to the back. It's this bastard who wants to take my job. Qin Hao leaned on the sofa, looked at Wu Qianyang and said with a laugh, I just took away your position, what can you do to me? With the big boss Su Jianing behind him, he has nothing to fear. But just as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from outside, she can't do anything to you, so what do you think of me? As the words came out, a young man in a white suit walked in with his hands behind his back. The moment he saw the person coming, Qin Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 20 Beauty, let me help you. It was Wu Qianyang's adulterer, Chen Qiang. No wonder they got together, it turns out they are colleagues. When Hao Qian saw Chen Qiang, her face turned pale and she shouted, Minister Chen. After saying that, he quickly turned and left. Wu Qianyang looked at Qin Hao and sneered, let me introduce you to Chen Qiang, the director of the finance department of Angel Beauty Company. He is one level higher than you. Chen Qiang also recognized Qin Hao and laughed, oh, I know who it is, it turns out to be my ex-husband. I told you to get out of Yuncheng, but you didn't listen. Instead, you dug holes and made your way to Angel Beauty Company. But I tell you, no matter how you mess around, you have no right to jump in front of me. Qin Hao glanced at Chen Qiang, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he thought of something, and without saying a word, he lowered his head and sent a text message with his mobile phone. Wu Qianyang clearly saw Qin Hao's actions, and immediately sneered, why, call someone. Okay, go ahead. I don't believe that a stinky takeout like you has much power. I also want to see how powerful a person you can call. I want to see if your baka can hold up against Chen Qiang. But before she finished her words, there was a sound of high heels hitting the ground from the direction of the door, and soon a majestic voice sounded. How can you make such a scene here during working hours? As the words came out, a stunningly beautiful woman in professional attire walked in. Wu Qianyang, who was being arrogant, didn't react for a moment. He turned around and glared at the person who came and shouted arrogantly, what qualifications do you have to shout here? Before Wu Qianyang finished speaking, Chen Qiang had already recognized the person. His expression changed and he glared at her and yelled, shut up. After that, he quickly went up to the person who came and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Su. Wu Qianyang also recognized the person. It was Su Jianing, the general manager of the company. His face turned pale instantly. My God, he dared to speak rudely to the company's big boss. He really wants to quit his job. She hurried over and said with a smile, Boss Su, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. Su Jianing didn't even look at Wu Qianyang and Chen Qiang, but walked straight to Qin Hao, frowned and said, Director Qin, what's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Oh my God, Qin Hao actually sent a text message to this big boss just now. His backer turned out to be this big boss. Wu Qianyang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. How could this stinky delivery guy have anything to do with someone like Su Jianing? Chen Qiang also had a gloomy expression. At this time, Qin Hao stood up, looked at Su Jianing and said calmly, Boss Su is like this. After my investigation, I felt that Wu Qianyang was not qualified for her current position, so I made appropriate adjustments. Then she called Minister Chen and said something like, I have no right to jump in front of him. It's so fake, as if he is the boss of this Angel Beauty Company. When Chen Qiang heard this, his expression changed immediately, and he quickly said with a smile, Director Qin, that was all a joke. Qin Hao didn't say anything either, he turned his head and looked at Su Jianing. Su Jianing turned and walked outside. Her cold voice came from behind her, just do your job well during working hours, and don't always do things that are not related to work. Then he added, Director Qin, please come to my office for a moment. This sentence clearly supported Qin Hao. The faces of the people around him changed drastically, and Wu Qianyang and Chen Qiang's faces became even uglier. Qin Hao looked at Wu Qianyang's ugly face, which looked as if he had eaten a dead child, and felt secretly proud in his heart, comparing with me as a baka, you are still a little naive. Qin Hao followed Su Jianing to her office with great pride. Qin Hao closed the door, looked at Su Jianing, rubbed his hands, and said with a chuckle, Boss Su, thank you for today. I turned around and prepared to sit on the sofa. Stand still. Su Jining suddenly turned around and glared at Qin Hao. She said with a cold face, "Is this what you meant by working hard? Is this what you meant by improving your quality? You are not here to ruin my career. You are here to ruin my life." Qin Hao was obviously stunned for a moment. In his mind, Su Jining was actually just a woman who would just yell a few times when she was angry. But today, when he saw Su Jining's full aura, he was immediately stunned. After swallowing his saliva, he quickly said with a smile, "Boss Su, please listen to my explanation." But before he could finish his words, Su Jining interrupted him harshly, "I don't need your explanation, I see it clearly, I declare now that you are fired, understand?" Qin Hao was completely stunned. He thought that as long as he bowed his head, Su Jining would give him a way out because he had saved Nuanuan, and at most give him a warning, and then he would deal with Wu Qianyang himself, without suffering any loss. However, he still underestimated Su Jining's decisiveness, and finally understood how she, such a big boss, could be willing to be used by him. He knew that he could no longer keep his position, so he gritted his teeth, looked at Su Jining and said tentatively, "Boss Su, can you please meet my last request? Is my decision to get rid of Wu Qianyang still valid?" He didn't want to spend so much time on this and get nothing. But Su Jining just stared at him coldly without saying a word. Qin Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that he was overthinking. He sighed, turned and walked outside. After working hard for a long time, he still came to nothing and became a laughingstock of Wu Qianyang and Chen Qiang. Qin Hao came outside and rode on the electric scooter. He took out his mobile phone reflexively, but he quickly realized that he had been fired by the food delivery company. Just when he was worried about having nowhere to go, Lu Shui called him and asked tentatively, "Qin Hao, are you busy now?" When Qin Hao heard this, he slapped his head in annoyance. God had forgotten about Lu Shui again. He said with a guilty look on his face, "Lu Shui, I happen to be free now. I'll rush over right away." He hung up the phone, went to the breakfast shop to buy a hearty breakfast, then rode his electric bike and quickly rushed to Lu Shui's home. As soon as he saw her, he said with a guilty look on his face, "Lu Shui is really too busy, I'm sorry." After saying that, he quickly placed the breakfast he bought in front of Lu Shui. Lu Shui quickly said, "I know you are busy, it's okay, I'm not hungry." After saying that, he looked at the breakfast and swallowed involuntarily. Qin Hao clearly saw Lu Shui's action, and the guilt on his face became even worse. "Okay, Lu Shui, hurry up and eat." Lu Shui nodded obediently, then picked up the chopsticks and ate like a whirlwind. Finally, she patted her belly, burped, and said with a satisfied look, "I'm full. I feel so comfortable." After saying that, he looked at Qin Hao and said, "Qin Hao, if you are not busy, please give me another massage. I think you will feel much better after the massage." After that, he quickly added, "I know you still need to make money. I can't take up your time for nothing. I will pay you." What she did next shocked Qin Hao again. Chapter 21. How about giving you a salary of 50,000 per month? Lu Shui took the bag over, took out 2 stacks of brand new bills from it, placed them in front of Qin Hao, and asked tentatively, "Is this enough? Otherwise, I'll add more." "Qin Hao, you really don't treat money as money." But seeing this scene, Qin Hao felt even more guilty. He quickly shook his head and said, "Lu Shui, when I was in urgent need of money, you gave me 300,000 without hesitation, but I didn't do anything for you. How could I ask you for money again? Don't worry, I have time. I will have time in the future." When he said this, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. After losing his job, he had plenty of free time. After saying that, he sat opposite Lu Shui and started to massage her. Lu Shui obviously didn't notice the change in Qin Hao's expression. After hearing what he said, she showed a hint of joy on her face. "Is that so? Okay, then I'll." Halfway through her words, she couldn't help but hum. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Qin Hao, who was massaging Lu Shui's feet, asked with concern. Lu Shui quickly shook her head and said with a red face, No, it's very comfortable." Qin Hao then felt relieved and started to give Lu Shui a massage. There was light music playing in the room and the atmosphere was very good. Lu Shui was stunned for a moment as she looked at Qin Hao, who was concentrating on massaging her. An hour later, Qin Hao looked up and saw Lu Shui looking straight at him. He asked in confusion, "Lu Shui, is there dust on my face?" No. Lu Shui finally reacted, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly changed the subject. "Qin Hao, it's almost noon, the orders should be coming, you should go and do your work, don't worry about me. Qin Hao felt bitter. I have already been fired, so how could I get any orders? But he didn't want to tell Lu Shui so much, and he didn't want to spread the news about himself and Wu Qianyang to the world, so he smiled and said, I don't want to deliver food anymore. I have resigned. I have time to take care of you. Really? That's great. Lu Shui shouted happily when she heard it, and then she said seriously, Qin Hao, then you can be my full-time caregiver. I'll give you money. How about 50,000 a month? Otherwise, I'll add more. Qin Hao. He looked at Lu Shui and said sincerely, Lu Shui, I am also taking care of other people's children, so I can't be your full-time caregiver. But don't worry, I will come to take care of you more often when I have time in the future. As for the reward, forget it, after all, your 300,000 is still with me. But Lu Shui insisted on paying Qin Hao a salary, and finally gave Qin Hao 20,000 yuan directly, telling him to ask for more money when he ran out of money. Qin Hao was completely moved by this kind and generous girl, and he decided to take good care of Lu Shui. But he soon discovered that this wish had become a luxury. Qin Hao went out to buy some vegetables, then went into the kitchen and cooked a few dishes for Lu Shui. Lu Shui kept praising Qin Hao's cooking skills and ate a lot at noon. In the afternoon, Qin Hao gave Lu Shui another massage and took care of her going to the bathroom. He was busy until about 3 in the afternoon. Lu Shui looked at Qin Hao and urged him, Qin Hao, isn't it time for you to pick up the kids? Go get busy. Qin Hao didn't know whether Su Jianing had stopped him from picking up the child, but Su Jianing didn't notify him. If she didn't go either, then there would be no one to pick up the child. So he just hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, left Lu Shui's house, came outside, rode the battery car, and quickly rushed to the kindergarten. Not long after waiting, Nuanuan came out of the school, waved to Qin Hao from a distance, ran over happily, held Qin Hao's hand, and shouted happily. Dad, I picked up a pen today and the teacher gave me a little red flower as a reward. Qin Hao quickly shouted, really? My Nuan is really amazing. Come on, I'll buy you some snacks. Okay. Nuanuan held Qin Hao's finger and soon came to a small store. Qin Hao bought a lot of snacks for Nuanuan, then took out his mobile phone to pay, but at this time, Nuanuan's terrified shout came from behind. What are you doing? Qin Hao turned around and saw the long-haired man from yesterday pulling Nuanuan's arm. Nuanuan struggled desperately, but couldn't get free. Let the child go. What has the child done to you? Qin Hao roared angrily. At this time, Chen Qiang came out from behind, looked at Qin Hao and sneered, the child has no grudge against us, but you do. Bastard, I told you to get out of Yuncheng, but you still dare to come to Angel Beauty to cause trouble for me, you really deserve to be punished. After saying that, he took out a dagger, pointed it at Nuanuan's face, and sneered, tell me, if this little girl's face is scratched, how will your employer deal with you? I am looking forward to it, har har. After saying that, the dagger actually slashed towards Nuanuan's little face. When Qin Hao saw that the child was in danger, his eyes suddenly turned red and he cursed, I'll kill you, you bastard. After saying that, he swung his helmet and rushed directly to Chen Qiang. He smashed the helmet over, knocking the dagger away, and then swung the helmet and smashed it down on the long-haired man's head. With a muffled bang, the long-haired man was directly stabbed in the head. He screamed and let go of Nuanuan. Qin Hao reached out and hugged Nuanuan in his arms. Looking at the trembling Nuanuan, he quickly said, it's okay, I'm here. Chen Qiang in the back sneered, as long as you are here, everything will be fine. You are dreaming, even you will not be well today. After saying that, he waved his hands at the people next to him and shouted, everyone, get started and beat him up. Several people responded, rushed over, and attacked Qin Hao with their weapons. Chapter 22, The General Manager is Afraid of a Finance Minister. Qin Hao held Nuanuan with one hand and held his helmet with the other, and kept greeting the long-haired man, ignoring the attacks from the people behind him and letting their weapons hit him. I want you to fucking die. Curses were heard from behind, and there were sounds of sticks hitting people. Later, a stick hit Qin Hao's head with a dull bang, and his head was split open. The blood flowed down his face. But he ignored it, holding Nuan with one hand, chasing after the long-haired man, with the helmet in the other hand, ignoring the long-haired man's attack. The long-haired man was beaten to a bloody mess, screaming miserably. you've already fucking decided on me. Qin Hao gritted his teeth in his heart, damn it, I have set my sights on you. It was impossible for him to knock down 4 or 5 people with his own strength, so he grabbed the long-haired man and beat him alone. Only by beating this guy down can we deter others. But as the blood flowed more and more, Qin Hao felt his head getting dizzy. He protected Nuanuan tightly with one hand and waved his helmet with the other hand, hitting it forward continuously, but it was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. But at this moment, an angry roar came from behind, stop. As their voice was spoken, Su Jianing hurried over. When Chen Qiang saw Su Jianing, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He stopped a few people and quickly said with a smile, Boss Su, why are you here? Su Jianing rushed over, took Nuanuan from Qin Hao's hands, checked that the child was safe, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and said coldly, my child has been bullied, how can I not come? This girl is your child. Chen Qiang exclaimed, and quickly said with a smile, Boss Su, I really don't know about this, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and spat at Qin Hao, you bastard, you are lucky today, but your luck won't always be this good. Then he led his men away. Mom, Dad was beaten and bleeding in order to protect me. Please send him to the hospital quickly, woo-woo. Nuanuan looked at Su Jianing and cried. Su Jianing quickly reached out to support the staggering Qin Hao and asked, how are you? Qin Hao shook his head and said, go check on the child to see if he's okay. I'm fine. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Su Jianing was stunned. Her eyes also brightened up. Then she said, the child is fine. I'll take you to the hospital. I'm fine, I just need to go to a small clinic to get bandaged. Qin Hao really couldn't bear to go to the hospital and spend money on various tests. It's already like this, can you please stop being so stubborn? Su Jianing glared at Qin Hao and helped him walk towards the car. Several people surrounded you just now, why didn't you run away? Why did you just stand there and let them beat you? Su Jianing looked at Qin Hao and asked with a frown. I have a child with me, so I can't run away. For the sake of my child, I can only hold on. Qin Hao said, shaking his head. Su Jianing looked at Qin Hao and was completely stunned. At this time, John's mother pulled Nuan over, then looked at Su Jianing and said, Boss Su, Mr. Qin has saved Nuan 3 times. Su Jianing reacted and looked at Qin Hao silently, her eyes obviously softened a lot. She helped Qin Hao into the car, then took a few people to the hospital quickly, did a comprehensive examination, and then bandaged him. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Jianing asked Zhang Mar to take Nuanuan out for dinner. She whispered a few words, turned around and sat down beside Qin Hao's bed. Qin Hao looked at Su Jianing and said with a smile, Boss Su, I'm fine now, go and do your thing. Su Jianing did not respond, but looked at Qin Hao and asked, you went to the company to deal with Wu Qianyang, right? Yes. Qin Hao could see that Su Jianing was not so easy to fool, so he might as well tell the truth. Why? Su Jianing looked at Qin Hao, did you know her before? She is my first love, how could I not know her? Qin Hao gritted his teeth and said, I pursued her for 4 years like a dog, wishing I could give her my whole heart. But I didn't expect that she just treated me as an ATM and even found another man behind my back. How could I forgive her for treating me so badly? When Qin Hao got angry, his eyes turned red. So that's how it is. Wu Qianyang is so corrupt that he really doesn't deserve to be an angel beauty. Su Jianing's pretty face turned cold, and she picked up the phone and called. Inform Wu Qianyang that she has been fired from the company and she should not come to work tomorrow. Seeing Su Jianing directly defending himself against Wu Qianyang, Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, and the next moment a warm current surged through his heart, and he quickly spoke. Mr. Su, thank you. Su Jianing said calmly, this problem has been solved. Go to work at the company tomorrow and concentrate on your work. You are still willing to let me go back? Qin Hao's eyes lit up instantly and he shouted excitedly, but he soon thought that he would have to work with that bastard Chen Qiang in the future, and he suddenly felt disgusted. He turned his eyes and looked at Su Jianing and said, Boss Su, that Chen Qiang is the real scumbag. In fact, he is the one who should be fired the most. If we don't use Su Jianing to get rid of him now, when will we? But Su Jianing obviously saw through Qin Hao's thoughts. She glared at Qin Hao, frowned and said, you have too many tricks. Qin Hao's face flushed, and he quickly added, actually, I want to deal with him. The conflict between him and me is secondary. The most important thing is that he actually wants to attack the child. Su Jianing's face clearly flashed with anger, but he quickly regained his composure. I will warn him later. After hearing what Su Jianing said, Qin Hao's eyes were full of surprise. Su Jianing cared about Nuan the most. Nuan was almost injured today. According to Su Jianing's temper, she would have exploded a long time ago. But now she is so calm. She just warned Chen Xiang. This punishment is too light, isn't it? When he saw Su Jianing, he quickly said, a scumbag like Mr. Su doesn't deserve to stay in Angel Beauty Group. He should be fired directly. This guy got in touch with Wu Qianyang just by relying on his high salary at Angel Company. Let's cut off his financial foundation and see if he will still be in the mood to do whatever he wants in the future. But Su Jianing shook his head gently, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. That Chen Xiang is not as easy to deal with as you think. Qin Hao looked at Su Jianing and couldn't believe his ears. It is ridiculous that a company CEO would be afraid of a warm finance minister. He was about to ask Su Jianing why, when Aunt Zhang came in with Nuan and a thermos bucket. Boss Su, we've brought the food. Su Jianing went over to take the thermos bucket, then sat down beside the bed, looked at Qin Hao and said, I asked Aunt Zhang to bring some black chicken soup. You can drink some to nourish your body. Thank you, I can do it myself. Qin Hao said, and prepared to sit up. But Su Jianing's next action made Qin Hao stunned. Chapter 23. Oh my god, it's actually possible. Su Jianing raised her hand to block him and said calmly, lie down, your arm is also injured. After saying that, he raised the head of the bed a little, stuffed a quilt behind Qin Hao to raise his body, then opened the thermos, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, tested the temperature, and then brought it to Qin Hao's mouth. Qin Hao had never been treated like this before, so he quickly shook his head and said, Boss Su, there's no need to do this, I'll do it myself. You have a wound on your arm, open your mouth. Su Jianing said directly, and his tone was full of unquestionable attitude. Qin Hao couldn't resist the pressure, so he opened his mouth obediently and let Su Jianing feed him spoonful by spoonful. Looking at Su Jianing's considerate look, Qin Hao's heart suddenly trembled violently. I have been in a relationship with Wu Qianyang for 4 years, but when has she ever treated me so gently? When has I ever enjoyed such tenderness? This should be the most beautiful thing between men and women. At that moment, he felt that Su Jianing was not only beautiful, but her soul was also beautiful. He looked at Su Jianing infatuatedly and couldn't help blurting out, Boss Su, thank you, you are so kind. Su Jianing clearly noticed the eagerness in Qin Hao's eyes. She was stunned for a moment, but soon regained her composure and spoke calmly. I only take care of you because you saved Nuan. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Hao's head. His passion cooled down quickly. He couldn't help feeling bitter in his heart. He was just a stinky delivery boy, while she was a beautiful company boss. How could he have such excessive thoughts? That was a typical toad wanting to eat swan meat. But once some thoughts come into being, they are like wild weeds that grow wildly and can never be stopped. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that the water in the bottle was used up. Su Jianing, Qin Hao, and Zhang Mar left the hospital and drove back to the Su family. Mom and Dad are asleep. Nuan yawned and shouted while holding their fingers. Okay, let's go to bed. Qin Hao nodded and lay down on the bed with Nuan. Su Jianing turned and went to the bathroom. Half an hour later, she came out. Qin Hao turned his head to take a look, and was completely shocked the next moment. Su Jianing, who had just showered, had her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her oval face looked even whiter and more rosy, and her charming almond eyes looked even more watery. She was wearing a white corseted bathrobe, which perfectly outlined the fullness of her chest, her slender waist, and her upright figure. She stood there gracefully and beautifully, looking like a fairy from heaven who had fallen to earth. As a delivery boy traveling through the streets and alleys over the past few years, Qin Hao had become accustomed to seeing beautiful women, but this was the first time he had seen someone as breathtakingly beautiful as Su Jianing. Especially since this beauty had just emerged from the bath, making her even more stunningly beautiful. Qin Hao was completely stunned by Su Jianing's appearance. He stared at her blankly and swallowed his saliva continuously. At this moment, Nuan shouted, Mom, go to bed. Su Jianing agreed, went over to turn off the bedside lamp, and then lay down on the other side of Nuan's body. Nuan held the two people's fingers and soon fell into a deep sleep. Qin Hao lay on his side, stealing glances at Su Jining. Su Jining was seen lying flat on the ground. Her pretty face, shrouded in moonlight, was as smooth and delicate as ivory. Her full breasts, without the restraint of outer clothes, looked even more towering. The flat belly and the slender, straight legs that could not be covered by the pajamas became a beautiful sight. Smelling the scent of Chanel No. 5 perfume, Qin Hao's whole body suddenly felt like it was on fire. He really wanted to reach out and touch Su Jining's beauty. But the next moment, he suppressed this thought. Su Jining lay with him only because of Nuanuan, not because she had any affection for him at all. If I dare to force myself on her, given her personality, she would definitely throw me into jail. Even with a beautiful woman by his side, he didn't dare to make the slightest move. Qin Hao was feeling very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. If Su Jining didn't want to, he couldn't force her. At that moment, he even had an unrealistic idea. After living together for a long time, they would surely fall in love. Maybe Su Jining would really accept him. I don't know how long it took. Qin Hao fell asleep in a daze. In his dream, he held Su Jining's hand and ran in the sea of flowers. The two of them laughed happily. Finally, Su Jining snuggled into Qin Hao's arms. Qin Hao hugged her tightly. The two of them kissed passionately. Qin Hao's hand pressed directly on Su Jining's chest. The bone-melting comfort made Qin Hao unable to control himself any longer, and he woke up immediately. Qin Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. It is true that whatever you think about during the day you dream about at night. But he soon realized that this was nothing like anything, because how could his touch feel so real? He opened his eyes in confusion, and the next moment his eyeballs almost popped out. His hand actually passed Nuanuan and directly pressed on the fullness of Su Jining's chest. Oh my god, I actually touched Su Jining's breast. Feeling the bone-melting touch, looking at the most beautiful Su Jining, and breathing in her alluring fragrance, Qin Hao's whole body was suddenly on fire. At that moment, he really wanted to flip over Nuanuan and press directly on Su Jining. But soon, he suppressed this unrealistic idea and reluctantly retracted his hands. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, otherwise you will be scalded to death. Looking at Su Jining, who was still sleeping, he began to feel eager again. He hoped that there would be such an opportunity again in the future. Later he discovered that he actually had a greater opportunity, and it was given to him by Su Jining himself. The next morning, Qin Hao observed Su Jining's expression, but saw that Su Jining looked calm. He then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Jining really slept soundly last night and didn't feel his dirty hands at all. But soon he had another unrealistic idea. He touched her breasts. How could she not know? Was she pretending to sleep? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up instantly. He must test the waters again tonight to find out what Su Jining really thinks. Although the gap between him and her is almost impossible to make up, he is still thinking about Su Jining, which is definitely a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But if a person has no ideals, what is the difference between him and a salted fish? Maybe one day the swan will lose its mind and really give the toad a chance. So he wanted to test it and seized this opportunity. Su Jining was so lost in thought that the chopsticks in his hand stopped moving. He looked up at Qin Hao and asked, "Is the food not to your liking?" "Yes, it's delicious." Qin Hao finally reacted, his old face turned red, and he quickly lowered his head to eat. Su Jining put down her chopsticks, looked at Qin Hao and said, "If you feel unwell, take a few days off and go back to work when you are well. I will pick up the kids these 2 days." "No need, I'm fine. You go about your business. I'll pick up the kids and then go to work," Qin Hao said quickly. Su Jining hesitated for a moment and said, "Remember, don't confront that Chen Qiong again, otherwise you will be in big trouble." "No, how could you, as a company boss, be so afraid of a finance minister?" Qin Hao couldn't help but ask. Chapter 24 Passionate Mistakes. Don't ask if you shouldn't know. Also, don't wear your delivery uniform to work today. It's so disrespectful. Su Jining said coldly, stood up, picked up her bag, and left. Qin Hao looked at Su Jining's back, frowning. What power did Chen Qiong have that made Su Jining so fearful? When I get to the company, I will find a way to get to the bottom of this. And not doing anything to him. Impossible. He cheated on me, so how could I not take revenge? But this time I must find a safer way. After breakfast, Qin Hao changed into the suit that Su Jining bought for him, sent Nuanuan to school, and then drove the Audi towards Angel Company. In fact, he was wearing a delivery uniform yesterday just to slap Wu Qianyang in the face. This bitch has been fired, so there is no need to dress like that today. Qin Hao entered his office. The girl with glasses named Liu Hao quickly followed him and looked at Qin Hao and shouted excitedly. Director Qin, it's true that clothes match people and saddles match horses. You look so handsome in this outfit today. I will look for a boyfriend according to your standards in the future. Qin Hao understood immediately after hearing this. It seemed that Su Jianing had already notified the relevant departments and resumed his position. So he smiled calmly and said, "Go out and work hard." Liu Hao had just left when Hao Qian followed him in. She closed the door and latched it, then came to Qin Hao and said with a look of resentment. Director Qin, I waited for you all night last night, why didn't you call me? Am I so unattractive? Qin Hao did not respond to Hao Qian's suggestion. He smiled and said directly, Hao Qian, tell me what you want to say. Hao Qian hesitated for a moment, then said. Director Qin, does your suggestion to make me the deputy director still count? I can assure you that I am much better than Liu Hao in every aspect. When Qin Hao heard this, he immediately understood. No wonder Hao Qian was so proactive. It turned out to be because of this position. It seems that she has seen her own strength from yesterday's confrontation, so she surrendered. Qin Hao nodded directly, of course my words count. As long as you are willing, you will be the deputy director of the office in the future. After all, someone will have to do the work here in the future. Yes, of course I am. Hao Qian, who had already given up hope, suddenly brightened up and looked at Qin Hao and shouted excitedly. Director Qin, thank you. From now on, I will be yours. Whenever you call, I will be there. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a violent knock on the door. Open the door. Hearing that voice, Qin Hao showed a sneer at the corner of his lips. You are really unwilling to accept this. He looked at Hao Qian who was asking questions and said calmly, open the door. Hao Qian nodded and went over to open the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, a woman rushed in angrily. It was Wu Qianyang. Wu Qianyang looked at Qin Hao, then at Hao Qian, and her expression suddenly turned cold. She stared at Qin Hao and spoke with gritted teeth. Okay, you're having sex with a woman behind my back, you bastard. Qin Hao leaned back in his boss chair, put his feet on the desk, looked at Wu Qianyang and said coldly. Does this have anything to do with you? Only then did Wu Qianyang realize that she and Qin Hao had broken up. She turned her head suddenly and glared at Hao Qian, pouring out her anger at her. I've known for a long time that you're not a good person, but I didn't expect you to do such a shameful thing as seducing a man. I want to ask you, do you still have any shame? Hao Qian said reflexively, Sister Wu, I didn't, I just came here to report my work to Director Qin. Report to the bed right now. Wu Qianyang pinched his waist with one hand, pointed at Hao Qian with the other hand, and shouted with saliva flying everywhere, do you really think I'm blind and I can't see it? Hao Qian was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she was speechless. At this time, Qin Hao behind him said calmly, so what if you figured it out? Does it have anything to do with you? You? Wu Qianyang turned her head and glared at Qin Hao fiercely. She was about to explode, but she quickly realized that her status was different now. She came here to beg for help, so she suppressed her grievance and looked at Hao Qian and said, Get out, I have something to discuss with Qin Hao alone. Hao Qian quickly turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Wu Qianyang came to Qin Hao and said arrogantly, Qin Hao, you really think you have the whole situation under control? I tell you, you are overthinking. The person standing behind me is Chen Qiang. You have no idea how powerful he is. He will definitely find a way to get me back to work. Now I'm giving you a chance. If you take back your decision, I can let you go. Otherwise, I will make you die in an ugly way. Seeing Wu Qianyang still being so arrogant in front of him at this time, Qin Hao suddenly felt sick. He slammed the table and yelled, Get out! You! Wu Qianyang never thought that Qin Hao would dare to do this to her. She was so angry that her face turned green. She gritted her teeth and said, You just wait. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang urgently. She took out the phone from her bag and took a look at it. A hint of pride suddenly appeared on her face. Chen Qiang called me. He must have told me to return to my post. If you don't believe me, just listen. After that, she answered the phone in front of Qin Hao and said sweetly, Dear, can you please inform me that I can return to my original job? But after listening for a while, she suddenly screamed, "What? The company's leadership has decided to fire me, and you can't change the decision." The next moment her face turned as pale as paper, but she quickly reacted and shouted, "Chen Xiong, I've been with you for 2 years. I've given you everything I have. You can't just ignore me. Hey, hey." But before he could finish his words, the phone was disconnected and a beep sounded. Wu Qianyang froze there, like a wooden sculpture. It took him a while to react. He looked at Qin Hao and shouted hurriedly, "Qin Hao, this job is very important to me. Can you let me come back?" After saying that, he quickly added, "Chen Xiong and I were together because he forced us to be together." After saying this, she remembered the scene when Qin Hao pressed her down on the bed. Her face flushed and she immediately changed her words, "We were together just because of passion. In fact, you are the only one in my heart. If you don't believe me, feel it. My heart is beating for you." After saying that, he took Qin Hao's hand and pressed it against his heart. Chapter 25. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. In the past, if Qin Hao didn't give her money or was angry, as long as she used this trick, Qin Hao would obey. She believed that today Qin Hao still could not resist her temptation and would take the bait. But what surprised her was that Qin Hao pulled his hand back without any hesitation, looked at her with disgust and said, "Don't touch me, I think you're dirty." Wu Qianyang stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Qin Hao. She could not believe her ears. She never expected Qin Hao to say such heartless words. She was so angry that her face turned green. She really wanted to scold Qin Hao directly. What right did he have to be so presumptuous in front of her? But when she thought of her current fate, which was completely in his hands, she had to suppress her anger. Then she came to Qin Hao, looked at him with seductive eyes and said, "Dear, I was wrong. I am willing to apologize to you. Haven't you always wanted me? I am willing to give it to you." After saying that, he started to unbutton his shirt. Qin Hao looked at Wu Qianyang, and past events suddenly came to his mind. He had been in a relationship with Wu Qianyang for 4 years and they were already discussing marriage. As a normal man, he had also asked Wu Qianyang for intimacy. But every time, Wu Qianyang pretended to be innocent and rejected him directly, and said that she would save the best things for their wedding night. But in fact, she left the best things to the dog. Seeing Qin Hao staring at him motionlessly, a hint of pride suddenly flashed in Wu Qianyang's eyes. "Har har, I still can't resist my own temptation. I still have to be completely controlled by myself." She took a step forward, took Qin Hao's hand, and said seductively, "Dear, I love you." After saying that, she took Qin Hao's hand and pressed it against her chest again. "I said I think you're dirty. You don't understand what I'm saying, right?" Qin Hao pulled his hand away abruptly, glared at Wu Qianyang, and scolded him unceremoniously. "You?" Wu Qianyang stared at Qin Hao blankly, her eyes full of disbelief. She really couldn't imagine that Qin Hao could actually resist her temptation. "What do you mean?" Qin Hao said bluntly, "In the past few years, I have almost always granted you everything you asked for. I can't even afford a hot meal, but you eat delicacies from land and sea every day. I live in a place that's like a doghouse, but you live in a luxury apartment. The key is that you spend all my money. I treat you like a treasure, but you treat me like a blade of grass and just think of me as an ATM. Every time I ask you for that, you always say you want to save the best things for your wedding night, but in fact you've already fucking slept with someone else, leaving your best life to a dog, damn." When Qin Hao was so angry, he slapped the table so hard that the ashtray jumped up so high. Wu Qianyang stared at Qin Hao blankly, and could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, he was always obedient in front of her, like a cat, but today he dared to bang the table and bench in front of her. Was he trying to make a scene? You. Wu Qianyang looked at Qin Hao, his lips trembling with anger and he couldn't speak. Qin Hao changed to a more comfortable position, stared at Wu Qianyang and sneered. "What do you mean by you? Wu Qianyang, you know how much money I have spent on you over the years. What are you talking about? This money is my justice, right? Fine, I don't want the money, but you can't do anything here today. Get out of here. Get out. Qin Hao." Wu Qianyang shouted angrily, "I'm telling you, I'm on this shift, you can't drive me away. Also, you insulted me today, you must pay a heavy price, just wait and see if you don't believe me." After saying that, he turned and left angrily. Qin Hao watched Wu Qianyang leave in embarrassment, and the anger in his heart finally eased a little. But at this moment, the internal phone rang. Qin Hao picked up the phone and answered it. A man's voice rang from inside. Director Qin, hello, I'm Chen Xiang. Hearing this guy's voice, Qin Hao was furious. He said in a cold voice, speak. There's no need to be polite with this bastard. There was no sound on the phone for a while. After a long while, Chen Xiang finally spoke, give me a favor and let Wu Qianyang come back to work. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao interrupted him rudely, who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Wu Qianyang can't come back, I said it. You? Chen Xiang never expected that Qin Hao would be so fierce. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. After a long time, he reacted and his voice suddenly became extremely cold. Listen to me, kid. You will change your mind. Just wait and see. Before he could finish his words, Qin Hao hung up the phone and cursed, you cheated on me and hired someone to beat me up. You're not done yet, I'm not done yet. Su Jianing was afraid of Chen Xiang, but as a delivery man, what did he have to be afraid of? How could a barefoot person be afraid of someone wearing shoes? But soon he thought of those thugs, and his brows suddenly frowned. If Chen Xiang really became desperate and asked them to continue to attack him, or even Nuanuan, how should he respond? I can't get any advantage against those hooligans by myself, so what should I do? Qin Hao thought hard but couldn't think of a solution. At this moment, his phone rang urgently. Qin Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Shue's call. Qin Hao suddenly remembered his promise to Lu Shue. He slapped his head and said with an annoyed look, oh, I forgot this important thing again. He quickly answered the phone, but before he could speak, Lu Shue's timid voice rang out, Qin Hao, I just want to ask, are you still busy now? Lu Shue, I'm at work now. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but don't worry, I'll come over to cook for you at noon today. It's okay, you're busy. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. I'm just asking. Lu Shue said quickly. Her tone was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. It's okay, I'll be there now. Qin Hao said, hung up the phone, said something to Hao Qian, left directly, and drove to Lu Shue's house. Lu Shue looked at Qin Hao and said quickly, hey, you are at work, why are you here? This is interrupting your work, how can you be so embarrassed? After hearing what Lu Shue said, Qin Hao felt even more guilty. He quickly said, Lu Shue, you are not able to move around easily now, so it is my responsibility to take care of you. I will try my best to find time to take care of you in the future. It's almost noon, I'll go buy some vegetables to cook for you. Seeing Lu Shue nod obediently, Qin Hao turned around and left, driving towards the vegetable market. When he arrived at the vegetable market, he was still thinking about how to deal with those hooligans, but at this moment, a girl's voice sounded next to him. Brother, it's you? Qin Hao turned his head in confusion and saw an innocent-looking girl in a white dress running towards him. Chapter 26, The Living Hell of Yuncheng. Qin Hao quickly recognized the person who came. It was the hair salon girl, Lin Yu. Are you here to buy vegetables too? Qin Hao asked with a smile as he looked at Lin Yu who was running over. My home is nearby. Lin Yu nodded, looked around to see if anyone was paying attention, and said softly, Brother, I'd better return your 500 yuan to you. After all, you didn't do anything to me, so I can't take your money for nothing. Qin Hao shook his head and said seriously, you spent so much time with me, this money is what you deserve, I won't take it. Lin Yu looked up at Qin Hao, his eyes sparkling as he said, Brother, you are a good person. This compliment made Qin Hao's face turn red. If he were a good person, would he go find Lin Yu? At this time, Lin Yu saw the gauze wrapped around Qin Hao's head and asked in surprise. Brother, what happened to your head? Someone took advantage of me. Qin Hao felt angry when he thought of that incident and said it casually. Who hit you? Lin Yu asked with a frown. A guy named Binzi and his few cronies. Qin Hao angrily recounted what happened. This is too bullying, they deserve to be punished. Lin Yu said with a frown. Qin Hao was immediately amused when he heard this. Lin Yu, I'm just telling you something to vent my anger. Do I really expect you to help me vent my anger? What can a little girl like you do? Lin Yu smiled and asked, Brother, where do you live now? I live in Xinyuan community. Qin Hao said casually. I am living with Su Jining now, in Xinyuan community. Lin Yu nodded, bought the vegetables, said goodbye to Qin Hao, and left. Qin Hao drove towards Xinyuan community, still thinking about how to deal with those hooligans. But at this moment, a car came out from the fork in the road and almost hit Qin Hao's car. Qin Hao quickly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes to barely avoid it. Qin Hao got out of the car, stared at the car and yelled, "How the hell does he drive?" As soon as he finished speaking, the car door opened, and a man with gauze wrapped around his head, like a mummy, got out of the car, looked at Qin Hao tremblingly and said, "That's how I drive. Do you have any objection?" Binzi. Qin Hao recognized him at a glance. This person was the Binzi whose head was smashed by him with a helmet. Then the car door opened, and the bald guy and two other thugs got out of the car with weapons in their hands, looked at Qin Hao and sneered. "And us?" I rushed over and surrounded Qin Hao in the middle. The next moment, the car door slowly opened, Wu Qianyang got out of the car, looked at Qin Hao, sneered and said, "Qin Hao, you were very arrogant when you were in the company, but what about now?" She came in front of Qin Hao, looked at him and laughed. "Now there are two choices. 1. Agree obediently and let me go back to work in the company. 2. Break your legs." After saying that, he pointed at the bald men and laughed. "These guys are all ruthless, so you don't have to doubt my words. I think now you should know how to choose." The next moment, he looked at Qin Hao and sneered, "Don't think that you are qualified to be arrogant in front of me just because you sell your body and get close to Su Jining. I tell you, you don't know the power of my man Chen Qiong at all. You are nothing in front of him. You still want to jump in front of me? You don't deserve it." Hearing Wu Qianyang directly call Chen Qiong her man, Qin Hao could no longer suppress his anger. He cursed, "I'll beat you to death, you bitch." After saying that, he slapped him in the face. With a loud bang, half of Wu Qianyang's face suddenly swelled up. Qin Hao, who had succeeded, pushed Binzi away and ran towards the police station not far away. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. "Run away." Wu Qianyang, who had reacted, was furious and pointed at Qin Hao and roared, "Okay, you bastard, you dare to hit me, you're dead, come on, catch him, catch him." The bold men agreed and chased after Qin Hao. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded beside him, "Whoever dares to chase me again will have his legs broken." As their voice came, a man walked straight forward. The man was 1.85 meters tall and had a strong body. He looked extremely oppressive standing there. There was a green dragon tattooed on his left arm, which made him look a little more sinister and ferocious. Wu Qianyang, who was feeling proud, became furious when she heard that someone dared to hit her. She glared at the tattooed man and yelled, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to shout here?" Before he could finish his words, the tattooed man was already in front of him, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped him in the face again. There was a loud bang, and the other half of Wu Qianyang's face was also swollen. The tattooed man stared at her and said coldly, "You want to die?" Surrounded by the chill in the tattooed man's eyes, Wu Qianyang felt as if he were doused with cold water and couldn't help shivering all over. Why is this person's eyes so cold? But soon, he remembered that he had someone on his side, and suddenly he became arrogant again. "Okay, you dare to hit me, you wait for me." After saying that, he looked at the gangsters and shouted, "Brother Binzi, get started, get him. Hold it for me." But before she could finish her words, Binzi interrupted her coldly. Wu Qianyang almost choked to death. She looked at Binzi with eyes full of disbelief. Isn't this his own man? But not only did he punish the tattooed man and stand up for himself, he turned around and attacked him. Isn't this a typical case of elbowing outward and hitting inward? She looked at Binzi and was about to ask why, but she saw Binzi trotting up to the tattooed man and said with a smile, "Brother Leopard." "Leopard brother?" After hearing Binzi's words and looking at his respectful appearance, Wu Qianyang turned around and looked at the tattooed man carefully. Finally, he recognized him and couldn't help but exclaimed, You are the famous Wang Bao in Yuncheng." The next moment she turned pale with fright. This Wang Bao was an extremely powerful figure in the Yuncheng underworld. He was ruthless and cruel. He once chased his rival for 3 blocks with a machete because they were competing for a woman, and forced his rival to kneel down and admit his mistake. He became famous because of this battle and became a living devil that everyone feared. He was sent to prison 2 years ago for injuring someone, but he didn't expect that he would be out now, and he didn't expect that he would be standing in front of him. Thinking that he had dared to speak rudely to this god of death, Wu Qianyang was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He must be tired of living to dare to provoke this living king of hell. She swallowed her saliva, suppressed her fear, and quickly came to Wang Bao, saying with a smile, "Brother Bao, I really didn't know it was you, otherwise I wouldn't dare to say anything disrespectful to you." He was really confused. Why did this living king of hell come here for no reason? But what happened next made her stunned for a moment. Chapter 27. The shadow of Su Jianing suddenly appeared in my mind. Wang Bao came to Qin Hao, put his arm around his shoulders, looked at Binzi and the others and said coldly, "How dare you attack my brother? Do you think that I've been in prison for 2 years and that I'm weak and can be bullied? Do you think I've become a soft persimmon that you can bully at will? Brother?" Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, rolling over Wu Qianyang's head, and Wu Qianyang felt like his scalp was about to explode. How could Qin Hao, a stinky delivery boy, get close to Wang Bao, a ruthless guy? Binzi and the others were also full of surprise, but they quickly reacted and looked at Wang Bao and nodded and said, "Brother Bao, how dare we do that? We really didn't know this brother was your man, otherwise we wouldn't dare to do that even if we had 100 guts." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Qin Hao, nodded and said, "Brother, you are Brother Bao's man, why didn't you tell me earlier? Look at what has happened. It's like a flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Don't worry, we will never dare to provoke you again." After saying that, he looked at Wang Bao and said with a smile, "Brother Bao, you are busy, we will go first." After saying that, a few people turned around, got into the car, and drove away in shame. When Wu Qianyang saw that he was the only one left, and then looked at Wang Bao standing there with a ferocious look, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Qin Hao, then quickly said with a smile, "Dear, why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew Brother Bao? Do you think you are worthy of saying these 3 words? Qin Hao stared at Wu Qianyang and spoke coldly. Wu Qianyang almost choked to death, his mouth wide open and unable to utter a word. Qin Hao looked at her and said coldly, "I told you that you can't enter Angel Beauty Company, you can't enter, because a slut like you is not worthy, get out." Wu Qianyang turned and left, his face filled with shame. Qin Hao turned around and looked at Wang Bao, and said with gratitude, "Brother Bao, thank you so much, but I just want to ask, why did you help me today?" No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out any reason why Wang Bao would help him. Wang Bao glanced at him, turned around and left. His cold voice came from behind him, "Be nice to that woman." Then he entered the alley and soon disappeared. Be nice to that woman. Qin Hao was confused, which woman? Soon, Su Jianing's figure flashed through his mind. It must be her. Only she can make the great god Wang Bao take action. Thinking of this, a sweet feeling surged in his heart. This woman appears cold on the surface, but secretly, she has always been nice to me. It seems that she doesn't dislike me. He suddenly looked forward to sleeping with her tonight. After answering Lu Shui's question, Qin Hao quickly prepared the meal and brought it to Lu Shui. Lu Shui ate with a very satisfied look on her face. Qin Hao thought about it, then looked at Lu Shui and said, "Lu Shui, I may have to work overtime at any time in the future, so I can't guarantee to cook for you every meal. Otherwise, I should find a better nanny for you." "No, actually my nanny is pretty good." Lu Shui quickly shook her head, then looked at Qin Hao and said, "You don't have to cook for me every meal, just come and cook for me when you are free, I really like the food you cook." It was difficult for Qin Hao to refuse after talking so much. He cleaned up the dishes and Lu Shui asked cautiously, "Qin Hao, can you give me another massage? After your massage, my whole leg will be warm and comfortable." Qin Hao nodded, squatted opposite Lu Shui, and began to massage her. Lu Shui was wearing a loose home clothes today, so when Qin Hao lifted her legs, he could easily see her slender and straight legs. In the past, whenever he saw such beauty, he would feel his blood boiling. But today, when he looked at the scenery, Su Jianing's figure kept flashing through Qin Hao's mind. He quickly turned his head away, as if looking at her any longer would be unfair to Su Jianing. Only then did he realize that all the good things about Su Jianing had occupied his heart. Qin Hao couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. What was he thinking about? How could a toad like him have anything to do with a white swan like Su Jianing? Although he knew the idea was ridiculous, he couldn't stop thinking about it. "Qin Hao, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Qin Hao shaking his head and looking absent-minded, Lu Shui asked puzzledly. Oh, I didn't think anything. Qin Hao said quickly after reacting, but the lingering figure of Su Jianing was in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Shui and said, Lu Shui, if you really feel that massage is effective, I will help you find a professional masseur in the future. Their massage will definitely be much better than mine. You won't give me massages anymore. Lu Shui looked at Qin Hao and was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted, shook her head and said, Oh, no need. I think my legs are much better now. She hesitated for a moment, but continued, Qin Hao, thank you for your company these days. I feel very happy. Thank you for the food you cooked. It's delicious. Qin Hao smiled and shook his head, if I have to thank you, it should be me. When I needed money, you gave me 300,000 without hesitation. Besides, it's not like I won't come. You're making it seem like we won't see each other again. That's not a big deal. Lu Shui was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, That's right, go back and do your thing. Are you going to the bathroom again? Qin Hao asked again. Thinking of Lu Shui's inconvenience in going to the bathroom, Qin Hao quickly asked another question. Lu Shui smiled and said, I don't want to go now. The nanny will be back soon. You don't have to worry. Qin Hao nodded, looked at Lu Shui and said, I've been here several times, but I haven't seen this nanny once. She's too irresponsible. I tell you that you have to talk more to people like this, otherwise they will inevitably cheat and act cunningly. You're a girl, if you can't save your face, I'll speak up for him later. I'm thick-skinned and not afraid. Also, if you have any difficulties, feel free to call me. There is only one principle, and that is, don't make yourself suffer. Listening to Qin Hao's chattering, Lu Shui looked at Qin Hao straight, a little dazed. Qin Hao looked at his watch. Oh, it's getting late, I have to go. You must remember what I said. Lu Shui finally reacted and nodded her head. Yeah, I got it. Qin Hao nodded, turned and left, quickly drove back to the company, took the elevator straight to the top floor, and rushed to the general manager's office. Su Jianing asked Wang Bao to protect him, so it was natural for him to come forward to express his gratitude. But just as I reached the door, I heard the sound of a man and a woman arguing inside. Chapter 28 A Beautiful Woman. Boss Su, I don't know what Qin Hao is capable of, but you let him take on the role of office director right after he got here. That voice was obviously from that bastard Chen Qiang. The next moment, a woman's cold voice said, Do I need your approval to make personnel arrangements? Su Jianing. Chen Qiang's voice, Boss Su, I won't say anything about you arranging him to be the office director, but he just came and doesn't know anything about the situation, but you fired him directly, this is nonsense. Mr. Su, I came to you today just to ask you to give him an order to invite back the people he fired. Su Jianing, you mean Wu Qianyan, right? I want to fire her. I will never let such a morally corrupt person come back. You? Chen Qiang's voice was obviously angry. Boss Su, tell me the truth, Wu Qianyan is my person, you just fired her, you clearly don't give me face. Su Jianing's voice was still calm, I don't care who he is. I'm just being rude to him. It has nothing to do with your face. Minister Chen, is there anything else? If not, I have to get to work. Su Jianing. Chen Qiang's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, I understand now. You support Qin Hao without any principles and let him do whatever he wants in this company. But I tell you, this company is not yours, and you can't do whatever you want. Next came the sound of a stool being dragged and footsteps. Qin Hao took 2 steps back and went into the bathroom. He soon saw Chen Qiang coming out of the general manager's office angrily, slamming the door, and quickly got into the elevator and left. Qin Hao came out of the bathroom and looked at Chen Qiang's back, his eyes full of confusion. How could this warm finance minister be so bold as to directly challenge the company's general manager? What's even more strange is that Su Jianing seems to tolerate his insolence. What is going on? Qin Hao really wanted to go into Su Jianing's office and find out what was going on, but he quickly remembered her attitude when he asked her about this matter in the morning. She didn't want to tell me in the morning, and if I ask her now, she definitely won't tell me. What is she afraid of Chen Qiang for? Listening to the conversation between the two just now, Su Jianing was obviously standing up for himself. How could he let this person who truly cared about him suffer such humiliation? He must find out the truth and help Su Jianing vent her anger. But Su Jianing didn't tell him. What should I do? The next moment, his eyes rolled and he suddenly had an idea. If Su Jining didn't tell him, someone would tell. Qin Hao quietly left the 7th floor, took the elevator, returned to the office, entered his small office, called Hao Qian to come in, and then ordered, "Director Hao, close the door." Hao Qian was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded, closed the door, locked it, and then came to Qin Hao and said shyly, "Director Qin, you helped me a lot, I should thank you." After saying that, she prepared to sit on Qin Hao's lap. Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, then he reacted immediately, coughing violently and said, "Director Hao, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I asked you to come here today just to ask you something." Hao Qian knew that she had misunderstood Qin Hao's meaning, and her face immediately turned red. She put down her skirt, sat on the sofa, and asked with a red face, "Director Qin, if you have anything to ask, just ask." Qin Hao looked at Hao Qian and went straight to the point. "Hao Qian, let me ask you, what kind of backing does this Chen Qiang have? Why is he so arrogant in the company?" When Hao Qian heard this, she immediately perked up, stood up and walked to Qin Hao, looked at him and said softly, "Chen Qiang's backer is his wife. Is his wife also a senior executive of the company?" Qin Hao asked in surprise. Hao Qian shook her head and said, "She is not a senior executive of the company, but she has a close relationship with them." "Having a close relationship with the company's top management? With whom?" Qin Hao asked in surprise. Hao Qian shook her head, "I don't know who it is specifically. These are all said by Wu Qianyang. She didn't say the specific person, but you are the office director and have a wide range of contacts. It won't be long before you know." "How long?" Thinking of the fact that this bastard cheated on him and how he dared to act so arrogantly in front of Su Jining, Qin Hao felt extremely angry. He couldn't wait even for a day. He thought about it and immediately had a general idea. Then he looked at Hao Qian and asked, "Where does Minister Chen live?" Hao Qian quickly said, "It's at number 15, Xinyuan Community." "So that's where he lives?" Qin Hao's eyes lit up slightly. This was easy to find. He quickly thought of a question, looked at Hao Qian and asked, "How ugly is Chen Qiang's wife that he would look for women outside behind his wife's back?" Hao Qian shook her head. "Chen Qiang's wife is not ugly, but she is quite beautiful, otherwise that senior executive would not fall in love with her." "That's true." Qin Hao nodded. With such a beautiful wife at home, Chen Qiang is still flirting with other girls. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. I really don't know. Maybe domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Hao Qian said with a smile. Then his wife is having an affair with a senior executive of the company. Does he not know about it, or does he not care? Qin Hao asked again. This, I really don't know. Hao Qian shook her head and said helplessly. Qin Hao nodded, "Okay, you can go out, but don't tell anyone about our conversation today." "I understand." Hao Qian nodded quickly, thought for a moment and said, "Chen Qiang's wife is called Meng Lu, but we all call her Monroe, the Monroe from Marilyn Monroe. I have a photo of her here, I'll send it to you." After saying that, he took out his cell phone, tapped some photos, and sent them to Qin Hao. Qin Hao flipped through the photos and was instantly amazed. She has black hair that falls softly on her shoulders, a pretty face that is extremely beautiful, a tall figure, and a charming appearance. Her beauty is different from Su Jining's. If Su Jining is the quietly blooming snow lotus, then Monroe is the blooming peony. At that moment, Qin Hao finally understood why everyone called her Marilyn Monroe. It was not because of her appearance, but because she, like Marilyn Monroe, was the opposite sex in every man's fantasy. As long as she was willing, she could even conquer all the men in the world. Qin Hao looked at the photo on his phone, his eyes sparkling, and he couldn't help but mutter, "She's really beautiful." Hao Qian looked at Qin Hao's wide-open eyes, chuckled and said something. When Qin Hao heard it, he almost coughed to death. Chapter 29 Meeting Chen Qiang's wife. Hao Qian looked at Qin Hao and said with a grin, "Director Qin, I heard that Mrs. Chen is very undisciplined in her lifestyle. You are so handsome. If you make a move, you will definitely be able to have sex with her. I have given you the address and photos. It's up to you now. Come on, give it your all." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door. Qin Hao suddenly said with a black line on his forehead. Am I so indecent in your eyes?" Hao Qian turned her head and looked at Qin Hao, a meaningful smile appeared on her face, then she turned and left. "Qin Hao." Looking at Menglu's contact information on the phone, it's great. I really want to make an anonymous call to her and tell her that Chen Qiang is having affairs outside, so as to break up the couple. But he quickly suppressed the thought. Without solid evidence, how could anyone believe what he said? This matter needs to be considered carefully and until we get solid evidence. But the tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop, and Chen Qiang's knife was quickly handed over. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Hao was busy. At this time, the phone vibrated several times. Qin Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was a video sent by someone. Qin Hao opened it with confusion and saw the contents. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. In the video, Chen Qiang and Wu Qianyang were entangled again. Although he knew the nature of Wu Qianyang, the bitch, and had planned to part ways with her completely, this was the woman he had been pursuing for 4 years after all. Seeing her treat other men like this, his heart still ached. Why did I fall for this bitch back then? I was so blind. But soon, he was full of doubts. Who sent him this video? At this moment, his phone rang urgently. Qin Hao saw that it was an unfamiliar number and answered it casually. A man's triumphant voice rang out from the phone. How is it? The video is good, isn't it? Har har. Chen Qiang. Qin Hao quickly recognized the man's identity and his voice suddenly turned cold. It's me. Chen Qiang sneered and said, Qin Hao, I understand what you mean. You used all your tricks to get close to that bitch Su Jining, got into angel company, and then fired Chen Yang. Your purpose was just to warn me not to touch your woman. But I tell you, Su Jining can't suppress me, and your warning can't scare me. I will still use your woman. You want to fight me? You are not worthy, understand? Har har. Go to hell. Qin Hao was so angry that he hung up the phone and sat there with his eyes red with anger. He slept with my ex-girlfriend and yet he dared to provoke me so unscrupulously. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'll be a living cuckold. At this time, Chen Qiang sent another text message to Qin Hao, asshole, don't think that you can be arrogant and domineering in the company just because of Su Jining. You'd better get out of the company. If I see you in the company again tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at those arrogant words, Qin Hao's face instantly turned pale, and he suddenly stood up and walked outside. He wanted to find Su Jining and ask Su Jining to fire this scumbag first, but he soon remembered how Chen Qiang confronted Su Jining, and he stopped in his tracks. It seems that this guy has a strong backing and even Su Jining can't touch him easily. Oh no, what should I do? Qin Hao frowned and thought hard, but the next moment, he saw the phone next to him and his eyes lit up. You son of a bitch, you handed the knife to me yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. Qin Hao went to pick up the child in the afternoon. Just as he got in the car, Su Jining called him, did you pick up the child? Qin Hao smiled and said, I've received it. Nuanuan is in the car. Well, drive carefully on the road. Su Jining reminded and then hung up the phone. Hearing Su Jining's caring words, Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt his throat blocked. He had licked Wu Qianyang for 4 years, but she seemed to have never said such caring words to him. He didn't expect that he would experience such a gentle feeling from a woman he had just known for a few days. At that moment, he felt a special feeling towards Su Jining in his heart. What a good woman! The next moment he gritted his teeth. Such a good woman, but Chen Qiang actually took advantage of his power to bully her. He would not be let off easily for this. Chen Qiang, you just wait. After sending the child back home, Qin Hao found an excuse and turned to leave. Then he came to the gate of the community, picked up the phone and called Menglu. After a while, the call was connected, and a woman's cold voice sounded. Hello. The voice was cold, and it was obvious that it was keeping people at a distance. Qin Hao spoke directly, Hello Ms. Meng, I am a kind-hearted person. I have something about Chen Qiang here. I believe you will be interested. Come out and let's meet somewhere. There was no sound on the phone. Qin Hao was afraid that the other party would lose touch with him, so he added. Of course, if you don't care, then I will spread the news. I'm just afraid that you will lose face then. There was silence on the phone for a long time before the woman's voice sounded again, Where are you? I'm at the gate of Xinyuan community now. Please come out and we'll meet somewhere. Qin Hao was so happy that he took the bait. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party in a cold voice, 500 meters west of the community, there is an alley, wait for me at the entrance of the alley. After saying this, he hung up the phone without giving Chin Hao a chance to refuse. Chin Hao hung up the phone, turned around and walked towards the alley entrance to their west. Chin Hao, who used to deliver takeout to me in this area, knew that the alley was in a remote location and not many people passed by during the day. In addition, it was already late at night and there were even fewer people. It was indeed a quiet place to talk about things. Thinking about Menglu's furious look when she sees the video, Chin Hao felt relieved. It would not be impossible for him to exaggerate the situation and force them to divorce. Thinking of the good things, Chin Hao's steps became much lighter and he soon arrived at the entrance of the alley. In just a few minutes, a platinum Porsche Carameller came whizzing over, braked suddenly and stopped in front of Chin Hao, and the window slowly rolled down. Chin Hao looked inside the car and saw a woman sitting in the driver's seat. When Chin Hao saw the woman's face, he was instantly stunned. Chapter 30. She is such a woman. The woman had wine-red wavy hair that made her skin look even fairer. She had an oval face that was as white and smooth as porcelain, with delicate features that looked like ivory carvings. She wore a pair of sunglasses on her nose, which made her look even more charming. She was wearing a white silk blouse that did not at all conceal the fullness of her chest. Looking at the woman, Chin Hao was obviously stunned. She was even more charming and attractive in person than in the photo. Seeing Chin Hao staring at her, the woman's face showed obvious disgust. She snorted and said, "You're looking for me. Are you Ms. Meng?" Chin Hao finally reacted. "Get in the car," the woman said concisely and clearly, as if it would be a waste to say one more word to Chin Hao. Chin Hao went straight to the co-pilot seat. Sitting on the leather seat, a feeling of comfort immediately spread throughout the body. After all, it is a luxury car worth millions, and it feels great. Thinking about the Peugeot sedan that Chen Qiong drives, Chin Hao immediately understands the status of the two people in the family. "Don't you have something for me? Where is it?" The woman, Menglu, closed the window, looked at Chin Hao and spoke in a cold voice. Chin Hao secretly complained in his heart, "Just pretend, when you see your husband with another woman, you will immediately stop treating me like this." Chin Hao directly forwarded the video to Menglu. Menglu's phone vibrated a few times, and she picked up the phone and clicked on the video. Chin Hao clearly saw a hint of coldness from the corner of Menglu's eyes. Chin Hao's heart was suddenly relieved. It has taken effect. He looked at the woman, waiting for her to have a hysterical attack. Looking at Menglu's delicate profile and smelling the alluring scent of Chanel No. 5 perfume on her, Chin Hao felt hot all over. So fucking beautiful. But soon, he thought of Su Jianing and felt a sense of guilt. He decided that no matter how Menglu tempted him, he would not let Su Jianing down. But what happened next was beyond Chin Hao's expectations. Menglu turned off her phone, leaned back in her chair, looked ahead, and said coldly, "Tell me, how much do you want?" "Want money." Chin Hao was stunned. This was obviously different from what he had imagined. Menglu turned her head, took off her sunglasses, looked at Chin Hao and said coldly, "You went to so much trouble to shoot this kind of video to find me, don't you just want money?" After saying that, he took the bag, took out a bank card from it, and slapped it on the dashboard. $50,000, take the money and leave, and delete this video completely. Seeing that Menglu didn't play according to his plan, Chin Hao was a little stunned, but he quickly reacted and said, "Ms. Meng, I'm not greedy for money, I just don't want to see kind people being bullied." But before Chin Hao finished speaking, Menglu took out another bank card and threw it on the dashboard. "I'll give you another 50,000 yuan and delete the video completely. At the same time, I warn you, don't try to hit on my husband again, or I will make you regret it. Get out of the car." Chin Hao got out of the car and stood there completely stunned when he saw the car whizzing away. Her husband cheated on her, but she didn't get mad, instead she covered up for him. What does this mean? Is this the reaction a normal woman should have? If I can't drag Menglu into this, how can I deal with Chen Qiong? It's a headache. At this moment, Su Jianing called Chin Hao, "Why haven't you come back for dinner yet?" "Oh, I'll be right back." Chin Hao agreed and hung up the phone. He quickly returned to Su Jianing's house. Seeing the food already served on the table, Chin Hao was moved. Coming home with hot meals and a woman waiting for you, this is true happiness. Dad, it's time to eat. I've been waiting for you. Nuan looked at Chin Hao and called out obediently. Hey, I'll be right there. Chin Hao's heart melted when he saw this well-behaved child. He agreed and quickly went over to sit next to Nuanuan. He was also hungry, so he ate everything in one gulp. At this time, Su Jining came out of the bedroom, looked at Chin Hao and said, "You stay at home to take care of Nuanuan, I'll go out for a while." Chin Hao looked up at Su Jining and asked casually, "Where are you going?" "It's so late, why don't I go with you?" "No need, I'm just going to go out for a walk," Su Jining said, and walked straight outside, but the moment she turned around, her eyes were obviously flickering. That's obviously a lie. Looking at Su Jining's delicate makeup and seeing that she was wearing a pure white silk shirt and a black hip skirt, Chin Hao frowned even more tightly. She was wearing a business suit and putting on makeup. How could she be just out for a stroll? It was obvious that she was going to meet someone. The image of Su Jining when he first met her suddenly appeared in his mind. Chin Hao's heart suddenly turned. Could it be that this woman really had a dark side? No, I must figure it out. If she is really the kind of woman who doesn't love herself, then there will never be a place for her in my heart. He saw Su Qingcheng leave the yard, turned around and looked at Aunt Zhang and said, "Oh, I forgot something important at the company. I'll go get it. Can you please take care of Nuanuan first?" After saying that, he left in a hurry and came outside. He saw Su Qingcheng driving the Maserati President towards the outside of the community. Chin Hao quickly got on the Audi sedan and followed quietly. 20 minutes later, Su Jining's car stopped in the parking lot in front of the Dahao Hotel. She got out of the car, carrying her bag, and walked towards the hotel. Chin Hao also parked his car in the parking lot and saw Sun Jining enter the lobby. He then got out of the car and quickly followed her up. When I arrived at the lobby entrance, I saw Su Jining standing in front of the elevator and pressed the 7th floor. The elevator door opened and she walked right in. Seeing the elevator door closed, Chin Hao entered the lobby, then came to another elevator and pressed the 6th floor. The elevator door opened, Chin Hao entered the elevator, and quickly arrived at the 6th floor. He took out a large mask and put it on, then took out his sunglasses and put them on, covering his face completely to avoid really running into Su Jining and being recognized by her, which would prevent him from being able to explain himself. He went up the stairs to the 7th floor. Standing at the corner, he saw Su Jining coming to the door of room 705 and knocking gently. The door opened quickly, and a man's voice came from inside, "Here I come." "Yeah." Su Jining hummed and walked into the room, closing the door. Seeing this scene, Chin Hao's heart was gripped with grief. She came here to get a room with a man late at night. It was confirmed that she was a fickle woman. Thinking of this, he felt that the whole world became pale and dull. Chapter 31, Temptation. He pursued Wu Qianyang for 4 years, but she cheated on him with another man. He thought Su Jining would be his white moonlight and he had found a good woman, but now he knows that she is a complete loser and a bitch with no self-respect. Har har, love, go to hell. Chin Hao continued to laugh miserably, shook his head and prepared to leave. But in the end he still stopped. Maybe Su Jining met that man just to talk about work. No, I must make it clear to myself. He will not let a bad guy go, but he will never wrongly accuse a good person. Chin Hao wanted to go over and check with his last hope, but at this moment, a waiter came with a customer to check in, so Chin Hao quickly retreated. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the waiter left. After hearing no more sounds in the corridor, Chin Hao tiptoed to the door of room 705, but was surprised to find that the door was not locked but only ajar. He listened carefully, and soon heard the exciting voice in the room. "No, don't do this, Then came the man's evil voice, "It's okay, come on." Although he had never experienced such a thing, Chin Hao had watched many educational films on the subject and quickly understood what was happening in the room. Chin Hao was still deceiving himself. It was impossible, it absolutely could not be Su Jining. He must take a look, he must confirm the facts. He raised his trembling hands, gently pushed open the half-open door, stuck his head in, and froze in an instant when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw a woman lying on the sofa, her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray. A man was on top of her, clearly intending to do something bad. The moment he saw the woman, Chin Hao felt as if he was hit by a club and the whole world was shaking. Look carefully, that woman is not Su Jining, then who else could it be? Looking at Su Jining's appearance, Chin Hao's eyes turned red instantly. It's confirmed, Su Jining is indeed a loose woman. At that moment, the beautiful image she had just established in Qin Hao's mind collapsed instantly. Looking at Su Jining, Qin Hao suddenly felt sick. What a bitch! He couldn't bear to watch it anymore and turned around to leave. But after walking 2 steps, he stopped. When he thought about Su Jining being bullied by that man, he was immediately furious. After all, she was the woman he had fallen in love with, and he felt really uncomfortable seeing her being treated like that. Damn it, if I'm unhappy, you can't be happy either. Thinking of this, he turned back, kicked the door open, rushed in, looked at the two and shouted, "How dare you do this kind of thing here? Do you have any shame?" The man was startled and turned around abruptly to look at Qin Hao. Qin Hao also saw the man clearly. He was young, handsome, and even quite good-looking. Qin Hao gritted his teeth in his heart, thinking that the bitch had a good eye for men. The young man looked at Qin Hao with a cold look in his eyes. "Get out of here right now, or you will bear the consequences." Qin Hao was also aroused, and he glared and shouted, "What consequences? Do you want to kill me? Come on, come if you have the guts." Qin Hao's roar was so loud that it alarmed the people outside. Soon, footsteps were heard approaching this side. This man was obviously not an ordinary person. Qin Hao believed that he did not want to be caught doing something shameful, so he was particularly confident. As it turned out, Qin Hao's guess was correct. The young man was obviously afraid of being seen. He slowly got up and put on his clothes, then pulled the sofa cover and threw it on Su Jining, then turned and walked outside. When he passed by Qin Hao, he said in a cold voice, "Just wait." After saying that, he turned around and left, closing the door behind him with a loud noise. There was a noise outside, and soon there was a knock on the door. "What's going on in there?" Qin Hao shouted, "It's okay, I just drank too much." Soon the footsteps faded away, and soon, silence was completely restored. Qin Hao leaned against the wall and suddenly felt a little regretful. It was obvious that the man was not an ordinary person. Such people usually had bodyguards around them. He had just rushed in rashly and ruined the rich man's good deeds. If his bodyguards were really there, he would have been thrown out. Thinking about how he had taken such a big risk for that bitch Su Jining, he felt it was really not worth it. He glared at Su Jining fiercely and wanted to turn around and leave. But at this time, Su Jining shouted with difficulty, "Take me home." Qin Hao was obviously stunned for a moment. He covered himself so tightly, but Su Jining actually recognized him. Seeing Qin Hao standing there without saying anything, Su Jining quickly added, "The child is still waiting for me at home." Hearing these words, Qin Hao's heart suddenly ached. Yes, Nuanuan had been waiting for them at home for a long time and didn't see them come back. I wonder what she would cry and make a fuss about. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, went over and grabbed Su Jining's arm and pulled her up, but Su Jining's body softened and she fell directly into Qin Hao's arms. Thinking of her being like that with other men, he suddenly felt disgusted and glared at Su Jining and yelled, "Are you boneless or something? He must have drugged me. I can't use any strength in my body. Please help me, take me home." Su Qingcheng said with difficulty. Qin Hao cursed in his heart, "You get drugged at any time, maybe you are the one who is half-hearted, why are you pretending so much?" To be honest, he really didn't want to care about this self-deprecating woman, but for Nuanuan, he gritted his teeth and helped Su Jining put on her clothes, then put her arm on his shoulders and hugged her slender waist. When he reached the door and looked around to see that there was no one around, he hugged Su Jining into the elevator, then went to the first floor, helped her to the side of the Audi sedan, opened the back door, then picked her up and put her on the back seat. He was just about to get up, but Su Jining hugged her neck tightly, her eyes half closed, and she shouted hurriedly, "It's so hot! It's so hot!" As she spoke, the red lips moved towards Qin Hao. Chapter 32. I feel so uncomfortable. Looking at Su Jining's stunningly pretty face and smelling her pleasant fragrance, Qin Hao felt like he was on fire all over. But at this critical moment, several beams of light shot over, followed by the sound of footsteps. Qin Hao turned his head and saw several people walking towards him with flashlights. He even heard a low voice, "Su Jining is not here either. It's obvious that he was taken away by that bastard. Everyone, look for him carefully and don't let him get away." Qin Hao suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head and he woke up instantly. It was obvious that the man had arranged for someone to come here. It would be terrible if they were caught. He quickly got into the car, closed the door gently, and pressed hard on Su Jining. There were footsteps nearby, and a beam of light from a strong flashlight shot over, but it faded away after a short while. Chin Hao was slightly relieved, but at this moment Su Jining cried like a cat, "It's hot!" Just this shout almost scared Chin Hao to death. "Damn, if you call those people over, neither of us can escape." He picked up a bottle of mineral water from the side and poured it all over Su Jining's head. Su Jining's body shuddered suddenly, and then he collapsed. Chin Hao straightened up, put his clothes in place, closed the back door, and got into the driver's seat. At this moment, Zhang's mother called and asked anxiously, "Chin Hao, when will you and Mr. Su come back? The child has been making a fuss and crying." Chin Hao's heart suddenly ached, and he quickly said, "Auntie Zhang, we'll be back soon." After saying that, he started the car, left the hotel, and arrived at the Su family 20 minutes later. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Aunt Zhang holding Nuanuan standing there. Nuanuan was looking into the distance and still crying. Listening to the child's heart-wrenching cry, Chin Hao felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. He quickly opened the car door and got out, looking at Nuan and said with a smile, "Good boy, Daddy is back." "Dad." Seeing Chin Hao, Nuanuan shouted excitedly, stumbled over, hugged his legs and burst into tears, "Dad, you and Mom don't want me anymore, I'm scared, woo-woo." Chin Hao quickly squatted down, hugged Nuan and said with a guilty look on his face, "Dad was wrong, Dad won't do it again." At this time, the sound of a car door opening and closing came from behind, followed by the sound of hurried high heels. Soon Su Jining came over, hugged Nuan and said, "Mom and Dad are just out doing something, why would they leave you alone? Come on, let's go home." After saying that, he pulled Nuanuan and walked towards the yard. Chin Hao looked at Sung Jining. She should have woken up, and her face had returned to its dignified look. Chin Hao gritted his teeth in his heart, "Bitch, no matter how hard you pretend, you can't hide your slutty nature." Seeing that Chin Hao didn't follow, Nuan turned back, grabbed his fingers and shouted, Nuan also wants Daddy to sleep with me." When Chin Hao thought of the struggle between Su Jining and that wild man, he suddenly felt extremely sick. He really didn't want to be in the same room with her, but when he saw Nuanuan's pitiful look, his heart softened. He sighed in his heart and followed Nuanuan and Su Jining back to the bedroom, then lay down outside. No matter what mistakes adults make, children are always innocent. After a long time, Nuanuan finally fell into a deep sleep. Su Jining looked at Chin Hao, hesitated for a moment, and finally said sincerely, "Thank you for what you did today." Chin Hao felt sick when he heard her voice. Without saying a word, he quietly pulled his fingers out of Nuanuan's hand. Seeing that Nuanuan didn't wake up, he got up and tiptoed outside. Su Jining clearly saw the disdain in Chin Hao's expression, and her face suddenly turned pale. She opened her mouth, sighed, and finally closed it silently, watching Chin Hao turn around and leave. After Chin Hao left the Su family, he felt really sad when he thought about Su Jining, who was like a goddess in his mind, and realized that she was such a scumbag. He went to the nearby store and bought a bottle of erguatu. While drinking it, he wandered aimlessly around the neighborhood, feeling uncomfortable. But at this moment, he saw a figure limping over, and the next moment her body shook and she quickly held onto the tree next to her. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The street lights here were broken and had not been repaired yet. The dim lights in the distance cast mottled circles of light through the gaps between the leaves. Everything seemed blurry, so Chin Hao couldn't see the man at all. He saw the man staggering and about to fall, so he took advantage of his drunkenness to ask, "Are you okay?" At this time, the man slowly raised his head. Chin Hao took one look and his eyes widened. "It's you?" That person was obviously Chen Qiong's wife, Menglu. "Why the hell do I keep running into bitches today? It's so unlucky," Chin Hao cursed in his heart and turned around to leave. But Menglu fell to the ground all of a sudden, groaning in pain, "Send me back." Chin Hao didn't want to pay attention to her at first, but the next moment his eyes suddenly lit up. This was a good opportunity for him to have a good chat with her. Maybe he could take the opportunity to persuade her to deal with Chen Qiong. Thinking of this, Chin Hao turned back, put the woman's arm on his shoulders, hugged her slender waist, helped her up, and then walked towards Villa number 15. Menglu reeked of alcohol, and it was obvious that she had drunk a lot. She didn't have any strength in her body and was almost completely hanging on Chin Hao. Her breasts, which were even more exaggeratedly full than Su Jining's, were pressed tightly against Chin Hao's body, and Chin Hao felt hot all over. Menglu panted slightly and said, I don't have any strength at all, just hold me. With the mentality of doing good things to the end and seeing the Budo off to the west, Chin Hao picked up Menglu by the waist and walked towards villa number 15. Menglu hugged Chin Hao's neck tightly with her arms, her head leaning on his shoulder. The hot smell of alcohol hit Chin Hao's face, and Chin Hao felt an itchy sensation on his face. Smelling the woman's alluring fragrance and feeling the fatal temptation, Chin Hao's body immediately reacted. Chapter 33 The Most Attractive Scenery. The woman obviously felt something was wrong. Her body stiffened and she stared at Chin Hao with her phoenix eyes. Be quiet. Seeing the woman's arrogant look, Chin Hao suddenly got angry. He laughed and said, I offended you, didn't I? Fine, let me go and walk back by yourself. You. Menglu glared at Chin Hao fiercely, and finally shut her mouth obediently. Chin Hao held her and came to the front of villa number 15. The woman took out the key with difficulty and pressed it. The security door made 2 beeps and then opened automatically. Chin Hao was about to go in holding Menglu, but he quickly realized that this was Chen Qiang's home after all. It was the late at night, and if he saw him coming and holding his wife, the two of them would be in danger. If this was spread as a romantic scandal, how would Su Jianing look at himself? But the next moment he smiled bitterly. Why was he still thinking about that bitch at this time? Seeing Chin Hao standing there motionless, Menglu obviously thought of what Chin Hao was thinking, and said directly, that damn guy isn't home. Chin Hao suddenly looked down at the woman in his arms. What did this mean? An invitation? Looking at the stunning beauty in his arms, Chin Hao's heart suddenly started beating wildly. If he took the opportunity to sleep with Menglu tonight and then took a video, then he could control Chen Qiang. Seeing Chin Hao's eyes, Menglu reacted quickly. Her pretty face turned red and she quickly explained, I can't even walk right now. How can I go back if you leave me here? But to Chin Hao, these words sounded clearly a cover-up. His heart was filled with excitement. Har har, there's a show tonight. He carried Menglu directly into the yard, and the security door closed automatically. Chin Hao followed Menglu's instructions and came to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. He put Menglu on the bed and was about to stand up, but Menglu opened her mouth and vomited violently, covering Chin Hao and herself with vomit. Chin Hao was almost vomited by the fumes. He quickly stood up, ran to the bathroom, took off all his clothes and threw them into the washing machine. He was only wearing a pair of underwear, but he still smelled bad, so he went into the bathroom and took a shower. Only then did he feel much better. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he heard a painful groan coming from the bathroom next door. Chin Hao ran over reflexively and pushed open the bathroom door. When he saw the situation in front of him, he froze there. Menglu was kneeling on the ground. From Chin Hao's angle, he could clearly see the scenery inside her collar. He was stunned. Menglu stared at Chin Hao and shouted angrily, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help me up. Menglu was so angry that she vomited all over herself. She also felt the smell, so she struggled to take a shower. However, after taking a few steps, she felt dizzy and her feet slipped and she fell to her knees on the ground. She tried to get up, but the piercing pain in her ankle made her cry out in pain, which also attracted Chin Hao over. Help me up. Menglu glared at Chin Hao and said with a red face. In her current state, she really didn't want a man to be here, but there was no way. Her feet were aching so much that she couldn't even stand up. Chin Hao finally reacted, his old face flushed, he turned his head and reached out to help Menglu, but Menglu shouted angrily, where are you touching with your dog paws? Seeing Menglu's cold face, Chin Hao's anger suddenly surged up, staring at Menglu and shouting. Why are you yelling? I'm helping you, okay? If you keep being so arrogant, I won't care about you anymore. Do you believe it? You? Menglu was so angry, but now she really needed him, so she could only suppress her anger and lower her voice a few notches. Help me up, please. That's what people say. Chin Hao grabbed her arm and tried to help her up, but as soon as Menglu's feet exerted force, she groaned in pain. Pain. Chin Hao looked down and saw that Menglu's right ankle was already red and swollen. Your feet are so swollen that you can't use any strength. Let me carry you over. Chin Hao said to Menglu. No. Menglu raised her hand to cover her chest, shook her head and shouted hurriedly. Chin Hao was only wearing a pair of shorts and she herself was disheveled. It would be inappropriate for the two of them to hug each other, so she flatly refused. Chin Hao glared at her and said coldly, "Okay, then you stay in this bathroom." After saying that, he turned and left. "Don't go, just carry me over." Menglu had no choice but to shout. How could she, who loves cleanliness, tolerate having to squat in the bathroom all night? Chin Hao then turned around, carried Menglu to the bedroom, and put her on the bed. Menglu quickly pulled a towel blanket over her body, wanting Chin Hao to get out as soon as possible, but she felt a piercing pain in her ankle. She really had no choice but to stare at Chin Hao and order, "There is iodine in the drawer in the living room, bring it to me." Chin Hao went over, found iodine and cotton wool from the drawer, squatted in front of Menglu, held her right foot in his hand, feeling the delicate and smooth texture like mutton fat, and Chin Hao's heart suddenly moved. Menglu's heart was shaken when Chin Hao grabbed her foot. She tried to pull her foot back, but Chin Hao stared at her and threatened, "You want it to be so swollen that you can't walk tomorrow. Do whatever you want." When Menglu heard this, she stopped struggling and let Chin Hao hold her feet and apply iodine to them. Looking at Chin Hao's considerate look, Menglu's eyes suddenly brightened. What a considerate little man. At this time, Chin Hao raised his head and said, "Okay, just rest until tomorrow morning, the swelling should be gone." But halfway through his words, his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 34, Can you sacrifice your innocence for money? Menglu was wearing a skirt. When she saw Chin Hao looking up at her, she suddenly reacted, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly retracted her feet, pulled down her skirt, and glared at Chin Hao in shame and anger. Chin Hao glared at Menglu and said unceremoniously, "Why are you glaring at me? No matter how dissatisfied you are with me, you are injured and I am the only outsider to take care of you. Your husband is good, but he is not here now. Maybe he is sleeping with another woman. Look at what you have found." After saying that, he stood up straight. Menglu, who was ready to let Chin Hao leave, suddenly flashed a flash of anger in her eyes after hearing what Chin Hao said. She looked at Chin Hao and said, "Come here. What are you doing?" Chin Hao said puzzledly and took a step forward. Menglu straightened up, suddenly hugged Chin Hao's neck, and kissed Chin Hao directly. Chin Hao was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Menglu, but he quickly realized that it must be his words just now that irritated her, and she wanted to indulge herself with him to get revenge on Chen Qiang. Feeling the fragrance between his lips and teeth and looking at Menglu's stunning face, Chin Hao's whole body suddenly felt hot. Chin Hao suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit this time. He just wanted to cheat on Chen Qiang to avenge him for bullying his girlfriend. Now that this woman has offered herself to me, there is no reason for me to refuse. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. While responding to Menglu's passionate kiss, he put his arms around her slender waist and held her tightly in his arms. The two of them were pressed tightly together. Under the influence of alcohol, Menglu found it difficult to control herself. Plus, she wanted to take revenge on Chen Qiang, so she reluctantly came over. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but at this moment, the phone Chin Hao placed on the table rang urgently. Chin Hao didn't want to care, but the phone kept ringing. Menglu was also awakened, and quickly pushed Chin Hao away, pulling the towel to cover her body. Chin Hao had no choice but to go over and pick up the phone. Just as he was about to explode, Nuan's sharp crying voice rang out on the phone. "Dad, where are you? Please come back. Don't you want me anymore? I can't bear to leave you, woo-woo." Hearing Nuan's heart-wrenching cry and her worried words, Chin Hao's heart suddenly trembled. He couldn't help but say, "Dad can't bear to leave you either, I'll go back right away." After saying that, he rushed out. Menglu seemed to shout something from behind, but Chin Hao couldn't hear it. He left in a hurry and quickly arrived at Villa number 5. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Aunt Zhang standing there, looking over here anxiously. She saw Chin Hao, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Chin Hao, you're back. Go check on the child quickly. The child is crying so hard that he is in a terrible state." Chin Hao nodded, rushed into the yard and ran towards the bedroom. At this time, Aunt Zhang noticed that Chin Hao was only wearing a pair of shorts. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Where are his clothes? At this time, Chin Hao had already run to the bedroom door. Before he pushed the door open, he heard Nuan's heart-wrenching cry from inside. "I don't want to sleep, I want my daddy, woo-woo." Then came Su Jianning's helpless voice, "Your father won't be back, be obedient and go to bed quickly." "I won't sleep. I will wait for Dad to come back." He will definitely come back. He promised me, woo-woo. Nuanuan cried loudly, her voice already hoarse. Chin Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He suddenly opened the door, quickly came to Nuan and lay down, hugged her tightly, and said in a hoarse voice, "You are right, Dad will definitely come back." Dad. Nuanuan hugged Chin Hao, crying out of breath. Su Jianing, who was standing next to him, suddenly lit up his eyes when he saw Chin Hao coming back, and the next moment he let out a leisurely sigh. Nuanuan hugged Chin Hao and sobbed continuously. It took a long time before she slowly fell asleep. Chin Hao got up and went to the bathroom. At this moment, the phone on his table rang urgently. Su Jianing stood up and took the phone. Seeing the note, "Dad," on it, Su Jianing glanced in the direction of the bathroom, hesitated for a moment, and finally answered it. Before she could say anything, a hurried voice rang on the phone, "Chin Hao, your mother has kidney stones and is in urgent need of surgery in the hospital. I know you haven't saved much money in the past few years for Qianyang. I really don't want to ask you for money, but I really don't have the money for your mother's surgery. I really have no choice. Can you lend me 100,000 yuan? Transfer it to me. We have to save your mother, right?" By the end of his speech, his voice had become extremely hoarse. Su Jianing quickly said, "Uncle, send me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money to you right now." You are not Chin Hao," the other party shouted in surprise. "Oh, I'm Chin Hao's friend," Su Jianing said quickly, "send me your bank account number. It's important to arrange surgery for Auntie first." "Hey, I'll send it right away." The other party quickly agreed, then hung up the phone and quickly sent a bank account number. Su Jianing took out his mobile phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to that account. He deleted the call record on Chin Hao's phone and then lay down again. In the bathroom, Chin Hao was taking a long time to take a shower. He really didn't want to face Su Jianing. He really wanted to leave immediately, but he was afraid that Nuanuan would wake up and cry. He stayed there for half an hour before finishing his shower. Then he came out in his bathrobe and lay down outside Nuanuan. Su Jianing glanced at Chin Hao and said sincerely, "Thank you so much, I thought you would never come back." Chin Hao, however, had a cold face and said nothing. Su Jianing hesitated for a while, sighed and finally spoke, "I know what you are thinking, but I can tell you sincerely that I am not a casual person. The 2 times you saw me like that, I was drugged." Chin Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He turned his head and glared at Su Jianing and said sarcastically, "When someone drugged you once, it was because you were not on guard and had no experience, but how do you explain being drugged repeatedly? Have you never been on guard and have no experience? I want to ask you, if you don't go to meet someone with bad intentions, how can he give you drugs? The only way I can understand your behavior is that you are giving the other person an opportunity." "No, it's because the other party invited me and I couldn't refuse." Su Jianing shook his head and said, "Because that man is not ordinary, he invited me, do you think I can not go?" Chin Hao was enraged, staring at her and yelling, "So what if he is not ordinary? If you don't go, can he still arrest you?" He reacted halfway through, looked at Su Jianing with contempt and said, "Oh, I see, that person can bring you financial benefits, career benefits, and even make you work better in this position, so even though you know that the other party is targeting you, you still have to flatter him, right? Su Jianing, is money so important? Is power so important? Are you willing to sacrifice your most precious innocence for these?" At the end he almost roared. Chapter 35 Kind-hearted Su Jianing. "Can you please speak softly and not disturb the children?" Su Jianing shook her head quickly and said hastily. Chin Hao looked at the sleeping child in his arms and stopped talking. Su Jianing sighed and said, "If I don't work, how can I live? I don't make money, but I can't provide a stable life for my children. There are also all kinds of expenses. You don't know how hard it is for a woman like me to raise a child." By the end, her voice was already hoarse. She finally sighed and said, "But you're right. For these, I don't need to make such sacrifices. I've decided to resign tomorrow." Chin Hao was obviously stunned when he heard Su Jianing's words. He never expected that his casual words would have such an effect. He looked at Su Jianing in surprise and said, "Are my words really that important to you?" Su Jianing looked at Chin Hao and said, "If you hadn't taken action twice, I would have been robbed of my innocence by the bad guys. More importantly, if you hadn't helped her that time, Nuanuan would have died. You are Nuanuan's savior, and also my savior." And later, your heartfelt love for Nuanuan has completely moved me. In my heart, I also regard you as a true friend. Friends' words always carry a lot of weight. She hesitated for a moment, then continued, it is precisely because I regard you as a friend that your words hurt me even more. I can pat my chest and assure you that I, Sujening, am definitely not a casual woman. By the end of her speech, her voice had become extremely hoarse. Hearing Sujening's explanation, Jin Hao's heart trembled suddenly, but soon turned into full contempt. This kind of woman's acting skills are first class, but he is not a fool and will never be deceived by her sweet words again. But at this moment, his phone rang urgently. Jin Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was his father's call. He quickly answered the call, but before he could say anything, an old man's excited voice rang out over the phone. Jin Hao, I have received the 200,000 yuan your friend just remitted. I have also completed all the formalities for your mother. She can have the surgery tomorrow. You don't have to worry. By the way, you don't need that much money. I have transferred 100,000 yuan to your account. But remember, return the 100,000 yuan to your friend. On behalf of your mother and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. My mother suffers from gallstones. Jin Hao's face changed instantly. Oh, the doctor said it's just a minor operation, so you don't have to worry. The other person comforted with a smile. Jin Hao was slightly relieved, but he quickly realized, Dad, which friend of mine sent you 200,000 yuan? Jin Hao really couldn't think of any friend who was so rich that he could just give his family 200,000 yuan without even telling them. Your friend sent it to me just half an hour ago. Don't you know who you are with now? The other party asked puzzledly. Jin Hao suddenly turned around and looked at Su Jining, his eyes full of surprise. I have been staying here for an hour, so the only one who can transfer money to my father is Su Jining. He never expected that Su Jining would quietly give his father 200,000 yuan, and didn't even mention it to him. That was 200,000 yuan. He couldn't earn that much money even if he didn't eat or drink for a year. Hello, Jin Hao, did you hear that? Jin's father's voice sounded on the phone again. Jin Hao finally reacted and said quickly, Dad, I understand. I will pay the money back. If there is any situation with my mom, please call me at any time. After hearing his father's agreement, Jin Hao put down the phone and looked at Su Jining, his throat felt choked up. Just now, I was full of disgust towards her and even spoke bad words to her, but she didn't care at all and turned around and transferred 200,000 yuan to my father. It may not mean anything to her, but to her mother, it is life-saving money. Jin Hao looked at Su Jining and finally had a new understanding of her. She was clearly a kind-hearted and helpful woman. Thinking of the hurtful words he had said, he felt guilty. He looked at Su Jining sincerely and said, Jining, I apologize to you for my excessive words. Su Jining breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head and said, It's over, let's not talk about it anymore. Jin Hao looked at Su Jining and finally believed what she said. How could such a kind person be that kind of casual woman? At that moment, he looked at Su Jining and suddenly felt that she was so beautiful and so likable. He could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He grabbed Su Jining's slender jade hand and clasped his fingers with hers tightly. Su Jining struggled a little, but soon gave up resisting and let Jin Hao hold her hand. Her pretty face had turned extremely red. Looking at Su Jining's shy appearance, Jin Hao's mind flashed back to the seductive scene of Su Jining in the car, and a raging fire suddenly ignited in his heart. He quietly turned over Nuanuan and pressed directly on Su Jining. He put his right hand into her pajamas and climbed towards the tall figure. Su Jining was startled, and quickly held down Jin Hao's rebellious hand, shook his head and said sternly, Jin Hao, stop doing this, it's too much. Jin Hao suddenly stopped and looked at Su Jining with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Su Jining also realized that her words were too harsh, and quickly looked at Jin Hao and said, Jin Hao, that's not what I meant. I'm just not ready yet. Give me some time, okay? Jin Hao's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. He looked at Su Jining and shouted excitedly, Jining, so, are you willing to accept me? I mainly want to give my child a complete childhood. Su Jining dodged Jin Hao's burning gaze and said with a red face. Hearing this, Jin Hao almost jumped up with excitement. Given Su Jining's pride, how could she directly say that she accepted me? She said that it was for the sake of the children, which was already a tactful way of expressing her feelings towards me. He never thought that a delivery man like him could win the favor of a heavenly figure like Dong Qingning. This was truly a toad trying to eat swan meat. He quickly got off Su Jining, looked at her excitedly and said, Jining, I listen to you. I'm willing to wait no matter how long it takes. After saying that, he obediently laid down on the other side of Nuanuan, reached out his hand, held Su Jining's hand, and interlocked their fingers. This time Su Jining did not refuse. She let Qin Hao hold her hand and let the warmth flow between their fingers. Qin Hao looked at Su Jining and said, By the way, Jining, you stay at home and take good care of Nuanuan. I'll go out and deliver food to support the family. Although I don't make much money, it will definitely be enough to keep us fed and clothed. Hearing Qin Hao's almost ridiculous words, Su Jining's face showed a happy smile. She kept nodding and listening quietly. After a long while, Su Jining thought of something and looked at Qin Hao and asked, By the way, Qin Hao, why are you targeting Wu Qianyang and Chen Xiang? Chapter 36 Tell me, how rude of you want to be. When this matter was mentioned, Qin Hao's anger could not be stopped and surged up again. He did not hide anything and simply recounted the grudge between them. Su Jining's eyes suddenly turned cold when she heard this Wu Qianyang has no self-respect and plays with your feelings. She deserves to be fired. This Chen Xiang cheated on your girlfriend and bullied you. This is too much, and he should be punished. Hearing Su Jining speak completely from his own perspective, Qin Hao's heart suddenly warmed up. He looked at Su Jining and said happily, Jining, I'm already very happy that you can listen to me talk about my troubles. As for dealing with Chen Xiang, forget it. First, I know he's difficult to deal with, and I don't want you to be embarrassed for me. Second, I don't want to be angry with the dog now. Now that he has found the love that truly belongs to him, his resentment towards Wu Qianyang has faded a lot. As for Chen Xiang, he no longer wants to bother with him. After all, he almost killed his wife just now, and the hatred has been offset. Su Jining pursed her red lips and said nothing, but a cold light still flashed in her eyes. Qin Hao, who finally tasted the sweetness of love, was not sleepy at all. He held Su Jining's hand and talked incessantly. Su Jining was also awake and just listened quietly there until dawn. Although he didn't sleep all night, Qin Hao didn't feel sleepy at all. When he saw Su Jining, his eyes were full of sweetness. He had already imagined that Su Jining would completely open her heart to accept him, and then live a happy life with Nuanuan that truly belonged to them. But soon Qin Hao discovered that all his good wishes had turned into unattainable fantasies. After breakfast, Qin Hao and Su Jining drove together to send Nuanuan to school, and then drove to the company. When passing a market, Qin Hao stopped the car, looked at Su Jining and said with a smile, Jining, wait for me. After saying that, he got out of the car and ran away. Not long after, he turned back, put his right hand behind his back, looked at Su Jining and said with a smile, Jining, close your eyes, I want to give you a gift. Su Jining smiled and nodded, then closed her eyes. Qin Hao took something out of the box, held it in front of Su Jining, and said with a smile, Jining, you can open your eyes now. Su Jining opened her eyes and saw that Qin Hao was holding a necklace in his hands. The blue pendant was particularly beautiful. So beautiful. Su Jining said happily. Qin Hao said a little embarrassedly, Jining, this is a high-end imitation, it only costs a few hundred yuan. Because I don't have money now. Seeing Qin Hao's obviously embarrassed expression, Su Jining quickly said, this is pretty good, I like it too. Qin Hao, help me put it on. Qin Hao nodded and put it on Su Jining personally. Su Jining looked down at the sky blue pendant, which matched her skin perfectly, and couldn't help but exclaimed, so beautiful. Qin Hao also knew that Su Jining was comforting him, so he looked at Su Jining and said sincerely, don't worry, Jining, I will definitely buy you a real imperial green jadeite necklace in the future. Su Jining smiled and nodded, I believe you. Looking at Su Jining's sweet smile, Qin Hao's heart melted. He grabbed Su Jining's hand again and was reluctant to let go. After a long while, Su Jining reacted and said with a red face, it's getting late, it's time to go to work. Qin Hao nodded, let go of Su Jining, and drove towards the company. He looked at Su Jining and asked with a smile, Jining, will you resign when you arrive at the company today? Su Jining hummed, then added, there are some things I still need to deal with, and it may take a few days for me to resign. Qin Hao didn't think much about it and said with a smile, a few days, I'll wait. By the way, you should also arrange my affairs. Since Su Jining was leaving, there was certainly no need for him to stay in the company. Su Jining hummed, I will make arrangements. Qin Hao drove Su Jianing to the company soon. Qin Hao was about to get off the car with Su Jianing, but Su Jianing shook her head. Qin Hao, let's avoid suspicion and avoid being gossiped by people in the company. Qin Hao smiled and said, I'm going to resign soon anyway, so why bother with what they say? Seeing Su Jianing frowning, Qin Hao surrendered directly and stood there. Waiting for Su Jianing to enter the office building, he walked into the building leisurely, came to the general manager's office on the second floor, and entered his own small room. Not long after, the door was kicked open and Chen Qiang rushed in. He looked at Qin Hao and sneered, You bastard, you dare to hang around here? I think you ignored my words. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Hao didn't want to bother with this rubbish, but he didn't expect that he would jump out and provoke him again. His face turned cold, and he was about to turn hostile, but at this moment, a cold voice sounded from the direction of the door, Tell me, how do you want to be rude? As their voice was spoken, a woman with a cool temperament walked into the office. What qualifications do you have? Chen Qiang, who was acting arrogantly, became furious when he heard someone openly challenging him. He turned around and looked at the person who came. Just as he was about to explode, he quickly recognized the person. It was the general manager of the company, Su Jianing. He suddenly lost his temper, looked at Su Jianing, and said with a smile, Boss Su, I didn't expect it to be you. I hope you will forgive me for my words that offended me. Although he has a baka, it is a relationship that cannot be made public, so it is better not to use it if possible. Therefore, he dares to confront Su Jianing in secret, but in public, he is still respectful to Su Jianing. But Su Jianing didn't even look at him. He walked straight to Qin Hao and looked at him and ordered, Director Qin, notify the company's senior management to hold a meeting in the small conference room. I want to announce a personnel appointment. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chen Qiang's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. He quickly caught up with Su Jianing and asked with suppressed excitement, Boss Su, are you going to appoint an executive vice president of the company? Who is the company going to appoint? The position of the company's executive vice president has been vacant since its promotion. This is a lucrative job, and many people in the company have been vying for it. Chen Qiang has also put a lot of effort into it, even asking his wife to use her connections, but he has not been able to achieve his wish. Unexpectedly, there will be a result today. There are indeed many people in the company who are stronger than him, but when it comes to connections behind the scenes, there are not many who can compete with him, so he thinks he has a great chance of getting promoted, so he came after him to find out. Su Jianing said without even turning his head, Yes, as for who it is, you will know soon. Chen Qiang naturally thought that this was him, so he turned around and looked at Qin Hao, and said with a smile, Director Qin, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. You can stay here for a few more days, har har. After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Hao looked at Chen Qiang's back and sneered secretly. As long as Su Jianing was in power, he would never be able to climb up. Qin Hao asked Hao Qian to notify the relevant personnel, and 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the meeting room. Su Jianing went straight to the point and announced the personnel appointments directly. When everyone at the scene heard this, their whole place fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 37, Things Change, Today it's my turn. Su Jianing glanced at the scene and said calmly, After careful consideration and communication with the heads of relevant departments and superiors, I decided to appoint a new executive vice president. He is the new executive vice president. Chen Qiang stared at Su Jianing, his eyes full of excitement. He was about to announce his personnel appointment. But Su Jianing's next words made him freeze there instantly, dumbfounded. Su Jianing opened her red lips and uttered 2 words, Qin Hao. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at Su Jianing, their eyes full of disbelief. Who is Qin Hao? He is just a greenhorn who has just joined Angel Company for less than 3 days, but he has suddenly become the company's executive vice president. How is this possible? Chen Qiang sat there, staring straight at Su Jianing, his eyes full of disbelief. It took him a while to react. He suddenly stood up, stared at Su Jianing and shouted. Boss Su, Qin Hao was appointed as the office director right after he joined the company. On the second day, you promoted him to executive vice president. I just want to ask, what are his abilities and qualifications? I don't agree with your appointment. The position of executive vice president was not only coveted by Chen Qiang, but also by many other people in the company. However, it has now fallen into the hands of others. Those people were not convinced and were resentful. When they heard that Chen Qiang had taken the lead, many of them followed suit. Qin Hao, who was standing behind, also found it unbelievable. The speed of improvement was almost like riding a rocket. Not to mention that others had objections, even he felt that something was wrong. Seeing people around him criticizing Su Jining, Qin Hao became even more restless and was ready to stand up and actively refuse. He didn't want Su Jining to bear too much pressure for him. But he hadn't moved yet. Su Jining looked at Chen Qiang and spoke first. "Do you think I discussed this with you today?" After saying that, he glanced at the whole audience and asked, "Do you think I discussed this with you today?" At that moment, Qin Hao finally saw Su Jining's full aura. Her eyes were cold, and the pressure of a superior filled the whole place, making people feel submissive. When the people at the scene saw Su Jining getting angry, everyone lowered their heads and no one dared to fart again. Su Jining stood up and said calmly, "I don't have a one-man show. If anyone has any opinions, you can come to my office and talk to me alone. The meeting is adjourned." After saying that, he picked up the folder, turned around and walked towards the door. Looking at Su Jining's back, Chen Qiang's face turned extremely pale. The next moment he snorted coldly and followed Su Jining directly. Qin Hao knew that this guy was going to cause trouble for Su Jining, and he felt a strong desire to protect him, so he turned around and followed him. But the next moment, he stopped. Su Jining promoted him out of turn. Everyone had suspected that there was something fishy going on between him and Su Jining. If he went directly to Su Jining's office to find her, wouldn't that be giving people a handle and an excuse to criticize him? So he gave up the idea. He didn't want to bring any negative impact to Su Jining. Besides, even if Chen Qiang went to find Su Jining, what could happen? This was in the company, and he wouldn't be able to do anything weird. He left the conference room and returned to his small office. As soon as he sat down, Hao Qian pushed the door open, locked it behind him, and then came to Qin Hao and shouted excitedly, "Director Qin! Oh no, President Qin, congratulations on your promotion. By the way, she's yours, so you have to take care of her in the future." Seeing Hao Qian throwing herself into his arms, Qin Hao's heart was moved, but he quickly realized that he could not let Su Jining down. He pushed Hao Qian away and said sternly, "Director Hao, we are in the office, don't do this." Hao Qian stood there in a daze for a moment, staring blankly at Qin Hao, disbelief flashing in her eyes, and the next moment her face turned extremely pale. Qin Hao immediately realized that he had said something too harsh, and immediately said with a smile, "Sister Hao, there are too many people in the office, it's not convenient. Besides, we are all family, what good is that? If I don't consider you, who else should I consider? Don't worry, I won't forget you." After hearing what Qin Hao said, Hao Qian's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly, "I understand. Call me whenever you are convenient. Don't worry, it's always convenient for me." Qin Hao realized that Hao Qian had obviously misunderstood what he had just said. He was not sure how to explain and changed the subject directly. "By the way, Director Hao, I want to ask what the salary of the company's executive vice president is." Hao Qian explained with a smile, "A car, an apartment, a secretary, an annual salary of 1 million, and shares in a company. The treatment is so good." Qin Hao was immediately shocked. Hao Qian nodded, "Our company is also a big company, the treatment is indeed very good." Qin Hao sat in the boss chair, his heart beating wildly. Not to mention anything else, just for this 1 million annual salary, how many takeout orders would he need to deliver to earn it? When Qin Hao thought about how Su Jining had brought him so much benefit, he felt very touched and he would definitely thank her later. But soon, he thought of another question, and looked at Hao Qian and asked hurriedly, "Then is Chen Qiang under my jurisdiction?" Hao Qian was stunned for a moment, and then she chuckled, "Brother, you are the executive vice president of the company. In this company, except for President Su, everyone else is under your jurisdiction." "Okay, I got it." A cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. Things have changed, and today it's my turn. He stood up and headed straight for the finance minister's office. Qin Hao arrived at the door of the finance office and was about to knock when he heard Chen Qiang's angry voice from inside, "Wife, that should have been my seat, but he gave it to someone else, and to that bastard, he's obviously trying to disgust me. Besides, that bastard and I don't get along. Once he gets to the top, he will definitely take action against me. By then, not to mention keeping my position, it will be uncertain whether I can continue to work in this company. Wife, go find him and speak for me, let me take the top position, otherwise I will be suffocated to death. Then there was an angry voice of a woman, when something happens, you take your woman out to complain. Are you still a man? Do you have any shame? Then there was a loud bang. Chin Hao could tell the identity of the woman from her voice. If it wasn't Menglu, who had been tossing and turning with him for half the night, then who else could it be? Hearing the conversation between the two, the corners of Chin Hao's lips suddenly curled up. Chapter 38, Angry at Chen Qiang. Chen Qiang's backer is indeed his wife. Thinking of this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Chin Hao's eyes. Chen Qiang, don't you know that your wife was almost bullied by me? Besides, now that Su Jianing is supporting me, I am not afraid of you at all. I will take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Chen Qiang, it's time to settle the accounts between us. He didn't even knock on the door, but turned the doorknob and opened the door. He saw Chen Qiang standing at the window in a daze, looking absent-minded. When Chen Qiang heard the noise at the door, he suddenly turned around and glared at Chin Hao and scolded him coldly. You came in without knocking. Do you understand the rules? The next moment he recognized Chin Hao and his face turned pale. Chin Hao put his hands behind his back and looked at Chen Qiang. He laughed and said, Minister Chen, you are so arrogant and bold to talk about rules in front of me. After saying that, he walked over, sat on the sofa, and crossed his legs. When delivering food in the past, the station manager of the operation center would often show off his authority in front of them, so he would show off like this. Seeing that this and who used to be at his mercy was now acting like a powerful figure in front of him, Chen Qiang wanted to call someone over immediately to throw Chin Hao out. But he quickly realized that Chin Hao was no longer the stinky delivery man. He was now the executive vice president of the company, and Su Jianing was standing behind him to support him. In addition, his wife's attitude is unclear, so he has no right to act rudely in front of Chin Hao. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, came to Chin Hao, and said with a smile, Oh, Mr. Chin didn't recognize you. I offended you with my words. Please forgive me. After saying that, he quickly took a box of cigarettes, took out a finger, handed it to Chin Hao with both hands, and said with a smile, Boss Chin, you smoke. Chin Hao took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. Chen Qiang quickly took out a lighter and helped him light it. Chin Hao took a puff of his cigarette, looked at Chen Qiang and said calmly, Well, Minister Chen, I don't know much about your work situation. I want to learn more about it today to see if you are suitable for this position. Chen Qiang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His mother couldn't help but attack him so quickly. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat him for the time being, so he had to humbly say, Boss Chin, my work process is written in the charter, you can see it at a glance. After saying that, he quickly took the work regulations and placed his hands in front of Chin Hao. Chin Hao picked it up and flipped through a few pages, then threw the regulations in front of Chen Qiang, looked at him calmly and said, Come on, find me which rule allows you to skip work in the afternoon to pick up girls. Chen Qiang was stunned. Which company's charter would include such a thing? But after hearing what Chin Hao said, he instantly understood that the real purpose of Chin Hao's visit was obviously because of Wu Qianyang's matter. He swallowed his saliva and quickly said with a smile, Boss Chin, I really didn't know that bitch before. Oh no, Wu Qianyang, she's your girlfriend, otherwise I wouldn't dare to do anything to her even if I killed her. But I promise you, I will completely break off relations with her in the future. She is still your woman, yours. I'm calling right in front of you now. After saying that, he took out his phone and called. Before he could say anything, the bitch Wu Qianyang's coquettish voice rang out on the phone. Honey, have you already defeated that bastard Chin Hao? Now you're telling me to go back to work. You're working a shitty class. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Qiang's roar. You still want to come back to work? Go and dream on. Wu Qianyang didn't expect Chen Qiang to speak like this. She was stunned for a moment. It took her a long time to react. She shouted hurriedly, Dear, I am your baby, why are you talking to me like this? Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Chen Qiang. Wu Qianyang, I tell you, from today on, you and I are done with each other, and we have no relationship anymore. If you dare to bother me again, I will kill you. After saying that, he hung up the phone, then looked at Chin Hao and said with a smile. Boss Chin, did you hear that? I have completely cut off all ties with Wu Qianyang. Chin Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and looked from the tip of his nose at Chen Qiang. He smiled and said, "You bullied my girlfriend, and now you want to let it go with just one sentence? You arranged for someone to beat me up like that, and now you want to end it with just one sentence. You even sent me a video of you two to disgust me, and even said you wanted to kick me out of Yuncheng. Now I just cut off my relationship with him, just to understand the matter. Chen Qiang, let me ask you, do you think my IQ is low or you are too smart?" By the end of his speech, Qin Hao's voice had become extremely cold. Feeling the chill in Qin Hao's eyes, Chen Qiang's scalp went numb. It was obvious that he was not going to let him go. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned back to his desk, took out a bank card from the drawer, walked up to Qin Hao, and said with a smile, "Boss Qin, I know I have caused you mental damage, and I am willing to make up for it. There is 100,000 yuan in this card, take it. You want to bribe me?" Qin Hao looked at Chen Qiang with a smile. No, just some money for tea." Chen Qiang quickly shook his head, then stuffed the bank card into Qin Hao's pocket. Qin Hao did not refuse again and accepted it calmly. "I don't know how much of Wu Qinyang's hard-earned money was spent on this bastard. He should be compensated." Qin Hao stood up and walked outside. His indifferent voice came from behind him. "I will pay close attention to your work from now on. If I catch you doing anything wrong again." He suddenly stopped, turned his head and stared at Chen Qiang, and said in a cold voice, "Then you won't have to do it anymore." Chen Qiang's face instantly turned eggplant color. Seeing Chen Qiang's frustrated look, Qin Hao felt great in his heart. "You bastard, you deserve this day." He turned around and left, gritting his teeth in his heart. But this matter is not over yet, just wait and we will play slowly. After leaving Chen Qiang's office, Qin Hao got on the elevator and went straight to the 7th floor, heading towards the general manager's office. Today, he was able to shock and slap Chen Qiang in the face, all thanks to Su Jianing, so he wanted to come over and express his gratitude. When he arrived at the door, he was about to knock when he heard Su Jianing on the phone. "I'll arrange for Qin Hao to be the executive vice president. I believe he is capable of shouldering this responsibility." A man's voice was faintly heard on the phone. "Ning Ning, you owe me a favor." Then there was the sound of the phone being hung up. The voice sounded familiar to Qin Hao, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. He was so excited that he didn't care about it anymore. He pushed the door open and closed it behind him. He came to Su Jianing's desk, looked at her and shouted excitedly, "Jianing, I just gave Chen Qiang a lot of shit, you don't know how happy I feel. He owes you, he should pay the price." Su Jianing nodded and said with a smile. Qin Hao soon noticed that Su Jianing's face looked a little unhappy and her smile seemed a little forced. Qin Hao asked with concern, "Jianing, what happened?" Chapter 39. Oh my god, she actually wore a skirt today. Su Jianing quickly returned to normal, looked at Qin Hao and smiled and shook her head. "It's okay, I'm just a little tired." Qin Hao grabbed Su Jianing's hands, looked at her distressedly and said, "Look at your face, it's all pale. Don't do this again. Take care of your health. I'll support this family." Su Jianing was stunned for a moment, and then a relieved smile appeared on her face. "Once I get your work in order, I will resign and stay at home to take care of my husband and children professionally. I will never work like this again. You said you want to be a wife and mother in the future." Qin Hao looked at Su Jianing, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted excitedly. Su Jianing reacted immediately, her pretty face flushed. She dodged Qin Hao's gaze and said, "Oops, it was just a slip of the tongue, don't take it seriously." "But I've taken it seriously." Qin Hao looked at Su Jianing sincerely and said, holding her fingers. Su Jianing blushed and said, "Don't do this. If someone sees you, they will definitely criticize you." Qin Hao's eyes widened, and he shouted impulsively, "Criticism is fine, but at worst I can just quit my job here and go deliver food. Why are you so ignorant? Do you know how much I have paid for your job?" Su Jianing was anxious, staring at Qin Hao and shouting, but halfway through her words, she reacted and immediately changed her words. "I've already told you that there's no future in delivering food. Why do you always think about that? You should work hard in this company from now on. Remember that. Also, the whole family will depend on you for support in the future. Can you support them by delivering food?" Qin Hao wanted to refute, but after hearing Su Jianing's last words, his eyes softened, and he quickly nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I still have to support you and Nuanuan. I can't keep delivering food and let you suffer with me. Jenning, I will listen to you. Su Jenning's eyes softened, and she glared at Chin Hao. Why don't you let go quickly? Be careful of the impact. Chin Hao then let go of Su Jenning, then leaned over to her ear, grinned and said, then let's continue tonight. Get out. Su Jenning glared at Chin Hao and cursed, but Chin Hao could clearly hear that there was no anger in her tone, only shyness. Chin Hao was so excited that he almost jumped up. It seemed that there would be a chance tonight. At about noon, Lu Shui called Chin Hao, are you free at noon today? Hearing Lu Shui's tentative voice, Chin Hao felt guilty. He agreed to cook for someone, but he always stood them up. He felt so unkind, so he quickly said, I'll be there right away if I'm free. Chin Hao hung up the phone, then drove to the vegetable market, bought some cooked vegetables, and soon arrived at Lu Shui's house. Looking at Lu Shui sitting in a wheelchair, he said with a guilty look on his face, Lu Shui, I promised to cook for you, but I always stand you up because of something else. I'm sorry. Lu Shui quickly shook her head and said, you have something important to do, it's not your fault. Let's not be polite, we are friends. Chin Hao said with a smile, and then took out the cooked dishes and placed them in front of Lu Shui. We are in a hurry and don't have time to cook. I bought some cooked dishes, you can make do with them. Yeah, this is pretty good. Lu Shui said happily while eating. Chin Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl was just too easy to talk to. After dinner, seeing Chin Hao clearing the dishes, Lu Shui blushed and said, Chin Hao, give me another massage. Okay. Chin Hao agreed immediately, then moved a small stool and sat opposite Lu Shui. While massaging her, he said, Lu Shui, when you have nothing to do, you can also massage your legs. This will relax your muscles and activate blood circulation. When your bones are healed, you can stand up quickly. When it's time to eat, you must eat well and be full. You can't lack nutrition, otherwise it will be detrimental to your body's recovery. If you have any problem, feel free to call me. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Chin Hao kept talking while Lu Shui stared at him blankly with a dull look in her eyes. Did you hear what I said? Chin Hao asked Lu Shui. Lu Shui finally reacted and nodded obediently. Oh, I remember it all. At this moment, Gao and Black Duck's love song floated in from the window. We once loved each other passionately. My love has become a legend. In this romantic world, there are you and me. Let me sing a song about loving you. What a beautiful song. Lu Shui said infatuatedly while looking out the window. It sounds really nice. Chin Hao replied. The beautiful figure of Su Jining flashed through his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. After hearing Chin Hao's words and looking at his happy expression, Lu Shui was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. At this time, Chin Hao said, I have to leave soon. Let me help you go to the bathroom first. After that, he helped Lu Shui go to the bathroom, carried her to the wheelchair, and pushed her to the balcony. Just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, Lu Shui turned around and looked at him and said, Chin Hao, I'm going back to the provincial capital this afternoon for a checkup. You're leaving now. Chin Hao looked at Lu Shui in surprise. Yes. Doctor, check it out. If there is no problem, I can stand up. Lu Shui nodded. Oh, you're leaving so suddenly. I'm really reluctant to let you go. Chin Hao said with a smile. A few days of caring and intimate communication, especially Lu Shui's understanding and thoughtfulness, have left a deep impression on Chin Hao's heart. I can't bear to leave either. Lu Shui looked at Chin Hao and said infatuatedly. Chapter 40 Be good, I will give it to you today. Chin Hao smiled and said, what are we doing? It's like we won't see each other again in the future. What's the big deal? When your leg is healed, you can come and play with me anytime. Lu Shui also reacted and nodded quickly. Yes, my leg is healed, I will come to you as soon as possible. After that, he handed a bunch of keys to Chin Hao. Chin Hao, after I leave, no one will live in this house, you can just move in. How can I live in your house? This is so embarrassing. Chin Hao quickly shook his head. Lu Shui said sincerely, you can live here, and you can also help me clean up, so that I don't have to come back and the house is dirty and messy. That's fine. Hearing that he was asked to work, Chin Hao readily took the key, then said goodbye and left. When he reached the door, Lu Shui called out, Chin Hao. Chin Hao stopped and turned to look at Lu Shui. Lu Shui looked at Chin Hao and asked, Chin Hao, are we good friends? We have been it for a long time, Qin Hao said with a smile. Lu Shui was obviously relieved, and the next moment a happy smile appeared on her face. You keep busy, I look forward to seeing you again. Goodbye. Qin Hao agreed, walked out of the room, closed the door, and left. Qin Hao came outside and just got in the car when the phone rang again. Qin Hao thought it was Su Jianing calling, so he didn't check the caller ID and directly pressed the Bluetooth headset to answer the call. He smiled and said, "Good boy, did you miss me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a surprised voice rang on the phone. "Yes, I miss you, dear, I really miss you." Qin Hao obviously heard something wrong in the voice. He took the phone and looked at the caller ID. He almost vomited because of nausea. It turned out to be that bitch Wu Qianyang. Qin Hao hung up the phone directly. Saying one more word to this bitch would be polluting your own mouth. Qin Hao put down the phone and drove to the company, but Wu Qianyang kept calling him. Qin Hao was also annoyed, so he blocked her number directly. But soon, she called again from a different number. He blocked it again, and changed it again. Finally, Qin Hao got angry and answered the phone angrily. "You bitch, are you done yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar suddenly rang out on the phone. "Who are you talking to, you little bastard? Nothing has happened yet, and you think I'm annoying, right? Mom." Qin Hao's hands trembled when he heard that voice, and he almost drove the car into the ditch. It was his mother calling. He quickly put on a smile and said, "Mom, I thought it was an advertisement. How dare I target you? By the way, why did you change to an unfamiliar number? My cell phone just ran out of battery. Can't I borrow my phone to call you?" Qin's mother was obviously irritated, and her words were clearly angry. "Okay, you can call from any phone you want." Qin Hao quickly said with a smile, "Mom, I was just about to call you to ask how the surgery went. I'll go back to see you as soon as possible. The surgery is over, the doctor said everything is fine, don't come back, why waste the money for the car?" Qin's mother quickly stopped him and said, "Stop talking about useless things. I just want to ask you, what's going on between you and Qianyang? Why didn't you answer the phone calls you received, and finally let Qianyang call me? You think you are capable now, right?" Qin Hao was about to explain what the bitch Wu Qianyang had done, but he swallowed the words back. "My mother has long regarded Wu Qianyang as her daughter-in-law, and has spent all the money on her in the past few years. If she knew what Wu Qianyang had done now, she would be so angry that she would fall ill. What's more important is that she is still lying in bed, so it's better not to let her know about this." He smiled and said, "Mom, I was driving just now, so it was inconvenient for me to answer the phone." A relieved voice could be heard on the phone. "If you don't answer other people's calls, how can you not answer Qianyang's? Call him right away and explain everything clearly. Also, I want to tell you, settle the matter between you two as soon as possible. I'm still waiting to have a grandson." This again. Qin Hao felt a headache after hearing this, and quickly said, "I know, Mom. I'll call Qianyang now." After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone, and the next moment he called Wu Qianyang directly. As soon as he answered, he roared angrily. "Wu Qianyang, what do you want to do?" Wu Qianyang's aggrieved voice rang out on the phone. "I don't want to do anything, I just want to have a good talk with you, but you haven't answered my call, so I have to trouble our mother." Hearing the last two words, "our mother," Qin Hao sneered secretly. Every time he saw his mother, he wanted Wu Qianyang to call her mother. But Wu Qianyang flatly refused every time and told Qin Hao directly that he would never call her mom before he was paid the money to change his name. But now he actually took the initiative to change the address. But Qin Hao did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt very disgusted. "You still want to call me mom? Are you worthy?" So he said in a cold voice, "If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm listening." "Oh, some things are better said face to face. Come to my house, I'll be waiting for you," Wu Qianyang said coquettishly. "Forget it, I find that place disgusting." Qin Hao flatly refused. "Then I'll have to trouble our mother to persuade you," Wu Qianyang said with a sigh. "You?" Qin Hao's face suddenly turned cold, and the next moment he said in a cold voice, "Okay, you wait." After saying that, he hung up the phone and rushed towards Wu Qianyang's residence. First, he didn't want to cause trouble for his mother, and second, this bitch was looking for trouble, so he just fulfilled her wish. 20 minutes later, Qin Hao arrived at Wu Qinyan's house. Looking at the furnishings inside, Qin Hao suddenly felt sad. Every item here was bought with his hard-earned money, and they were all of the best brands. He had been thinking about turning this place into a happy love nest for him and Wu Qianyang, but he never expected that he would end up cooking a pot of rice for that couple. At this moment, Wu Qianyang came out of the bedroom. Seeing Qin Hao, she immediately shouted happily, "Honey, you are here. I missed you so much." After saying that, he pounced towards Qin Hao. "Stand still." Qin Hao took a step back, glared at Wu Qianyang, and shouted coldly. Hearing Qin Hao's rude shout, Wu Qianyang froze there for a moment. The next moment, her eyes instantly turned red. She said in a hoarse voice, "Qin Hao, I know that what happened between me and Chen Qiang hurt you, but I tell you, I was forced to be with him by him. In fact, you are the only one in my heart forever." After saying that, she leaned forward and said, "Look, you said you like me wearing this pajamas, so I have been keeping it as a treasure, thinking every day that one day I will wear it to show you. You see, I really value you." The next moment, her shoulders shook, and the pajamas slipped off, revealing her entire body in front of Qin Hao. Chapter 41. I'll give you a way to make quick money. Looking at this woman's body, Qin Hao was stunned for a moment. When he was with Wu Qianyang, he really wanted to see Wu Qianyang's beauty, and even looked forward to having a more intimate contact with her, but he was sternly rejected by her every time. "But I didn't expect that today she would take off all her clothes in front of me." But thinking of her disgusting appearance lying on the bed, Qin Hao felt so disgusted that he almost vomited. Wu Qianyang saw Qin Hao staring at her straight, and a hint of pride flashed across his eyes. In the end, he couldn't resist her temptation. She looked at Qin Hao lovingly and said, "Dear, haven't you always wanted me? Today I will give myself completely to you." After saying that, he walked towards Qin Hao. She had already imagined a situation where Qin Hao could not resist her temptation, and would pounce on her, hug her and touch her all over. But what happened next petrified her instantly. Qin Hao just stood there, looking at her motionlessly, and said with a look of disdain, "You really think I'm a rag picker? You're overthinking it. I don't want a woman like you who doesn't love herself. You." Hearing Qin Hao speak so viciously, Wu Qianyang's face turned green. But Qin Hao had no intention of letting her go, and he went straight to her. "What do you mean by you? Wu Qianyang, do you really think that I, Qin Hao, can be manipulated by you and bullied as you want? I tell you, you are overthinking it. From the moment I saw you and Chen Qiang in bed, you have become a jar of rotten meat in my heart. Now Chen Qiang has thrown you away, and you still want me to be your replacement. I tell you, you are dreaming." Looking at the stunned Wu Qianyang, the anger in Qin Hao's heart finally dissipated a lot. He didn't want to see this disgusting bitch anymore, so he turned around and prepared to leave. "Don't go." Wu Qianyang almost exploded with anger after hearing what Qin Hao said, but when she saw Qin Hao was about to leave, she immediately reacted, screamed and rushed over to stop Qin Hao, and hurriedly shouted, "Qin Hao, I lost my job and my source of income. I can't make a living. Please let me go back to work at Angel Company for the sake of our love. You are the executive vice president of the company now. For you, it's just a matter of a word. Can you help me?" Qin Hao then realized that this woman had done so many tricks just to get back to work in the company through him. He looked at Wu Qianyang and sneered, "It's because Chen Qiang didn't work, so you thought of looking for me. But a piece of trash like you wants to work in the company. You don't deserve it. What did you say? For the sake of our love, do you think you have the nerve to say such things?" The next moment, looking at Wu Qianyang, whose face was livid, he laughed and said, "You can't survive if you leave Angel Company. That's because you are too hypocritical, don't you understand? I think you can also go out and deliver food to experience how I make my hard-earned money. Also, don't you like to sell your body? You can also go out and sell it, that way you can make money faster, hee hee." Hearing Qin Hao's almost insulting words, Wu Qianyang was so angry that he trembled all over and was speechless. Qin Hao ignored him and left. Wu Qianyang reacted and looked at Qin Hao's back, shouting hysterically, "You son of a bitch, I will turn the tables one day, and when I do, I will make you kneel before me and apologize. If you don't believe me, just wait." Qin Hao smiled contemptuously, left directly, went outside and drove towards the company. Qin Hao finally got rid of his anger today, and he felt extremely relieved. Thinking that all this was given to him by Su Jianing, Qin Hao's heart suddenly warmed. It was great to have Su Jining. Thinking of Su Jining, Qin Hao felt sweet in his heart. He must thank her tonight. She probably won't reject him then. Thinking of the good things that happened tonight, Qin Hao was so excited the whole afternoon that when he got off work, he called Su Jining directly. Jining, are you done with your work? Let's leave early today and pick up the kids to go to the park to play. The kids were still talking about this morning. It's so sweet just thinking about a family of 3 going to the park to play. But Su Jining apologized and said, I have something important to deal with today, so I may have to work overtime. Go pick up Nuanuan first and go to the park to play. Qin Hao hung up the phone with a look of disappointment on his face. But I quickly recovered. It's just a matter of meeting a little later. What's the big deal? Dinner is a good meal. Qin Hao went to pick up Nuanuan, and then went to the park. He accompanied the child to ride the roller coaster and bumper cars. The child had a lot of fun, with happy smiles on her face. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that Qin Hao took Nuanuan home, and Su Jining came back after a long time. Nuanuan went over and hugged Su Jining's legs, chattering away, her face full of joy. Seeing the child's happy face, Su Jining also showed a gratified smile on her face. She looked up at Qin Hao and said sincerely, Qin Hao, the child hasn't been this happy for a long time. Thank you so much. There's no need to be polite between the two of us. The next moment he saw Su Jining's exhausted face and said distressedly, I don't want you to work so hard. From now on, I will take care of making money to support the family. Come over quickly, I'll serve you some food. When Su Jining heard this, a relieved smile appeared on her face. She nodded, washed her hands, and then sat down at the dining table. Qin Hao brought the food over and took care of Nuanuan while she ate. But before he had taken a few bites, Hao Qian called Qin Hao and said, Boss Qin, a few people from the company want to invite you to dinner to celebrate. Do you think it's convenient? Qin Hao just wanted to stay with Su Jining right now, so he refused directly, I have something else tonight. But before he could finish his words, Su Jining kept waving her hands at him. Qin Hao covered the phone, and Su Jining said softly, You just arrived at the company, it's time to build your network. Have a meal with everyone and build some relationships. Oh, okay then. Qin Hao now obeyed Su Jining's orders, nodded quickly, and then said to the phone, No matter how important my matter is, it is not as important as the friendship between brothers. Send me the address and I will rush over right away. Qin Hao looked at Su Jining, I'll be back as soon as possible. Seeing Su Jining nod, Qin Hao turned around and drove to Zuixianju. When he arrived at the door of room number 1, Hao Qian was already waiting there. When she saw Qin Hao, she hurried over and greeted him warmly. Brother, you are here, please come in. Qin Hao smiled and nodded, then entered the private room with Hao Qian. But when he saw Chen Qiong sitting there, Qin Hao's brows suddenly frowned slightly. Why is this bastard here? Chapter 42 Menglu's Temptation. Qin Hao turned his head and looked at Hao Qian, his eyes clearly showing a hint of displeasure. Didn't you say it was someone from the office? What's going on? Upon hearing this, Chen Qiong quickly stood up and said with a smile, Boss Qin, this is really not Director Hao's fault. I came here because I heard that they wanted to celebrate for you. Don't blame Director Hao. But looking at Hao Qian's evasive eyes, Qin Hao instantly understood that the protagonist of tonight should be Chen Qiong. He was probably afraid that he would not come after being invited, so he used Hao Qian to set up this trap. Thinking of this, Qin Hao suddenly felt unhappy. He felt like he was being fooled. He really wanted to say goodbye and leave, but at this moment, a sweet laugh sounded at the door. Hey, Mr. Qin, don't you welcome us? As their voice was spoken, a woman walked in. The woman was Chen Qiong's wife, Menglu. The moment he saw Menglu, Qin Hao was instantly stunned. She had shoulder-length curly hair, which she tied into a ponytail today and hung loosely behind her shoulders, revealing her swan-like neck. Her pretty face looked even more beautiful with delicate makeup. She wore a black hip skirt, which perfectly outlined her devilish figure. Seeing the alluring scenery, Qin Hao's mind suddenly flashed back to the beauty of Menglu last night. His whole body felt hot, and his anger instantly disappeared without a trace. It's really not Qin Hao's fault that he has poor resistance, but this woman is too charming. At this time, Hao Qian hurriedly introduced with a smile, Boss Qin, let me introduce you, this is Minister Chen's wife, Sister Mengluming. Before she finished her words, Menglu chuckled, Director Hao, there is no need to introduce ourselves. We know each other. President Qin even came to my house last night. Mr. Qin went to your house last night. Liu Hao, who was standing next to him, was not very experienced and couldn't help but shout out when he heard this. But before he could finish his words, Hao Qian stopped him and said, Don't forget that Minister Chen and Mr. Qin are colleagues. It's normal for colleagues to visit each other. After saying that, he blinked at Liu Hao. Liu Hao reacted quickly and nodded quickly, but his eyes were full of profound meaning. At this time, Menglu came to Qin Hao, put her arm around his shoulders, and said with a smile, Boss Qin, I really didn't know it was you. I neglected you last night. It's my fault. As she spoke, those seductive eyes kept floating over. Even Qin Hao felt shocked when he saw Menglu daring to hug him in front of Chen Qiang. He turned his head to look at Chen Qiang, but was surprised to see that Chen Qiang still had a smile on his face, as if the person hugging him had nothing to do with him, just like someone else's wife. Qin Hao secretly despised him. How could he tolerate this? At this time, Menglu looked at Qin Hao with an apologetic face and said, It was Sister Meng who let you down. I will drink 3 cups as a punishment. After saying that, she picked up the wine glass and prepared to drink it all, but Qin Hao raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, smiling and shaking his head, Sister-in-law, we are all family, why do you have to be so outspoken? After saying that, he pinched his fingers lightly. Menglu was an old hand in this area. He felt his wrist tighten, and then thought about Qin Hao's address. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, Boss Qin is really broad-minded. I admire him. After that, he greeted everyone and said in a very familiar manner, We are all family, why are you being so polite? Come and sit down. Then he sat down next to Qin Hao casually, picked up a piece of Boston lobster meat, peeled it considerately, put it on the plate in front of Qin Hao, and said with a smile, Boss Qin, the braised Boston lobster in this restaurant is a must-try. It tastes really good. Qin Hao tasted it and found it really delicious. He couldn't help but nodded, It tastes really good. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a small foot reaching out to the top of his foot and rubbing it gently. Qin Hao slightly tilted his body, looked down in confusion, and was surprised to see that it was Menglu's little feet stretched out. Seeing this woman flirting with others in front of her husband, Qin Hao's eyes were full of surprise. Is she having so much fun? He turned his head to look at Menglu, only to see Menglu picking up a piece of lobster meat and eating leisurely, as if nothing had happened. When Qin Hao experienced this kind of situation before, he felt unprecedented stimulation and reacted instantly. But there were so many people present, and Chen Qiang was still sitting there. If he discovered the trick, he would be in danger of losing his life. He wanted to retract his legs as a conditioned reflex. But the next moment, he quickly realized that Chen Qiang had set up this trap today, obviously to ask him to let him go. He also knew that his words would not work with him, so he let his wife come out. The purpose of letting his wife go out is self-evident. Taking advantage of her today will be in vain. This bastard even bullied his ex-girlfriend, so he can just collect some interest. Thinking of this, Qin Hao not only did not retract his legs, but instead pushed towards Menglu. Menglu looked up at Qin Hao, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her little feet climbed up along Qin Hao's calves. People wear thin clothes in summer, and Qin Hao couldn't stand this. He immediately blushed. Hao Qian and the others looked at each other and left with excuses. Only Qin Hao, Chen Qiang and Menglu were left in the private room. Menglu went over and closed the door, then sat down next to Qin Hao and glanced at Chen Qiang next to him. Chen Qiang understood, and quickly stood up, picked up a glass of wine, raised it towards Qin Hao, and said apologetically, Mr. Chen, I'm blind and have offended you. I'll drink 3 cups as a token of my apology. I hope you won't hold it against me. After saying this, he filled 3 glasses of wine and drank them all in one gulp. Qin Hao ate the food with chopsticks but said nothing. Chen Qiang was at a loss and quickly winked at Menglu. Menglu glared at Chen Qiang fiercely, then looked at Qin Hao and said with a smile, Brother is broad-minded and will definitely not bother with Chen Qiang, don't you think so? Qin Hao put down his chopsticks, looked at Menglu and said, Sister-in-law, if it was anything else, I really wouldn't bother with Brother Chen, but do you know what he did to me? He bullied my girlfriend. How can I not bother about this? When Menglu heard this, she exclaimed, "Is there such a thing?" After saying that, he turned around, glared at Chen Qiang and cursed, "How dare you bully Mr. Qin's woman? You really don't know how to live or die. I'll settle the score with you when I get back." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Qin Hao, smiling and said, "Brother, you see, this has already happened, and it can't be undone, right? Let's discuss how to resolve this matter. It's not a good idea to keep arguing like this, right?" After saying this, the hand had already quietly reached out. Chapter 43 The most beautiful woman in the world, Su Jianing. Menglu looked at Qin Hao, chuckled and said, "Brother, is this a good solution?" Qin Hao never expected that Menglu would be so aggressive. After all, her husband was next to her. She was too arrogant. He turned his head to look at Chen Qiang, and was surprised to see that Chen Qiang was eating with his head down, as if he had seen nothing. Qin Hao. At this time, Menglu reached out and hugged Qin Hao, looked at him with a charming smile and said, "Brother, how about I pay off the debt with my body?" Chen Qiang next to him could no longer sit still, so he stood up and said, "I have something to do, you guys are busy, I'll leave first." "Wait." Qin Hao stopped Chen Qiang and said with a laugh, "Don't go. It will be lonely if you leave." Chen Qiang looked at Qin Hao and his face turned green with anger. This was too much of a bully. Seeing that he was about to explode, Menglu turned her head and looked at him, saying calmly, "Then stay and tell us what happened." After Menglu spoke, Chen Qiang no longer dared to resist and actually sat down. Menglu turned around and looked at Qin Hao, grinning and saying, "Brother, I will satisfy whatever you ask for today. I just hope you won't bother with your brother and let him go. After all, my sister-in-law still depends on him for a living, and you won't want me to be alone, right? Promise me, okay?" After saying that, she leaned forward and pressed closely against Qin Hao. This one move almost broke through all of Qin Hao's defenses, and he almost couldn't hold back. But soon, he thought of Su Jianing, and the heat suddenly cooled down. He raised his hand and pulled Menglu's hand out. "Sister-in-law, don't do this." Menglu looked at Qin Hao, her eyes full of disbelief. Even after all this, he could still refuse. At this time, Qin Hao pushed Menglu away, stood up, looked at Chen Qiang and said calmly, "Chen Qiang, for the sake of my sister-in-law, the feud between us is over. From now on, work honestly and I won't touch you." Chen Qiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Boss Qin, thank you." After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Menglu followed him, looked at Qin Hao and said with a smile, "Brother, don't go, sister-in-law still has something to say to you, how about we go to another place and talk alone?" How could Qin Hao not understand the meaning behind Menglu's words? He looked at this seductive woman and felt a surge of anger in his heart, but in the end he suppressed the thought. He couldn't let Su Jianing down. So he pretended not to understand what Menglu meant and said calmly, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around, walked out of the private room, and drove away. Menglu looked at the direction where Qin Hao's car was going away, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. "Qin Hao, I don't believe you can escape from my grasp." Qin Hao was driving the car, and when he thought of the insult to Chen Qiang just now, he suddenly felt refreshed. The anger that he had for cheating on himself also dissipated a lot. This bastard finally got his retribution. When Qin Hao thought about the fact that he was able to vent his anger today because of the confidence given by Su Jianing, his heart suddenly felt warm. It was great that he could meet Su Jianing in this life. At this moment, Su Jianing called Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, have you been drinking? If so, don't drive. I'll pick you up." Hearing these caring words, Qin Hao felt a lump in his throat. He had been with Wu Qianyang for 4 years, but Wu Qianyang had never cared about him like this. He took a deep breath and said quickly, "Jianing, I didn't drink. I'm driving back now." "Well, drive slowly." Su Jianing reminded him and then hung up the phone. Qin Hao put down the phone, and Su Jianing's stunning face and charming figure emerged in his mind. Thinking of Su Jianing's tacit consent to him, Qin Hao's whole body suddenly felt hot. It should be possible tonight. Thinking of this, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Su Jianing's house. Half an hour later, Qin Hao returned home. As soon as he reached the bedroom door, he heard Nuan shouting, "Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Please give him a call. I miss Dad." Qin Hao's heart melted when he heard the child's words. What a good child. He quickly pushed the door open and entered the bedroom, looking at Nuan and saying with a smile, "Good boy, Daddy is back." "Dad." Nuan shouted, jumped off the bed, ran happily to Chin Hao and hugged his legs. Chin Hao reached out and held Nuan in his arms, kissing her little face. "Dad, you should shave. It hurts so much." Nuan giggled. Looking at the warm scene, Su Jining, who was leaning on the bed, smiled and said to Chin Hao, "It's getting late. Take a shower and go to bed. I've put your pajamas and underwear in the bathroom for you." Listening to Su Jining's wife-like words, Chin Hao felt excited and nodded quickly. He put Nuan on the bed and turned into the bathroom. A few minutes later, he came out of the bathroom in a hurry. Nuan was really sleepy and fell asleep. Su Jining was leaning against the head of the bed, looking at her cell phone. Chin Hao looked at Su Jining and was immediately amazed. She must have just taken a shower. Her long hair was draped softly behind her shoulders, her face was oval, white and smooth, her eyes were watery, and her whole body looked fresh and lively. She was wearing a loose bathrobe and lying there like a sleeping beauty. The woman's body fragrance wafted faintly. Chin Hao smelled the scent and the hormones in his body instantly rose. He swallowed his saliva, came directly to Su Jining's side, lay directly behind her, stretched out his hands to hold her in his arms, and whispered warmly in her ear, "Dear, I miss you." After saying that, the mouth moved towards Su Jining's pretty face. Chapter 44. The toad finally eats the swan meat. Looking at Chin Hao's lips approaching, Su Jining's pretty face suddenly turned red to her ears. She turned her head to avoid Chin Hao and said shyly, "What are you doing? The child is still next to us." This sentence was obviously tacit consent. Chin Hao hugged Su Jining tightly and said warmly in her ear, "The child has been tossing and turning for most of the afternoon. She is already exhausted. Don't worry, she won't wake up." Su Jining laughed out loud when he heard this. "Oh, you are planning to take the kids to the park this afternoon. You are so cunning." Looking at Su Jining's smile that was like a blooming peach blossom, Chin Hao couldn't bear it anymore and kissed her directly. Su Jining just struggled symbolically, and gave up resisting the next moment. She closed her eyes slightly, her lips trembling, and responded awkwardly. She slowly raised her hands and grabbed Chin Hao's arms. Seeing Su Jining's response, Chin Hao no longer had any scruples. He reached out and pulled Su Jining's body over, pressed directly on her, and kissed her red lips madly. "No, I don't want it." Su Jining raised her hand and pushed Chin Hao's head, making a hoarse voice. Looking at her coquettish look, Chin Hao felt as if his lower abdomen was on fire. He couldn't hold it back any longer and pressed directly towards Su Jining. But at this moment, a childish voice sounded next to him. "Mom and Dad, what are you doing?" Chin Hao raised his head and saw that Nuan had woken up at some point and was sitting next to them, staring at them. Su Jining screamed and quickly pulled the towel to cover her body, and her pretty face turned completely red. It would be so embarrassing if children saw this kind of thing. Chin Hao was also extremely embarrassed. He no longer dared to act recklessly and obediently lay down on the other side of Nuan's body. Nuan held their fingers and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing the child sleeping, the evil fire in Chin Hao's body suddenly jumped up again. He quietly got up and was about to turn over Nuan. Su Jining saw it, raised her hand and pressed Chin Hao's shoulder, shook her head, and shouted softly, "Chin Hao, don't let the child see it again. Then let's go to the next room." Chin Hao said hurriedly, "If both of us leave, the child will wake up immediately." Su Jining shook his head and said. After hearing what Su Jining said, Chin Hao immediately lost his temper and lay down obediently. Su Jining reached out, held Chin Hao's hand, interlocked their fingers, and said with a red face, "I will persuade the child to sleep in a separate room from her later." At the end of her speech, her pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. Chin Hao obviously understood the meaning of these words, his eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded excitedly and said, "Well, I'll wait." After saying that, he shook Su Jining's slender and delicate hand, and a strong love flowed between their fingertips. Although he did nothing, Chin Hao felt that their hearts were already closely connected. He turned his head to look at Su Jining's stunning face and blurted out, "Sister Ning, I love you." Su Jining's eyes lit up instantly, but dimmed again the next moment. She shook her head and said bitterly, "Chin Hao, don't be impulsive. You are just in your early 20s, and I am already 25. Besides, I am already married and have children. I am not worthy of you. I don't care about age, and I don't care if you're married. I just like you. Chin Hao stood up, looked at Su Jianing, and shouted impulsively. Besides, I'm just a poor delivery man, and you're the rich CEO of a company, a typical white, rich and beautiful woman. If anyone says I'm not worthy of you, it's me. Sister Ning, don't care about these material things. As long as we truly love each other, that's enough. Promise me, okay? It sounded good. Hearing these sincere words, Su Jianing finally showed a happy smile on her face. She bit her red lips and hummed shyly. Hearing Su Jianing's agreement, Chin Hao almost jumped up with excitement. Oh my god, the toad finally got to eat the swan meat. Su Jianing was obviously stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly and burst into laughter, with her chest shaking as well. Seeing this tempting scene, Chin Hao felt hot again. Su Jianing also noticed something was wrong, and quickly reached out to pull the towel over her body, then looked at Chin Hao and asked. Chin Hao, what's going on between you and Wu Qianyang? Chin Hao recounted the details of what happened between them, and Su Jianing's brows immediately furrowed tightly. How can a girl be so shameless? Chin Hao looked at Su Jianing and asked hastily, Sister Ning. You won't betray me in the future, will you?